and we can take care of that. But let's start with the Wings last night briefly. John, that was listless.
It was not great. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's a performance where Detroit had a lot of empty offensive chances, a one and done, very little offensive zone time. Their power plays, half of them were just non-starters. And yeah, you give up 4 goals, all of which coming in the slot and in front of the net. Like, it's just an AHL team's going to bury those chances.
Yes. Do you think that's just a hangover from the West Coast trip?
The easiest answer is it's a back-to-back.
Right.
But Utah was on a back-to-back. They played in Boston the night before. There's really just not an excuse to play that way.
But you're trying to figure out, okay, in the course of a season, right, there's a lot of different things that can happen and reasons why things happen. And sometimes you got a dud.
Yeah, look, they're going to lose a lot.
It certainly was a dud.
Yeah, good teams are going to lose 20-plus games.
Right.
But it's not a good Mammoth team. You're playing at home. You got to have a better effort than that. When they scored their first goal of the game in the third period to make it 2-1, I'm thinking, okay, maybe they just flip a switch here and kind of get away with one on a sloppy night. But yeah, they just didn't bring it.
Well, it's a back-to-back. And again, I don't know that anybody, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. And on the flip side, like, they don't play again until Saturday. Mm-hmm. So, hey, let's go. You get, 3 days off? 2 days off?
Yeah.
So
you have to get back after it. Look, I'm not going to make too big a deal about it. It just wasn't a good night.
No.
And this is what we talked about yesterday. Are they a good team or are they an average team? Well, they're a streaky team. And we've seen that. And they do not sustain. They're still a young hockey team. They're still a mistake-prone hockey team.
Well, and we just got done saying that, the game against the Rangers. Okay, that was a game they lost last year.
Yeah.
And then last night, yes. And then last night, you're like, well, that kind of looked like last year.
Yeah, was it 2 years ago, the Coyotes dealt Detroit some rough losses late in the season.
Yes.
And then Arizona Coyotes became the Utah Hockey Club, who gave Detroit a big loss in March of last year. And now it's the Utah Mammoth. They're still not a very good hockey team. You shouldn't lose to these hockey teams, but they still are, and this team still has a ways to go.
Yes, they do.
Okay, the Pistons have turned the corner. We can undisputedly say that. This team is in a much better position than they were 18 months ago. They are in first place in the NBA's Eastern Conference. They're 21-5, and we're kind of having a pinch ourselves moment. This team looks like a real threat in the Eastern Conference playoffs. We think that. That is not the belief everywhere, including in the Big Apple, New York City. The New York Knicks just won the NBA Cup, and they're doing a little bit of an inventory check on, hey, what are the Knicks capable of this season?
Oh, put the banner up.
Yeah. There actually was a bit of a, quote, controversy among their fans about whether they should hang a banner or not.
Okay, let's end that controversy. No.
And they're not.
Okay.
But Evan Roberts works at WFAN, our Odyssey station in New York, and he was talking about the Knicks and the challenges and who's sitting there in the East and who concerns him. And this is what he had to say about our Detroit Pistons. We don't have the audio yet, so never mind. But he called us essentially like a cute little team.
You know what? I think with the way that you sometimes say things, I think you could probably do a better impersonation of that.
You want me to do a smarmy takedown of our team? No, I want to defend the Pistons. Like the idea that, that a Knicks fan, I don't even know if Evan's a Knicks fan. Maybe he's a Nets fan. I don't know. He's a host in New York. I'm not.
Who cares?
Whoever. Detroit took New York to the brink last year with a lot of close playoff games. There was no Jaden Ivey. There was no Isaiah Stewart. Cade Cunningham came up short in some big moments. Do we feel like he's taking a leap and taking another step and being a better closer? Yes. If I was a fan of somebody in the East right now, I wouldn't want to face the Pistons in a 7-game series. I wouldn't want to have to play a team that defends tenaciously, who has a budding superstar to close out games. I'd want no part of a Pistons team that played me to the final possession multiple times last year. I mean, it's one thing if you go, hey, I think we could gut it out and beat them again, but I don't think the Pistons are a team that you should pat on the head and say, oh, cute little Pistons, they still have a ways to go. They got their playoff experience. They're going to be better for that series with the Knicks, and I would want to avoid them if I was a Knicks fan.
Yes. However, who won the series?
The Knicks did.
Okay. So until the Pistons, and they won't play the Knicks until, I think it's the 5th of January, so until the new year. Until the Pistons prove otherwise, I mean, it's going to ruffle our feathers, but does it really matter?
No, they'll settle it on the court. I just think like maybe we're ahead of this because we watch them every day or every game.
Yeah, and I mean, how many Knicks games have you watched?
None.
Right, and so that's my point is I doubt this individual, unless they're an NBA nerd, they're probably looking, okay, well, we've seen a couple of highlights, because when you watch the 4-letter word network, how often do you actually lead with Pistons highlights? How much is, hey, coming up next, see what Detroit's doing? You don't hear any of that. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if he's not seen hardly a moment of Pistons basketball. It's a smarmy remark. But they won last year. So, hey, we can file that away. We'll bring it back out in the 4th and 5th of January. And I know that Cade Cunningham, they've talked about how much it irritated them and how much it motivated them this offseason that they lost that series. So, hey, yeah, say whatever you want. We'll see you at some point during the regular season, but pray that we see you in the postseason.
The quote was, they're not some powerhouse. They're a nice, good little basketball team.
Okay.
I feel like the Pistons are more than a good little basketball team.
Well, they've proven it. I mean, you're 27 games now into 26 games, whatever it is.
Look, if the rebuttal is you don't prove it in the regular season, you prove it in the playoffs. To that, I agree to an extent.
Yeah.
But they're clearly better than they were a year ago, and they gave you hell a year ago, and you didn't have to deal with Isaiah Stewart, who's one of the best rim protectors in the NBA. You didn't have to deal with Jaden Ivey at all. We'll see the player he turns into, but he would have given him a spark in some of those games.
And Jalen Duren is markedly better than he was playing last year.
So, again, I think Cade, one of our big takeaways at the end of that series was he's got to finish better. So far, so good.
Right. But, okay, it's just like we talk about the Lions in regards to, hey, it doesn't matter until we see what you do in the postseason. We'll talk about the same thing. Now that Cade has proven he can get there, now it's how are you going to be able to do that in the fourth quarter in the postseason when it matters most?
At some point this morning, I do want to play the audio so you can hear how dismissive he is of the Pistons, and maybe that'll do it better justice. But I saw it, and I thought, I want to stick up for our guys here because the Pistons are a legitimate good story. And then it started that thought process in my head of, actually, they're our best team right now. They're the best team we've got going of our four. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, clearly they're performing the best.
Yeah, they're the one seed in the East. They're winning 75% of their games.
Yeah, and so, I mean, I think they're the top of the food chain right now in terms of where they rank in their sport.
Question for you to start the show here, and we'll collect some texts on it. If you had to place the hierarchy of our teams right now, just the four major, who would be 1, who'd be 2, 3, and 4? What's the Detroit sports hierarchy?
In terms of level of dominance in their
not who you're a fan
respective
of
sport.
Most.
Right, yeah. I think so we can bookend it.
It's obvious on the 1 and 4.
To me, it's obvious 1 is Pistons, 4 is Wings.
Yes.
Now it's going to come down to how are you going to sort out the Lions and the Tigers? Oh, my.
How would you do it?
I would put the Lions 2, and maybe this is my football bias, and I'm clearly self-reflective enough to know that I have that. And some of it is, and it's not Scott Harris's comments last night, but it is kind of the buildup of this offseason being, we're really not going to do anything. And, Hassan Kim. We thought, oh boy, he might be coming to Detroit. We heard it from Evan Petzold.
Oops.
Well, yeah, he signs a 1-year deal in Atlanta.
Trust me, his comments are going to get people worked up. 650 will play some of Scott Harris from yesterday's press conference.
Would you have the same?
At the risk of angering our quarterback here, I think I would put the Tigers 2, and I think I'd put the Lions 3.
Oh, show your work.
So the Tigers are coming off of not only a playoff berth, but a berth where they won a playoff series. The Lions aren't in the playoffs right now.
Correct.
And we've hashed this out over multiple days. I don't think they're going to get in. Want them to, don't think they're going to get in. That's got them at 3 for me.
Okay, I mean, okay. When I look at the Lions and I see some of the injuries and I see what I expect them to be next year, and maybe here's the other thing. I think there is a bigger shift in the offseason for a football team than there is a baseball team.
Agreed.
And I do believe whether it's being able to draft well or it's being able to actually learn and go out and add in free agency or make trades, I do think that Brad Holmes will do more than Scott Harris.
Let us know. What's the Detroit sports hierarchy? 1 through 4. 248-539-9797. Are the Pistons number 1? Sure, everybody can agree the Wings are number 4. Sort it out. It's 97-1.
Hey, every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or the last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ken Cal on the call. Texter puts it well. Just when you want to believe in the Wings, they play a gross game. And that's why you wait until March before you can buy into anything.
That's why when we asked the question yesterday, are they good or are they average? I do think that they're just an average team. You're going to have duds like that. Yeah. Every team is going to have a dud or two throughout the course of the year, even the best teams. But if you're average, it just happens more.
Yeah. They've been streaky. They're young. Still have a negative goal differential. Let's not put the cart before the horse. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, we mentioned there was some audio of people taking shots at the Pistons. And by people, I mean Evan Roberts, radio host, New York City, WFAN. We have the audio. Here's what he said about our little basketball team.
Wow, there's a lot there.
There is. You made a couple perplexed faces.
Yeah, and I'm, when he's talking about, I should have wrote it down because there was a lot that I was checking off boxes. I'm like, I had to talk about this. It's not like I don't necessarily believe that we're going to see a Knicks and Pistons Eastern Conference final. It's more likely that they're going to face them earlier, sooner than that.
Yeah.
And if it had been a sweep last year, I could say,
right,
all right, yeah, I see where he's coming from. But no, it wasn't. And when you're talking about pace, as he was making the word salad soup and all that stuff with the Indiana Pacers, the Pistons are the team this year that play with that pace. They play with that tenacity night in, night out. And so if he just admits that it was hard for the Knicks to match up with the Pacers because of the pace that they play, that's the Pistons. And I get, hey, JB, you got to be able to show as a head coach that you can make it past it. Cade Cunningham, you've got to show that you can win a postseason series. All of those things are true. I believe that they are ready to take that next step. Do we think they're an NBA championship team? No. No one's making that claim.
No, but they're also not like a cute little basketball team. They were playing the Knicks tight and close. 4 of the 6 games came down to 1 possession. So to say you're not threatened by a team that took you to the final possession in 4 of the 6 games last year and is markedly better this year, you're not at all threatened by that. I'll just tell you this. Be careful sleeping on this Pistons team. Go ahead and underestimate them.
Sure.
Because they didn't have Isaiah Stewart last year, and Cade Cunningham was getting his first taste of playoff basketball. And I think he's shown he's better for it already this season. I expect him to perform when the bright lights are on next postseason. So, yeah, okay, we got a cute little basketball team. Bring it on.
Yeah, I mean, that's my mindset as well. Last year is over. We know what happened. And, yeah, they get bragging rights. So go ahead and maximize your opportunity at this point because it's not going to last long.
Hey, just a quick note on the stats, on the pace stat. According to the Hollinger team statistics, Detroit played at a faster pace last year than the Indiana Pacers and are playing this year faster than they played last year on a per-possession basis.
Right. I mean, that's my point. And I mean, it's without having those statistics, where did you find those?
The Hollinger Institute.
Yeah, the Hollinger team stats on ESPN. I just searched ESPN pace stats for that.
Yeah. That's good numbers.
But like, we talked about yesterday, watch the game.
Yeah.
They play faster than anyone else.
They're fast break points.
Yeah.
The defense that turns into offense. They're the best defense in the East, and in some stats, even better than OKC. They're certainly 1, 2, or 3. Yeah, you don't want to play a team that's going to defend you tenaciously, turn into easy buckets, and has a go-to superstar for the postseason.
Yeah.
I mean, you do you. That's Evan Roberts in New York's perspective. But I thought we should stick up for our guys because they're not a cute team, and whether they're getting enough attention nationally or not, sleep on them and find out. Mm-hmm. We did ask people about the hierarchy in the city.
Oh, yeah.
Pistons number 1, Wings number 4. That's pretty consistent on the early responses.
Yeah.
The debate is about what you're going to do with
2 and 3.
2 and 3. This guy says, I'd have to go Pistons 1, Tigers 2, Lions 3, Red Wings 4. I can agree more shifts happen in football, but what has Brad Holmes done to show us he can get it right in free agency? He drafts pretty good, but free agency's been awful for him. Well, it's not like the Tigers are going to boast a whole bunch of
Yeah, I'll flip that around and say, what have the Tigers done in free agency?
quality free agent moves. Okay, what else we got? 248-539-9797 says, I would put the Lions number 2 and the Tigers number 3. Okay, show your work. I mean, but that's the debate.
Yeah. And I think there's a legitimate debate there. And I'm not going to sit there and say, I'm not going to throw you under the bus since you've said Tigers too. Like, I could easily shift and get behind that as well. That's how close 2 and 3 are.
Yeah, and the tiebreaker to me was the Tigers made the playoffs and won a series, and I don't know that the Lions are going to get in or win a game if they do get in. Another guy says, guys, it's a Lions number 2. Lions have a ton of players who are amongst the best in their position. The Tigers only have Scooble when it comes to high-end talent.
That's a good point.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Good morning, you guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So there was a woman who was texting and driving on Tuesday in Detroit. She ran a red light and then smashed right into a Michigan State Police trooper.
Oops.
Yeah, karma. Not good, man. The trooper was stopped at a red light and then when the light turned green, drove into the intersection, was hit by the vehicle driven by a 63-year-old woman from Livonia. Police say that this woman was on her phone and didn't even realize that the light was red. Just kept going right through. Police are very thankful.
Yep.
So police are thankful nobody was injured, but of course they're reminding everyone to keep their eyes on the road and off their phone. Here's a couple stats. They say crashes involving cell phone use decreased from 2023 to 2024, but they say fatal crashes linked to cell phone use spiked. So there were 18 fatal crashes that involved cell phone use last year. That's up from 11 the previous year. And you see it all the time. I see it daily. Anytime you're in the car, I look over and there's people on their phone or they're sitting too long at the red light, which is what you really see. Yeah. Got to honk at them to get them going. But yes, get off your phones.
Come on, people.
Police are searching for a 44-year-old woman named Linda Ward who went missing after leaving whiskey in the jar in Hamtramck last week. So she left the bar right around 8:50 p.m. This was on December 11th. And then she hasn't been seen since. When her family and friends couldn't get in touch with her, she was reported missing on Sunday. Police have said they don't suspect foul play, but her family is concerned about her mental health. And according to her family, her 2 dogs, 2 huskies, Coco and Benji, are also missing. There have been reports that maybe they've been spotted, but she was last seen wearing a cream-colored knit coat, a multicolored... Oh, wait. I'm guessing that's a cream-colored hat. It says coat, but I think this is a typo. Probably a cream-colored knit hat and a multicolored coat. She drives a silver 2019 Ford Escape. So if you see anyone resembling her, there's pictures online too. Please call the Hamtramck police. So we've all seen this before. We've seen people driving around with inches of snow on the top of their cars.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then it's terrifying when you're on the highway and those chunks of snow and ice come flying towards you. And so the question is it legal to drive around with snow or ice stuck to your car? And it's not.
It's not.
You cannot be driving around with tons of snow on your car. First, Michigan's vehicle code requires drivers to remove anything that could block their view, which includes snow. Because sometimes you see this too. Somebody just scrapes enough, like a little hole, so that they can see out in front of them, but then they can't see behind them. They leave snow covering their back window. You have to be able to have full view out of your car. You also are required to clear headlights and taillights, so obviously you're visible to other drivers on the road. But when it comes to the snow on top of your car, you also have to remove that as well. They say allowing snow to fall onto the road from your vehicle that could become an obstruction is illegal. So obviously you want to remove as much as you can. And they also say, hey, if this happens and you maybe cause an accident or somebody to get injured, you could be sued for the snow flying off your vehicle. You could be held accountable. So
yeah.
just make sure. It is scary,
How many
isn't
times
it?
do you see people with that little portal that they're looking through? They're like, or underneath the windshield wipers where your defroster is just starting to get it, and you see people
They're crouched down.
and they're trying to look and
I know.
Yeah.
See it all the time. Speaking of the snow and weather, over the next few days, it's going to be kind of like a wild ride. So be prepared for everything. So temperatures today are going to spike. We could see 50 degrees. So think of all of that snow you've got sitting
Get
in
the
your front
bathing
yard.
suits out.
Oh my gosh. Go swimming in all the melt because everything is going to melt. But a cold front is also moving in tonight, and we spent some time in the 20s on Friday. We're also going to get some rain, so we're going to see some freeze. So just
tomorrow morning could be an adventure.
be careful out there and dress in layers, I guess.
Yeah, because we were looking at this. We could be ice skating into work tomorrow. All this water, the rain, the melting snow is going to like flash freeze. It's going to drop 20 degrees overnight, and just be careful.
And then it's going to warm back up again. So,
Yeah,
It's Heather with the news.
just in time for Christmas.
woohoo. Boo.
Bah humbug. That's what you're supposed to say.
Hey, in the 7 o'clock hour, we'll get an update on the Michigan football coaching search. We have some Scott Harris audio to play at 6:50. Coming up next, it's the Thursday touchdown, 97.1.
Hey, stop waiting for the breakdown in the cold. Take a time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price. So give them a call today because spots fill up quickly, especially as temps drop. Don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and installs generators as well, all at discounted prices. So give them a call now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Thursday. Time for the Thursday touchdown. I still think Heather has the best touchdown call in that.
Oh, thanks.
Summerall, dude. Come on.
Heather Park.
And
Come on, man.
Exactly. No disrespect. but
None taken.
Legend. Obviously, the local big college news is Sharon Moore being fired a week ago. We all know the top college coaching candidates are Kalen DeBoer and Jed Fish. Give me a couple NFL candidates. I want one that's a current NFL head coach and one that's an NFL assistant or coordinator.
Okay, so one of them I'm going to have a little fun with. And the other one is more serious, but I think it's further down the road. As a head coach, that's currently a head coach, give me Andy Reid. I want to see him. If people are thinking he's going to retire or Patrick Mahomes isn't going to be the same,
You're nuts.
all of these, I would love for him, and I got a chance to talk to him a little bit when he was in the NFC East as well as me, for him to come and just sit there and watch his brain work in regards to offensive football. It would be amazing.
If he has a list of things that he will never do, I think that would be in the top 5 things of things he would
Coaching
never do.
college football,
Yes.
100%, especially in today's day and age. There's no question about it.
I mean, I'm talking about things like skydiving and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. And the other one is Tommy Reese. And I know his name has come up a little bit. I think he is a couple of years away. I think he's bright. I think he's smart. I think he's well-spoken. And I think he is going to, in the future, be a really good college football head coach.
I'll tell you who it shouldn't be is Jesse Minter. You can't hire someone from the previous stained regime while you're doing an investigation in your athletic department right now. So Minter's a name that's come up. He shouldn't be in this conversation. I'll give you Joe Brady, who was the architect of that offense at LSU with Joe Burrow when they won a national title. And you want an active head coach? Why would an active NFL head coach?
Inactive, that's fine.
Brian Dable.
Okay.
He was rumored in the Penn State situation. He's coached in college before, offensive coordinator for Saban at Alabama.
All right, let's go have some more fun. Let's go John Gruden.
Oh, boy. He's actually been seriously mentioned by some people.
No, I know.
Because I just reject the idea that a current sitting NFL head coach is going to take a college job.
Yeah, and I don't think any of the NFL candidates, I don't think their timeline lines up with what Michigan needs to do before the transfer portal.
All right, Dylan Raiola is expected to enter the transfer portal when it opens on January 2nd. Should Pat Fitzgerald, I won't call him Fat, pursue Raiola? And who is the odds-on favorite to be the starting quarterback for the Spartans next year?
Fat Fitzgerald. I think he could do well in the portal.
I can't wait to talk to Pat and let him know what you guys said.
Okay, look, I would pursue Dylan Raiola, but there's one caveat. Once he tears his ACL in solidarity with Mahomes, I don't think it's going to be a very good fit.
Oh, jeez.
So,
you are unbelievable.
I mean, is he committed to it or not? These are the questions they're asking on the streets. I think.
Yeah, but he did it first.
Raiola did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean,
is Mahomes copying him now?
Is it now the other way around?
I'm going to answer your question. Alessio is going to be their quarterback next season.
Yeah, I think Alessio is a quarterback. I know that they got, they were able to retain the commitment of Cade Kaufman. I think East Kentwood is where he's from. So there'll be a competition, as there should be every single year. But with what we saw at the end of the year with Alessio, I think it's probably him.
Now, the reason for Raiola would be then you would have Dominic back here in the area. And then when they play the Wolverines, he can finger them like he fingered Lions fans back in the day. You guys remember that?
I don't know if that's how I would have
I wouldn't
described
phrase it quite that way, but
Anyway, let's keep it moving.
All right, the college football playoff begins tomorrow night with Alabama at Oklahoma. Which team playing this weekend has the best chance to win the Natty? And remember, Ohio State did it last year.
I think there's a couple of options, but I'm going to go with Texas A&M. I think they're a very talented team, and if they can pull things together, I think they're the team in all three phases that could play good enough for 3 games to win it all.
See, it's tough because I'm not even sure if they win their first playoff game. Oregon will. They're going to face JMU. Right. I'm going to go Oregon here. It's a little chalky. They're the number 5 seed, but...
Yeah, but then they got to play Indiana, who they already lost to.
No, Indiana plays Oklahoma or Alabama's winner, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that okay.
You're saying
they
eventually.
eventually have
Yeah,
to play before they get to the championship game.
Well, yeah,
so
I mean,
that's
eventually someone's going to have to beat Indiana.
right.
And for Oregon, I think the key here is they've got the quarterback. I think he can make all the throws. They run the ball. They play defense. I'll take Oregon.
Well, the reason I go Oregon, Alabama, or Oklahoma is because I think the upper half of the bracket is easier. I mean, you got Georgia and Ohio State sitting down there in that bottom half. I don't know if A&M could get through all of that. Anywho, the Lions' defense has gone from 5th ranked to 21st ranked since their bye week. What an absolute, collapse. What advice would you give Kelvin Shepard to at least put a Band-Aid on this wounded defense?
Blitz your balls off. It's what they did at the end of 2023. It's how you can help your secondary. They don't have to cover as long. You can get negative plays and turnovers. Yeah, you're going to deal with some big chunk plays and some big receiver totals. I think you blitz more.
See, I'm going the other way around. I think you're going to have to drop those linebackers. You're going to have to change up coverage. You're going to have to give those corners with safety help over the top. You're going to put a little bit more pressure on the linebackers to cover up the middle. You drop more into coverage. You make the picture a little murkier downfield, a little cloudier. Yeah, you're expecting more out of a group up front that hasn't been consistent at rushing the passer. But
Too much time to throw.
The weaker spot is the secondary.
I would do a blend of what you both said. Be completely unpredictable. And if you get burned a play or two, so be it. You're both your plans are aggressive.
Well, okay, so mine is aggressive in regards to it's a huge shift from what they've done, but it's a more quote-unquote passive style of defense.
Bend, don't break is what you're proposing. Yeah,
I got to avoid those explosive plays.
Yeah, and that's what Campbell said when we had him on this week. I just think you're running into an issue where the quarterbacks have too much time to throw. You got to speed those guys up because that's how you're going to get a cheap interception, a fumble, a sack, get off the field.
All right, Brad Holmes has definitely been getting the brunt of the criticism for the Lions' inconsistencies. If you could take back one offseason move by Holmes last year, and this can be any move, a draft, a free agent, a signing, a re-signing, whatever, which one would you take back?
And I know he didn't want to come back, but at some point you just make an offer. You go full Godfather. You make an offer they can't refuse. Kevin Zeitler. Like the offensive line, and I mean, I was going to go with the easy one is not making the move to secure an offensive lineman, but Zeitler is the guy that I think if he's here, we're in a completely different position. How many more wins do you think the Lions have right now if they're able to run the ball more? And I'm not sitting there going, hey, they're a 15-2 team.
But John, one win. They win the Minnesota game, and they control their own destiny. They're in a much better position. Yeah. For me, it would be trading for Joe Thuney, giving up a 4th-round pick to play him at left guard. The Bears did it. Anybody could have done it. Holmes didn't do it.
Not drafting Tesla.
Well, I tried to go back and look. Was there a guy you would have taken after Tesla that would be making a big impact right now?
The move itself, the trades, the giving up more capital.
Yeah.
Either that or just owns Enrique. I mean, seriously, remember he is on the team still?
I mean, that's the one we always completely forget about. I would have gone back to when he was drafted.
There you go. All right, the three of us thought the Chiefs were a threat until they were officially eliminated. A lot of people are saying the dynasty is over. Do you think, and you mentioned his name earlier, John, do you think Andy Reid will retire after this season?
Holmes could be back week 1 next year, right? Close?
With the complications, what they found out, if it's reported that it was not just the ACL, but the LCL as well, it takes a little bit more time. Kid's still fully recover, but
could he be back by October of next year, mid-season of next year? They could still make the playoffs next year. I'm not willing to say that the dynasty's over. They got to retool. Now, losing Andy Reid would really throw things for a loop.
Yeah. So I'll on top of that, Andy Reid's a lifer. He's going to do this until somebody tells him no more. He loves football. He loves being around his guys, his team. And Patrick Mahomes will be back. So there's a pause on the dynasty. I don't necessarily think it's over, but Andy Reid's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I don't think it's over either. Just a quick note here. Mahomes, Burrow, and Josh Allen could all be having new head coaches potentially next year. I know Reid's probably a long shot. I don't think McDermott is if they don't win it this year, or at least get there. Finally, there are two teams that I think are definitely hiding in the shadows of contending this season in the NFL. Those teams are the 49ers and Chargers. They're getting very little respect and play in terms of a Super Bowl contender. Which one do you think has a better chance to get to the Super Bowl?
I think it's the Niners. And some of it is, and I know everybody's going to talk about the coaching and Harbaugh. I think it's Shanahan, his ability to scheme, even if guys go down. they're healthier, even though they're not healthy. They're healthier than the Chargers are, and I think that pays off in the postseason.
This is such a tough question. I think the case for the Chargers, the AFC is more wide open. You've got the better quarterback. Clearly, both coaches have done it, taken their team to a Super Bowl. I'll say the Chargers.
Yeah, that's the fact that they've both been to Super Bowls, those coaches. I mean, this thing's going to be a wide open this year. Let's just hope the Lions are in it.
Agreed. There you go. Thursday touchdown, 97-1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and I use it daily. Their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and personalize solutions for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me over the years and for every member of my family, so that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Good morning, 97.1. You guys realize we're 1 week away from Christmas?
I know, it's wild.
I'm not ready yet.
No?
I mean, I'm ready, but I'm not actually ready. No,
So-
I thought I was ready, but I still have gifts to buy. I have all my gifts to wrap. I've got gifts to build. Like, it's just
Oh, yeah.
time slow down for 1 week. Just slow down.
Well, the gifts to build, that should be Colin on Christmas Eve. You stay up all night
That's
putting
the
them all.
worst thing to
it
do.
is.
It
Well,
totally sucks,
okay.
doesn't it, though?
no, it doesn't. I love it.
You do?
Yes, because I still get okay. My maturity level is 8, 9-ish, and maybe that's a little high. I still get giddy on Christmas Eve, and I can't fall asleep. So being able to do something that I love, and that is put things together, construct things, I'll do it all night up until Santa arrives and kids going to
That's-
school.
Typically what he does, but it is awful being up.
Sometimes
I don't know,
Santa
till 2
delivers them
or
early, so
something.
dads have to put them together. Right.
Oh, man.
Construct toys on Christmas Eve. That's not an elf joke.
Hey, I could be the biggest elf there is. That's fine. I'm trying to. Yeah, it could be.
Colin.
Oh, the little fella. Yeah.
Oh, that little guy.
Yeah. Does he use little tools?
Oh, no.
For his little hands. Like, what are we...
The Fisher Price toolkit playset.
The worst is when you got the screwdriver. Phillips head, everything isn't Phillips head anymore.
Yeah.
And it's with some of the little toys, you need a really tiny little
You need
bit.
almost like eyeglass
Yes.
screwdrivers for
Yeah.
some of those.
Colin-sized, they say.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jim Costa,
Poor
John
guy.
Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. 7 o'clock hour, we'll have Dear John, the final Dear John of 2025. Because next week's Christmas and the week after is
Yeah.
New Year's. But John, you want a little bit of a teaser for that?
I do.
Okay, so what you have to look forward to,
Got to bring my A game since it's the last one of this year.
Splitting the Bill,
Okay.
Divorced Christmas,
Ooh, yeah. Unfortunately. Yeah.
My Best Friend's Wife,
Oh.
and New Year's Resolution.
Oh.
7:35, advice from John Jansen. We'll also have an update on the Michigan football coaching search. Get to that in the 7 o'clock hour. But, John, we've kind of buried the lead here. We hit on some of the games last night. We haven't talked about Scott Harris's comments from yesterday.
No.
What I'd like to do is play 2 pieces of audio for people. We have more than 2 clips, but I just want to start with 2. And
Do we want to set the premise of what we would like to have happen? I think everybody knows it.
yeah,
Left side of the infield.
right-handed
bat. Yeah. Something that's productive, something a little proven.
generally just any offensive
All right.
improvement. Like, I really feel like they've lowered the bar where we'd be happy with literally anybody who swings a bat, and they don't even really want to deliver on that. So anyway, Scott Harris, names are the same, but the team's different. I do want to get the Hinch stuff at some point, too. He expanded more on different teams, same names. So then, just to be clear, the names aren't similar. The names are the same.
So, Colt Keith. That's Colt Keith.
Yeah, they didn't like genetically alter him or something.
Keith Colt.
Keith Colt. Yes. Yeah, we're going to go last name first. Sweeney Trey.
John, is this acceptable, and who is he fooling?
I'm all for guys in the offseason getting better. But what are we talking about? What is the leap that we are expecting? So, Spencer Torkelson, was he better this year than the year before? Yes. Was Riley Green better than the year before? Because he's still a young player. And I would say in some regards, yes, but in a lot of other regards, no. And it's just you're playing around with the margins. You're playing around with and marginally better. Does marginally better for Colt Keith and marginally better for Parker Meadows get you further in the playoffs or competing for a World Series?
The way he talks, it's like he thinks they invented player development, that they're the only team where their internal guys will get better. John, like, it's the same team that fell short in the same spot the last 2 years. The tone at the end of the season was very different. We have some audio from A.J. Hinch. This is what A.J. Hinch had to say at the end of the season, that press conference where they spoke for an hour and really just let it all hang out. John, I have a really hard time understanding how the manager says we can't be naive enough to run it back.
What do you think his reaction was?
And now the team president of baseball ops is saying, yeah, the names are similar, but it's not the same team.
I am really curious to if we were able to give AJ some true serum, what would he think, or what is he thinking and saying behind the scenes about the comments and the actions? Now, free agency's not over. The season's not starting. There's still plenty of time. But if that's what he's saying now,
yeah,
he's telling you.
Look, all we can go off of is what he says, what insiders have reported, and what he's done. And all would lead you to believe that they are going to run it back, even though that's the very thing the manager said we can't be naive enough to do. So I'm going to try to keep the blood pressure down personally, but if you guys are all worked up about this, 248-539-9797, how is this acceptable and who is he fooling? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The Red Wings dropped last night's home game to the Utah Mammoth 4-1. Detroit now holds a 1-4 record in the second game of a back-to-back this season. Todd McClellan praised his team's performance on Tuesday after their win over the Islanders. Yesterday, he said this.
After last night, I wouldn't take those words back at all. Tonight, for me, the difference was obvious. It was play around our net, and it wasn't just the goals we gave up. It was some chances that they had even earlier in the game. You look at the first goal, that's easily preventable. The second goal is preventable. The third one, they all came kind of the same way, and they were better than us in that area, and they got the best of us, and it's obviously an area that we got to work on this week.
Yesterday, Tigers president of baseball ops Scott Harris spoke to reporters on Zoom about the team's activity this offseason. Harris attempted to explain that while they haven't added any players on offense and he admits it's the same team, it's still different. Take a listen. Bruce Feldman of The Athletic revealed new details in the Sharon Moore saga yesterday, including that the female staffer had ended her relationship with Moore on December 8th, told the university on the 10th, and was on her way out of town before Moore barged into her apartment that night. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
John, what do you think people are saying on the text this morning?
About Scott Harris?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it's Sure, it's not, well, let it play out. That's not even what I'm willing to say. So it's the opposite of that. Do something.
How about lying sack of bleep? That's the first one I see when I look down. Harris is delusional. Management is clueless.
It's unbelievably frustrating knowing that, okay, you flipped a switch in 24, right around the All-Star break, really even later than that, after the trade deadline.
Yeah, August on.
And, okay, you make it to the second round, you win a wild card series, then you do the same thing this year, and with a little bit more juice at the end, at the beginning of the season, it kind of flipped the script from the year before. But they still get to the same place. And I go back to the things that Scott Harris said, that, hey, when we're ready to win, the resources will be there. If getting to the same place and winning a wild card series, as AJ Hinch said, against a good team, and then going to the as long as you could possibly go 15 innings in Game 5. And did it raise an eyebrow for you when he said one more pitch? And think, well, you could have had a couple more pitches from the Cy Young winner. But it's like, okay, when is that time? When are you ready to win? Do you have to get to the ALCS before you're ready to say, okay, now we'll go all in?
It's a great point. Whether it's a hot start or a hot finish, the result was the same. An exit in Game 5 of the ALDS. And it was the same problem. You could say one more pitch, but John, they couldn't get a big knock in those games. Both Games 4 and Games 5 against Cleveland in 24 and in 15 innings against Seattle last season. And we were all on the same page. It was a united front. Hell, even AJ Hinch in the audio we play where he says we can't be naive enough to run it back. That was seared into my brain. Okay, great. We all see the issue here. You got to do a little more. Well, now I'm hearing from team president, well, it might look like the same guys, but it's not the same because development.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, every team is going to sell that their guys are going to get better. You didn't invent development. You're not the first team to come up with the idea of our young players are going to get better. The point is you supplement. You do both. Remember when we had him on and I said, can you do both? Well, yeah, we could do both. You haven't done both.
Well, and if you were listening to that audio, it's the same thing. Like, he clearly doesn't want to block any of those players.
Can't block Jace Young, who is famously not a major leaguer.
That's young Jace.
Hey, so I looked it up. Last year, they signed Torres on December 27th.
Yeah.
So what if a move is like that is coming? That type of bat is added to this lineup.
When did they sign him?
It was December 27th.
We're going to get a Christmas present?
It got lost in the shuffle last year because McClellan, or what's his face, Lalone got fired.
Yeah.
The day before that.
Yeah.
What if that's the type of bat? I'm not saying exactly, but an efficient,
where are they going to play him?
Third base.
Who's that guy at third base?
Maybe this is bigger than Torres, but Suarez. What if he's letting the free agent market kind of settle here? There's still quite a few names that need to find a home.
Oh, there's still plenty of names that need to find a home.
But everything you're getting from him in his track record and what he says and what insiders have reported is that this is a bargain bin mentality. Band-Aid deals, 1 year, maybe a club option for 2. We're not going to get in. We're not going to get in a bidding war with people. We're going to operate this like we're not in contention for a World Series. Well, then don't be surprised when you don't compete for one next season. And don't be surprised when your paying customers have had enough. You remember how restless they were for one of those playoff games this last year? How do you think those people feel today?
Oh, I know. I get it. I'm just saying a move could still be coming. The same rhetoric was being spewed this time last year after the winter meetings and at the winter meetings, And
did they do enough last offseason?
No.
Okay.
But we didn't see the Torres move coming either, and it being a pretty good move.
Why do I feel like you're spinning like this isn't a bad thing?
I'm not saying I'm not spinning anything. I'm simply saying something could still be coming, even though, look, he's not going to tell you what he's going to do. And a move came last year. That's my point. A move came last year after they were saying the same stuff. Maybe I'm being naive here. I believe they'll do something. It may not be up to what I just said in terms of Suarez. He's a perfect 1 year contract for their timeline and not blocking. Do I agree with this, guys? No.
Right.
I'm just saying, trying to see. I would be stunned if they don't add something of some significance. It just might not be marquee.
Some more of the responses. Word salad, no other way to say it. Scott Harris sucks. Scott can't get up to the podium and say nothing, but after those comments, I actually would have preferred if he had literally just said nothing. It would match the effort. They've done nothing. That's from Tom. Scott Harris talks to the media and the fans in a condescending tone. He acts like we're a bunch of idiots and don't see through the fact that this team will not be improved over last year. It's all about ticket sales and young guys coming up, and they won't say it. Jeff in a car.
Well, okay, so we know if you win, this city is going to get behind you.
Of course.
Ticket sales will be there. But if the fan base gets tired after going into a third season where you're not blocking young guys, you're hoping for player development, and there's going to be some hot streaks, there's some cold streaks. Like, when does the frustration set in? And even if you do hit a hot streak, fans are going to be really reserved.
Yeah, because of what happened last season and because you haven't done enough to give them reason to believe you're going to go further. Let's get to Kyle and Howell. Kyle, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I think, I listened to the Scott Harris press conference for a little bit last night, and I'm like, I feel like you walk out of there having more questions than when he started. It's like he'd be a perfect politician. He just talks and talks and talks and says nothing. I think behind closed doors, management, they want to make the team better. I think we'll see a move. I mean, I would be really upset. And you guys all know what it is. You either need to trade Skubal or you need to get something big around him. And it's just sad. I really hope that they do make a move, and I think management does. But Scott Harris is just, I don't think anybody likes him. I think he's the type of guy that only a mother could love.
That's well said. Kyle, let me ask you this, because you used you used two words there. You started off with, I believe they'll make a move, and then you finished with, I hope they make a move. Are you more hopeful, or do you actually believe that they will?
Yeah, John, I guess I'm more hopeful because, last year we had Torres. We signed him, I think he said just after Christmas. So, yeah, I guess I'm hopeful. I guess I shouldn't say I believe. I'm hopeful and I want to believe, but do I? That's to be seen, I guess, in the couple upcoming weeks.
Yeah,
Kyle, I appreciate it.
Kyle nailed it there. Like, it needs to be seen. Like, the track record is going to continue to build, and we've seen it with Scott Harris. Like, the first couple of years, we're like, okay, hey, we're excited about the prospects, and we're excited that they're getting better. We're excited that we're seeing them, and there just haven't been moves to get you over the hump.
Only a mother could love. It's a great line. Yeah. So, I look, we've heard a lot of dumb things at press conferences working in media, and fans now get all this stuff blasted out on social media. They can watch hour-long press conferences. I have to think the quote of, just because a lot of the names look the same doesn't mean the team is the same, might go down as one of the dumbest comments I've ever heard in a press conference.
So, at its core, like, he's not wrong.
No, but who are you fooling? Like, who's the shortstop? Who's the second baseman?
Right.
Who's the first baseman? Who's the catcher? It's the same bleeping team.
But and you mentioned it earlier. Like, every single team is going to give, if they're worth their salt in terms of player development, they're going to get a list of things to every single player to say, hey, we need you to improve on these things. But when you've been in the major leagues for 2, 3, 4 years, they're just marginally improving.
Like, every team that brings back the same players could say what Scott Harris just said. Yeah, I know it's the same roster, but we're going to get more out of them.
Brad Holmes could say the same from last year.
Sure.
Hey.
Although he can't. They lost Ragnow and they lost Zeitler, and he couldn't. But
the names aren't the same.
Now, I would say that, it's the same names, but Matt Vierling's going to probably add more to the team next year.
You're just trying to needle us. I'm not going to fall for that.
Oh, you've grown up. You've matured.
Let's not go that far.
I'm just if Vierling's on the roster, don't you think he adds more to the team than he did last year? You're shaking your head. That people can't hear that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They're going to be much improved.
I can. Don't you hear that bouncing around?
Rattling?
Yeah.
Yes, Tom, they're going to be much improved. That's the takeaway, because they're going to develop them all.
And it's
Like
okay.
I'm not ruling out like that shouldn't be lost in the shuffle here. Colt Keith can get better, and Austin Meadows, not Austin
No,
Meadows,
the Parker,
Meadows, Austin can't. Parker could get better. These things can happen, but we're talking about a sizable oomph, and those things could happen with Bo Bichette in the lineup. Those things could happen with Alex Bregman in the lineup. And doesn't that give you a better chance to win the World Series? I don't know how you'd argue otherwise. But if you think about it the way Scott does, and it's just about getting in and then you spin the roulette wheel, why try harder? All you got to do is get in and spin the roulette wheel.
Well, and the same thing we've been talking about for a couple of years now. You can do both. You can develop your young players. And, I mean, a name that hopefully at some point this year will be different will be McGonigal. But are you expecting a rookie to come in and be that effective?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'd love if he was, but let's not put all our eggs in the basket of a 20-year-old who's never played Major League Baseball while you're trying to win a World Series, and Tarek Skubal's on the final year of team control. Just because a lot of the names look the same doesn't mean the team is the same. Sure, Scott. All right, we'll give an update on the Michigan coaching search next, 97.1.
Hey, every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot and the NFL week starts tonight, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. To get on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or the last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, it's just a false premise that you can develop or add externally, and they're choosing development over external additions.
Or doing both.
Both is what good teams do and what great teams do. They have some young players that should get better. But you can't bank purely on development because it's not linear. Not everybody gets better. Some guys will take steps backwards. Johnny, he sounds similar names. It's the same names. It's the same team. You can't, well, the names may be similar, but it's not the same team. How dumb do you think we are? This would be like your mom serving dinner one night and then giving you leftovers the next night and going, yeah, it's similar, but it's different. No, it's still lasagna.
Yeah, well, I mean, be careful which ones you use because lasagna can be better, much better the next day.
Yeah, but it's not going to turn into filet mignon. Like, it is what it is. This is the roster that's fallen in Game 5 of the ALDS back-to-back years. It's still lasagna. And I kind of like lasagna, but is it the greatest dinner of all time?
No.
Is there room for improvement? They tell you no.
I don't know. My wife's lasagna is pretty damn
All right,
good.
John.
Well, the other thing, too, is it homemade or is it like the Stouffer stuff?
It's got to be homemade.
Well, this is homegrown, so.
Well, yeah.
Fresh
But I mean, okay,
tomatoes
I'm not going to
and
get off track.
Scott
but,
Harris is slicing up the garlic like
The
Goodfellas.
herbs are-
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's exhausting. It's
Yeah.
exhausting, and it's exhausting because you're looking at a schedule of 162. And how did when we heard AJ talk, was that not very similar to Dan Campbell after the NFC Championship game, where Dan says it's really hard to get here? That's the same thing AJ just said.
I totally agree with you. And I actually think that the Lions are doing the same thing that the Tigers are, but that the Lions don't get the criticism that the Tigers do because, A, Brad Holmes is just a more likable, I think, public speaker.
Yeah.
I think he comes across more friendly. And guess what? In the NFL, you get to see your prospects develop way, way quicker.
It's very fast. Yeah, and if you criticize the Lions, the quarterback comes at you. If you criticize the Tigers, nobody's coming at you. So that might be part of it, too.
Oh, there he goes.
248-539-9797. Anyway, quick update on the Michigan coaching search. We don't have a lot of answers. I feel like I have more questions than answers, so I don't want to pretend that we have like this definitive, here's who Michigan's zeroing in on. But I did see a headline that certainly is worth passing along. So, On3 reporter Chris Lowe has said the Wolverines have not ceased efforts to hire Alabama Crimson Tide head coach Kalen DeBoer. He emphasized that Ann Arbor officials view DeBoer as their premier option despite his recent comments. Quote, I don't think Michigan has given up. I think he remains their top guy, and I think Michigan is prepared to sort of sit there the rest of this week and see what happens. So a few things pop into my head. One, is he worth stalling the process for if Alabama wins this week? It's a lot easier. If Bama loses, you go, I need a decision, yes or no, we move on. If Bama wins this week, they don't play again until New Year's Eve. While the portal won't be open yet, let's not be naive and pretend that deals aren't going to start to get cut or that guys aren't going to start exploring their options. Is DeBoer so much better, head and shoulders better than every candidate, that you would wait even if Alabama wins this week? I think that's question number one. My second question is, what is the timeline here? Does Michigan have a hard and fast timeline to try to avoid mass casualties in the portal? You know, I mean, minimize the damage.
I mean, I think that's your timeline. And if they go that route with DeBoer, then it's, hey, January 1st, it's going to be speed dating.
Yeah, you're putting out fires and you're trying to get to know everybody in a hurry. And
it's how many of those meetings. Here's the issue. Michigan's going to get back after they play New Year's Eve as well.
Yeah.
They're going to get back. What are those players doing the next day? Maybe they stick around.
maybe they leave.
Maybe they don't.
Now you got to chase guys down.
Yeah, and so that's where it becomes very challenging because the timeline is, and I know everybody, a lot of coaches, a lot of fans have even said, hey, the portal needs to be in the spring. I think we all agree with that, but that's not what we're dealing with this year.
Yeah, so it's cleaner if Alabama loses because then Michigan can put their final and best offer. He's already getting paid $87 million on his deal with the Crimson Tide. So if they throw, hey, $100 million bucks, yes or no, and he says no, you can move on Saturday morning. If they win and he keeps you at arm's length, is he so good that you would bypass all other options And if he's not, now we get into the layers of this conversation. Who are those other options? So Kenny Dillingham has come up. I wonder, is he leveraging Michigan because he's a lifer at ASU and is trying to get more resources? Or would he actually take the Michigan job? Jedd Fisch, there were reports that he was a candidate and now is not a candidate. Who is the plan B for Michigan if DeBoer doesn't accept the job or keeps winning and they have to move on? Like, that's why I say I'm more curious. I don't feel like we have a lot of answers at this point.
So you mentioned the potential of a max exodus from Michigan.
Yeah.
So the good thing about Kalen DeBoer is he is also a college football coach and can bring his current college players with him to Michigan. I actually had a talk with my friend. This is why you can't hire Jesse Minter as the Michigan coach. Not because he's got the ties to the Harbaugh era, but because he's coaching in the pros. And he can't bring his players with him. You can't get Derwin James in the transfer portal.
Right.
Yeah,
I think that's an advantage for Michigan, that there is a possibility that Michigan can get Kalen DeBoer's Alabama players. Maybe Keon Sapp comes back to Ann Arbor.
Greg, let me ask you, what do you think of DeBoer? Is he such a commodity that you would wait even if Alabama wins on Friday night?
I feel like I would. I like him as a coach that has won at every level that he's been at. And that he is, look, he's done an admirable job filling in for Nick Saban. The program hasn't gone to complete trash.
Yeah, it was always going to be a problem whoever had to replace Saban.
Correct. So I do view DeBoer that way. It might not turn out to be that way, but just sitting in this linear space of time that we are sitting in, that's how I do view him. And I would wait. And because of the transfer portal can work both ways in Michigan's favor.
Yeah. We got a text that says, why would DeBoer take the Michigan job? It's a demotion. There's no scandals around Bama. The SEC is arguably a better conference. The hard part for DeBoer is he had to follow in Saban's footsteps, but he's already gotten a couple years into it. I mean, I'll answer the question, why would he take the Michigan job? Well, one would be money, but if Bama was willing to match, the second would be a clean slate. If you feel like the natives are restless and you're one loss away from being fired, would you rather get paid more money, go back to the Midwest where you have some familial roots, and have access to the same caliber of players? I think that would be what he has to weigh as Michigan gets deeper into this process. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is sponsored by Gardner White. Well, the NFL's reputation as the no fun league might grow after what happened during Sunday's Lions game against the Rams. We all saw it early in the game. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Jameson Williams, they added a twist to their first down celebration. All three of them pretended to pick their nose and then fling a booger down the field, right? And even though it was a playful gesture, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't anything derogatory. Game officials had a problem with it and warned them to stop. Apparently, officials told the Lions they would get a penalty if players continued the celebration during the game.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know.
What's
it's
wrong
not
with
No fun.
It's not a, they're not making a gesture
No.
towards their opponent. They're not doing the old, throat slash and
No, not showing anybody up.
They're pretending to pick their nose and fling a booger. It's childish. It's silly. It's fun.
Silly's the right word.
Right? Like it doesn't mean anything. Speaking of Amon-Ra St. Brown, he stepped away from Ford Field and into the kitchen on Tuesday to compete in the first of its kind pizza making challenge at Little Caesars World Headquarters. So St. Brown had to put his culinary skills to the test alongside the CEO of Little Caesars and a 12-year-old Detroit prep student, Dean Cole, in a 2-minute pizza making showdown. The event focused on pizza pride in the community. Yeah. There was challenges that tested speed, skill, taste. And for St. Brown, he said that the competition looked a lot easier than it really was.
I've never made a pizza in my life. That was my first time ever making a pizza. There's a clock involved, so I'm trying to be the person next to me competing. But why is the food still trying to be precise and accurate? So it's the same on the food.
And then for Dean, who is a 7th grader who actually won the pizza making competition, he said the experience was quite memorable.
It was exciting because it's the first time I've actually met a celebrity athlete. It was just really fun spending time making pizza with him. What I learned was to have perseverance with everything
So the fun thing about that for both of them is, and I didn't see it, but I'm guarantee you, Amon-Ra St. Brown is having fun with it. It is competition. He's a guy that likes to talk a little bit. I'm sure he's talking a little bit of trash. The kid is then getting comfortable talking trash back to a pro athlete. Like that's where, and then when that happens, like when you see the smile on a 7th grader's face, like that's where it's really fun.
And he learned a whole lot from a pizza making challenge. So
Yeah.
really
always
cool.
try your best. Very fun. A search is ongoing for a Michigan woman who disappeared from the Detroit area last week, along with her 2 dogs. So according to Hamtramck police, 44-year-old Linda Ward was last seen right around 8:50 p.m. on Thursday, December 11th. She was leaving the bar, Whiskey in a Jar. When she couldn't be contacted by friends or family, she was reported missing on Sunday. Police say they don't suspect foul play or anything suspicious, but of course, her family is concerned about her well-being. So the hunt is on. She was last seen wearing a cream color knit coat and a multicolored scarf. She drives a silver 2019 Ford Escape. So if you see her or her dogs, call the Hamtramck police.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next is Dear John, the questions that people need advice. Splitting a bill, divorced Christmas, my best friend's wife, and New Year's resolution. It's 97.1.
Hey, I've got your tailgating must-have this season. Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. They're absolutely delicious and available in convenient variety 8-packs. So each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and my favorite part, 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so you can tailgate like a champ all day long. Look for the can with the sunset stripes and ask for it at your local bars and stores. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Splitting the bill, divorced Christmas, best friend's wife, and New Year's resolution. We get advice from John Jansen. You can send him in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. Splitting the bill. Dear John, I've got some friends from college flying in for the holidays, and we always go out to dinner to catch up and celebrate. There's a problem, though. There's one couple that always insists we split the bill evenly across the board. We're all working professionals, so the difference isn't astronomical, but it bothers me when they order weird appetizers that only they eat or more expensive cuts of meat. I can afford it, but it's the principle that bothers me. If I order a $25 entree and a beer, I shouldn't have to pay $75 for dinner. It's only one time a year. Should I say something?
I probably wouldn't. If it bothers you that much, then just when you sit down, ask for separate checks. And then you don't have to address it with the individual. They'll get the point, and it makes it all easier. You're really, I get the fact that it annoys you, and you don't want to pay for their appetizers if you're not going to eat them. You don't want to pay for their high-end cut of meat if you're not doing it. It's the holidays. Write it off as, hey, this is your Christmas present or holiday present, whatever you want to say. So yeah, I probably wouldn't at that point, because if they're that close, it's the only time you see them. Like I don't want to not see my friends. I think it's a smaller price to pay.
Yeah, I agree with you. This happens to me a lot because I don't eat meat. So usually my meal is significantly less expensive.
Especially if you're ordering off the kids' menu.
I don't order off the kids' menu, John. But usually my meal is less expensive than anybody else I'm eating with. And we've done this with friends where we just, everyone throws in and it's like, we know my meal didn't cost that much. But if you're only seeing them one time a year, don't say anything. It is what it is. I get that it might bother you. Just
swallow your pride.
Yeah, just put your card in. It's going to be okay.
Yeah. Especially if you can afford it.
Yeah. Number 2, divorced Christmas. Dear John, last spring, my now ex-wife and I got divorced. It wasn't too messy. Nobody cheated or anything like that. And we're friendly. Our kids are both under 10, so Christmas is still very magical. That's what we're fighting over now. We both want Christmas Eve night into the morning. How do we decide, and what's a fair trade-off?
Well, I mean, you're going to have to alternate. This year on Christmas Eve, they're with us. Next year on Christmas Eve, they're with you. And I mean, if they're on the odd years where they're not with you, sure, it sucks. But you want to make sure it's as seamless for the kids. And it's really hard for adults to take their emotions out of it. Yeah, we want the pictures, we want the moments, we want to see all those smiling faces in the morning, but you want to make sure that it is the best situation for the parents. And if it was, at least in the divorce, as amicable as possible, I would think that you'd be able to work this out.
Heather?
Yeah, it's interesting. My parents are divorced, but I was much older when they got divorced. If it was a decent divorce, right, where there is nothing messy, is it possible that you could go over to your ex-wife's house on Christmas morning? Like, my parents we always do Christmas together every single year. They're no longer obviously married, but since the divorce, every Christmas we're together. Is it possible to do that? Like, why not just come over in the morning so that you can do Christmas morning together? You can put on a happy face with your ex-wife and just make it all about the kids. And then you go home and you can alternate who gets Christmas Eve.
Sure. In a perfect world, that would be great.
Yeah. I know it's not going to happen for everyone, but it sounds like this says it wasn't too messy. There wasn't any big scandals or anything.
Right, but it also sounds like this is the first Christmas. So, work it out. And if you can't do Heather's solution, then nobody wants to give up the first one.
I know.
Right? But it's the focus needs to be on the kids.
These were the two options: alternate or find a way to do it together every single year. The best is if you can do it together every single year. But I wonder if it gets more complicated as people remarry or get another relationship.
It does. It's quite interesting because it's like, well, this is my mom, this is my dad, this is their new wife, this is this is but we are always all together in one house. Okay. And it works for us.
Best friend's wife. Disclaimer, names are changed. That's a doozy. Dear John, I've known my best friend Ryan since high school. We both went to Western together. That's where he met his wife, Sarah. Typical girl next door, church on Sundays, very wholesome. You get the picture. Recently, I was browsing the internet and saw Sarah's OnlyFans account. I'll spare you the details, but I can't unsee what I saw. I know people can make good money there. Don't want to judge, but I never expected this from her. Do I tell Ryan? Do I keep my mouth shut? And am I a bad person if I subscribe?
Yes, do not subscribe. Do not. What are you doing on there anyway? Wow. Do I tell my buddy?
He probably knows, right? Where's all this extra income coming from, sweetie? Oh, you know.
Picked up an extra shift.
Side gig. He knows.
Okay, then it raises another issue. Like, if he knows, why are you okay with other dudes eyeing your girlfriend or wife?
Wife.
Yeah, I'd be very uncomfortable with that.
No. And I mean, if it's simply, hey, money pays the bills, I get that, but wow.
But man, there's some stuff that's not worth the money.
But then imagine that conversation, your buddy, hey Ryan, I was on OnlyFans and I saw your wife. Like, don't bring it up. That'd be an awkward conversation.
Yeah, I don't think I would bring
it
it up either. I think I would just, but then, okay, hey, you're out to dinner and all of a sudden she walks in and you're carrying this little secret, looking at her going, I can't unsee, like he said. Mm-hmm. I don't think I'd bring it up. I don't think I could.
I would not bring this up.
Yikes.
And don't subscribe.
That's weird.
No. Yeah, that's...
Could you imagine? I don't know how it works. Would she know that he subscribed?
I have no idea.
I don't.
Could you imagine how weird that'd be? For everybody.
For everybody.
So
they probably have like
friend subscribe.
Do you go by your actual name or do you create like a username?
Oh, for
like
the,
when
for
you
the dude?
subscribe? Yeah, are you John Jansen or do you come up with like?
Come up with what? Go ahead.
I don't know.
Like at Bacon Man or something. Like, what do you do? Like, do you come up with a fake name? Like a handle?
I appreciate the name. I think that's perfect. Yeah.
Bacon Man.
Bacon Man.
Bacon Man.
Yeah.
All right, last one. New Year's resolution. Dear John, this year I want to put myself out there more and start dating more. I've only had one serious girlfriend, and that was in high school. I just graduated college, and I'm not having any luck with the women I find attractive. Any tips?
Oh, wow. Dating tips? I'm kind of at a loss for this one. Didn't think I'd end the year this way. It's been a while since I've been in the game. I would say just be you and continue to put yourself out there in all the situations that you have been. And if it's, hey, Friday nights at the pub, or it's, there's just a lot of different ways that you can meet people, but the best way to I is just to be you, and eventually it will work. Like, and it may take longer, and I know it can be frustrating, but just be patient, have faith that it's going to happen, and enjoy your life.
Sounds like you might have to lower his standards. Getting turned down left and right.
No, I would say don't lower your standards.
No, I think the actual answer is you have to take care of yourself, whether that's you want to lose a little weight or dress a little nicer, be a little more confident. Whatever you have to do to be more confident in yourself, that's going to allow you to be your most successful self in the dating world.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah,
I've been into more
went
recently.
Through that.
Yeah, I lost a bunch of weight and tried to take better care of myself, get a little more confident. That's the best advice I can give.
You got anything to add for this dude?
I mean, I haven't been on the dating scene in a long time either, John. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Maybe do go put yourself in a different situation. Like maybe
try
you're going.
New things.
Yeah,
Social
go try
circle,
new
yeah.
things. Don't be scared to do something that's outside of your comfort zone because you might meet a woman there as well. So
you stumble into a group of people that you never otherwise would have had a chance to meet.
Yeah.
All right, that's Dear John. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all our favorite sports is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You could chill in one of their 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. And you could be poolside, you could be doing laps, you could be in a cabana. Got a great view no matter where you are. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Good morning, 97.1, 8 o'clock hour. You got someone taking shots and mocking our Pistons?
Yeah.
Well, come to the defense of this team that deserves more respect. We'll do that at 8:18. Ross Tucker, top of the hour, helps us preview the upcoming NFL weekend and what the Lions need to be looking for down the stretch here. John, we've got reaction to Dear John.
Okay.
And we'll go through this. The first one was about the friends who meet once a year around the holidays, splitting the check, and the one guy ends up getting charged way more. Text says, it's easy to just do separate checks. I always announce it as soon as the first drink order is taken. That way there's no awkwardness at the end of the meal. The server doesn't have to go back and figure out who's who.
Yeah, and you just make sure, like, okay, when the server comes and they start taking drinks and they get to you, it's not a whisper to the server. It's just kind of announce it to the table. Hey, can you put mine on it, or mine and my wife's on a separate check?
Yeah, rather than split check, separate checks is what I do anytime I go out with friends.
Yeah.
That's the norm.
Yeah, split check.
But
I
it
don't
has
think
happened.
I don't think I ever have. I don't doubt that it happens. But I normally would just pay for mine or my wife's, and they'd pay for theirs and their spouse.
Maybe it depends on how many people are going to dinner.
Yeah, how big is the group?
How big is the
it,
party? Is there a ton of people?
12 people?
Right.
Yeah, like just split it with.
We'll figure it out later, Venmo and whatever. But
or just
split it and be
Yeah.
done. Yeah. Again, these guys are meeting once a year. If they were doing this every week and you were ordering a burger and they're ordering a steak and they're getting 2 apps and you're drinking water, yeah, eventually you're going to go, dude, this has cost me hundreds of dollars, thousands if it's all year.
I mean, and quite honestly, it is more on the people that are ordering the apps. And that's more where I would say, hey, make sure to put all of those on my bill, just because I generally eat more than other people.
Right. What's an app that would be polarizing? Like calamari?
No,
I don't think
any
that's
type
polarizing.
of
No, I think that's
what's the dip that they like put the
spinach artichoke?
Artichoke dip. Yeah. Oh, terrible.
What?
Artichoke. Ugh.
That's such like a common dip. No, that's not.
Oh no, artichoke dip. No, I cannot. I can't even dip the chip around the artichoke.
It repulses you that
Oh
much.
my gosh.
Oh yeah.
I think this is one of your worst food takes. I think you're in a very small minority.
Very well could be. That's okay. And if it's a take for one, it doesn't matter. That's my preference.
Well, maybe the answer to is you got to order, if you're ordering apps for the table, stuff that everyone's going to pick at. Order the popular stuff, right?
If you're going to dinner and you're paying, order what you want. But
that's your entree.
Yeah, but understand that even the appetizer. Order what you want, and if somebody wants to share in it, that's great. If not, hey, I'm paying anyway.
All right, this next one about Christmas Day. What do you do first year after a divorce? My ex-wife and I are best friends. We let our kids choose whose house to do Christmas each year. Everyone stays the night at the other person's house, or we wait until one of us gets to the house the next morning. I don't understand why this is so difficult for adults to do. Adults make things deeper than they have to be.
Well, there's a lot of emotions involved. And not everyone ends up being best friends with their ex.
Right. This one says you can never do Christmas together if you have a significant other. Never.
Well, I think
You have to be
you can't
mature.
say no. Well, that's not necessarily it either. But it takes time, and that's a much more unique situation, I think.
I don't get it.
You're not together anymore. Someone else is with them. I know that could be tough to process.
Well, that's what's
but
going to happen when you get divorced.
Yeah, of
unfortunately.
course they're going to find someone else. It doesn't
I'm
mean
guessing they already wanted to if they were getting
Yeah.
divorced in the first place.
right. Yeah, I don't think it's a harsh. You can never go if your wife remarries or if the husband remarries.
No, I'm
It's
not
about
saying
the
it's,
kids.
it's. Yeah, it is about the kids.
Okay, the OnlyFans.
No boy.
You don't accidentally stumble upon an OnlyFans account. Come on, LMAO. I Googled it. Apparently, fan creators have access to who subscribes, so she would know if
Yeah,
you do.
don't subscribe.
But do you use your real name?
Bacon Man, ha ha ha.
Sizzling.
Says you have to subscribe. It's basically charity. You're doing your
You're
buddy a
supporting your
solid.
best
It's
friends.
His wife's business. She was running a
no.
cupcake shop. You'd go and buy some cupcakes.
Yeah, she's selling something different.
Cookies are right there. You just go and make a purchase.
Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah.
248-539-9797. So ridiculous. This guy says it was so uncomfortable hearing everyone talk about OnlyFans. I felt uncomfortable just listening. Derek in a car.
Yes, it was. Awkward. How
about this? I'd be getting drunk with the rest of our friend group and letting them know that for $8.99 they can see Ryan's wife. Oh, don't do that.
Save the link and forward it to all your other buddies.
Hey, if you want to help out our friend around the holidays.
Hey, we're all talking about helping out our friend. Here's how you can help them best. Help the family business.
Best advice for that guy looking to get out there more, subscribe to Sarah's OnlyFans.
Yeah. Or play hockey up north.
Oh, God. So there you go. That's our last year, John, for the year. But send them in. We got a couple weeks to stack some good stuff. If you have some holiday drama, we could start the new year with some good stories.
You know that's going to happen, too.
I think Jim just added the detail about them going to Western for some Western trash talk there.
Right. No, they just didn't want their names mentioned. And I understand why when you have a story like that. Dear John Jansen at gmail.com to send those in. Oh, we have a couple more. Are we really surprised John doesn't eat his vegetables?
Yeah, I mean, that should shock no one. It's a complete waste of space.
Raw oysters would be the polarizing appetizer to go with. Spinach artichoke is universally loved, except by John, apparently.
Yeah. I like oysters, though. Oyster shooters.
Mm-hmm.
Little pepper vodka.
About Rocky Mountain oysters.
No, thank you. You would have to go there.
I would.
Yeah.
All right. Ross Tucker's going to join us to start the next hour. We're going to talk to him a lot about not just the Lions, but the race.
NFC North. The Lions have been kings of the North for a couple of years and not in an advantageous position, but I think we will talk about that race with him in regards to who is going to be easiest to catch.
Well, right, because the Bears are playing the Packers. It's Saturday night, by the way. The NFL's starting to play Saturday games starting this weekend. So Saturday night, opposite Oregon and James Madison, could be a snoozer. You got Packers and Bears going toe-to-toe Saturday night. Mm-hmm. And the spread, and we'll pick it this week, it's 1.5.
Yeah.
Nail-biter.
A lot of storylines. Micah Parsons not there. Is Odunze back for Chicago?
Dude, I don't know, because he was supposed to be back last week, and then he re-injured warming up.
So, I mean,
could be another game-time decision.
It could be. And so there's a lot of things going on with both of those organizations, and obviously the matchup that the Lions have with Aaron coming to town.
We mentioned with Stafford last week how that storyline's kind of done. Is the Rodgers storyline kind of done? Hope so. Don't need to see this guy in our nightmares anymore.
I know, there's always a disdain. There's always a disdain, and so and there's a lot of painful memories. So I don't necessarily know that you're looking at him as the threat that he was, but you want to beat him because of all those other moments. And the fact that you need to win to get in the playoffs.
You tell me, is this an advantage? So a lot's been made about Sean McVay running 13 personnel, the extra tight ends. Steelers do it, I believe, more. Having seen a team similar, and this team's much less explosive, does that help week to week, you think?
Well, yeah, especially when one of your tight ends is as big as your left tackle.
Washington?
What's his Washington. Name? The coming out of Georgia. Like, I mean, he's, 6'7", 320?
Yeah, and they'll throw him the ball, Freiermuth. They'll use tackles as a third tight end.
And I love it that he's listed at 260. We can all turn the TV on and look. That's not 260.
No chance. All right, Ross Tucker's going to join us to kick off the next hour. We'll have the Thursday touchdown. We'll talk Scott Harris audio, that and more. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Red Wings dropped their second game of a back-to-back last night in a 4-1 loss to the Utah Mammoth. The only goal scorer for the Wings was Emmett Finney. Tigers president of baseball operations Scott Harris spoke to reporters yesterday after the team made some moves this offseason. One of the moves the team made was signing veteran relief pitcher Kenley Jansen. Here's what Harris had to say about the veteran. Bruce Feldman of The Athletic revealed new details in the Sharon Moore case yesterday, illuminating a more clear timeline of events the week of Moore's arrest. Feldman says the staffer ended her relationship with Moore on Monday, and the coach proceeded to call and text her dozens of times over the next few days. She then told Michigan about the relationship on Wednesday, triggering Moore's termination. Forbes just released its list of the 50 most valuable sports franchises in the world. To no surprise, the Dallas Cowboys topped the entire list with a valuation of $13 billion. The only Detroit team to crack the list was the Lions, who came in at 48th out of 50 with a value of $5.4 billion. They are last among the NFC North and rank 30th in the NFL. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. It's Thursday. It's time to check in with Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider. Check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Ross, good to hear from you. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Great to talk with you guys always.
Let's start with this NFC wildcard race. Who are the Lions most likely to catch as they sit on the outside looking in?
Whoever doesn't win the NFC North, I guess, is the answer. So probably the loser of Saturday night's game between the Bears and the Packers, which I don't know. I mean, we'll see. It's interesting that the Packers are still favored even without Micah Parsons. That certainly helps the Lions out a little bit, but I don't think they're going to catch these NFC West teams. I'm very impressed with how those teams have been playing. You know, I know they have to play against each other a little bit, so I haven't sat there like MacGyver and studied all their schedules. But I would think that the Lions' best chance is the loser of Saturday night's Packers-Bears game. Maybe in particular if it's the Bears, because the Lions beat them already once, right?
Yep, and they'll play Week 18, so it would set that up.
And they still get to play them again. That was the thing I was going to say. Yeah.
All right, so having said all that, I know that you make a lot of picks on your podcast. Who ends up winning and on Saturday or Sunday this weekend?
Yeah, Saturday nights.
Saturday
Packers
night,
and Bears, yeah.
Yeah, Bears-Packers is Saturday night. I think the Bears are going to win. I really do. I mean, I think the Bears are pretty good. Even, that game was just 2 weeks ago, and it was up in Green Bay, and, they had Micah Parsons, they had all this stuff, and Jordan Love threw a bunch of deep touchdowns, and even so, Caleb Williams and the Bears had the ball, inside the 20 at the end to tie it. That he made a bad throw and it got picked off by Keyshawn Nixon, but the Bears were right there. So I'm a little surprised that now here they are playing at home, and the Packers don't have by far their best defensive player, which I think changes it a lot. And interestingly, I don't know if it's I don't know what's happened, but I think it's swung now where the Bears are actually favored by 1.5 when earlier it was the Packers that were favored by 1.5. That makes sense to me. I think the Bears have an excellent chance to win that game.
So we're all trying to figure out if the Bears are for real, or is this a last place schedule that they're playing? And, we've seen, against the Bengals, right? It's a last second play to Colston Loveland. They win. It's been a lot of last second things. Defensively, they've been able to force turnovers. So no matter what happens this weekend, they still have to go out to the West Coast the following weekend to play against the San Francisco 49ers. Tell me about that matchup.
Well, I was not believing in the Bears for most of the year. Kind of to your point, John, I just kept saying, all right, they're getting more than their fair share of turnovers. That's not really a predictive statistic. That's just a reactive statistic, and a lot of times that is just good fortune. And then somehow Caleb Williams, credit to him, was making the plays late in these games to win them. that kind of, I would say when they were 8-3, maybe right before they played Philadelphia, I started to say, okay, it's too large of a sample size. This is just who they are. You know, they're going to get turnovers and they're going to make clutch plays. Then they really took the Eagles to the woodshed. I mean, that's the only team in 2 years where, and you guys have seen this, where I felt like Ben Johnson really, really had Vic Fangio, the Eagles defensive coordinator, in a blender. I mean, guys were wide open. Holes were huge. You know, some of the motion he did, the backside runs. So that's when I really thought, wow, this coach, this Ben Johnson, he's that slick. He's that good. So I'm a believer in the Bears, but they could very easily lose these next 3 games, and I think they recognize that. You know, not only the Packers, and then you referenced the Niners. I'll be in the Westwood One booth Monday night for the Niners and the Colts. That's one thing that does help the Bears. You know, the Bears are going to have an extra day for that Niners matchup, whereas it's a short week for the Niners. So that's, you know, these people that really dive into the schedule, that would be a +2 rest disparity or rest advantage for the Bears in that game against San Francisco. I think reasonable minds can disagree how much that means, but I would think late in the year, you know, a difference in 2 days. Bears have a home game Saturday night. Niners have an away game in the Eastern time zone. That's a pretty big difference from a preparation standpoint, and even, you know, getting guys' bodies recovered for that big matchup.
Talking to Ross Tucker, Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. We're asking you a lot about everybody else, but at the end of the day, the Lions have to win these football games. What did you make of their performance against the Rams and the outlook now playing the Steelers?
Well, first of all, that game was awesome. I mean, I called Jets and the Jaguars for CBS. Then I'm in the airport watching, and that was so fun to watch the Rams and Lions go back and forth like that. Amon-Ra St. Brown in the first half, and then Goff to Jameson Williams. It's just unfortunate what's happened to the Lions defense from an injury standpoint. Again.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, let me just tell you, things are not good if you have guys playing safety that I've never heard. Okay, like this is all I do for a living. I have the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. I have the Even Money Betting Podcast. They've got guys out there I'm watching. I'm like, who are these guys at times playing, you know, for the Lions? I don't know who they'll have available this week, but it's a wild situation that they find themselves in, and really kind of a shame because they're playing against some teams that have a pretty good feel for how to attack certain positions. I will say I am floored that the Lions are 7-point favorites. I think the Lions should be favored over the Steelers, but the Steelers are coming off their 2 best games of the year offensively. For them to be 7-point underdogs really surprised me.
We saw DK Metcalf finally, you know, make some plays and kind of be the guy that we thought he would be coming out of Seattle. Is this just simply they're getting on the same page? And how much juice does Aaron Rodgers still have?
More than I thought. I mean, he still throws a beautiful ball the last couple games. I don't know why all of a sudden they've decided to take some deep shots. They had been so condensed. Everything was checked, you know, underneath and getting the ball out quick. Like Rodgers didn't want to get hurt. Now all of a sudden they're attacking people down the field a little bit who aren't really expecting it, and they're having some success with it. They're taking some shots, and then that opens up all the stuff underneath for all the checkdowns to Kenny Gainwell, who's been doing a really nice job. You know, for them to score whatever it was, 27 points in these back-to-back huge games, really bodes well for the Steelers, who have an excellent chance to win that division.
Talking with Ross Tucker, getting set for this weekend. From the standpoint of tonight, we get things started in the NFL tonight. Rams and Seahawks, that game's got huge implications. How do you think it goes?
Well, and the favorite has flipped in this one, too. It's so funny because Tuesday is when we record the first part of the Even Money Betting Podcast, and then we redo it Thursday with the line moves. I'm just looking at some of these. We didn't record it yet. I didn't realize how many of these lines moved in the 2 days. This makes a little bit more sense to me because, A, it's in Seattle, and B, no Devontae Adams is a big deal. I know he's doubtful, but he's not playing. And that feels like a big deal, although the Rams play 13 personnel more than any team in the league. That's 3 tight ends. So they really only need the one receiver, Puka Nacua, out there anyway for some of these games and some of these plays. You know, how I guess I still look at it, right or wrong, whether the point spread's 1.5 one way or the other way, they're telling us it's going to be a close game. I think Seattle's really good. I'm not taking Sam Darnold and Mike McDonald over Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay in a close game. I'm just not doing it. So I'll be taking the Rams, even without Devontae Adams. McVay has figured it out. Now, I don't know. Their plane broke down or something last night, so they got there late, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I mean, they'll be out there at 8 o'clock tonight, and I'm going to take the Rams because I think it's a close game late, and I've got a lot more faith in Matthew in those situations than I do Sam Darnold.
We got a lot of respect for the Rams. We saw up close and personal how good that football team is. Ross, I know we're going to have you on the next couple Fridays with the holidays, so we'll talk to you next Friday, all right?
Sounds great. Thank you, guys.
And Merry Christmas, bud.
Likewise.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, he didn't want to say Merry Christmas to you.
Happy Hanukkah, happy
You're
holidays.
just the other guy.
All right, fair enough. That was Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker, who wished half the show a Merry Christmas. Check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, or don't. It's on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm not bitter or anything. Coming up next, you got people taking pot shots at the Pistons. They've been such a good story, yet apparently they're a good little basketball team. We'll get to that coming up next. Scott Harris audio at 8:50. Oh, boy. It's 97.1.
Hey, in the Motor City, winter isn't just a season. It's a challenge. And, hey, the challenge has been kind of easy the last couple of days, but it sounds like it's going to ramp up tomorrow as things drop off and it gets cold. And when snow starts piling up on Woodward or the slush takes over I-75, you don't need a sleigh. You need a Sierra. This is professional-grade capability. The GMC Sierra, built to dominate the job site and upgrade your driveway all at the same time. So whether you're hauling the family tree or towing the toys up north, the Sierra delivers the power, the tech, and the premium luxury that you've certainly earned. But you need to move fast. Right now, the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are holding their holiday event. This is your chance to get behind the wheel of a truck that defines Detroit toughness. Don't let the holidays pass you by. These offers will absolutely end on January the 2nd, so start the new year in professional-grade style. Visit your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers today. We are professional grade.
If you're injured in a car accident, and these roads are slick, if it happens to you, you need someone that cares about you. You need Lawrence KG and KG Law. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents. You get that special attention to detail from someone who cares about you. Lawrence KG is a Detroiter. He's won millions for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. If you, a friend, a loved one, someone you care about, is injured in a car accident, you need KG Law. 877-KG-CARES. KGCares.com. That's KAJY, KGCares.com. John, the Pistons are 21-5, arguably the best team in our city. How would you describe them?
The Pistons?
Yeah.
As a very, other than Oklahoma City, as probably the most aggressive team defense that you're going to see. They love to run up and down the floor. They generate excitement. They play at a fast pace. You just look at what their record says they are. They're 21-5, and they've been able to overcome injuries. They've been able to be consistent throughout the first 26 games of the season.
So you wouldn't call them a good little basketball team?
No, I wouldn't.
Little cutesy, pinch their cheeks, little basketball team. I wouldn't either. But apparently, some would. Evan Roberts, WFAN, talking about his Knicks who just won the NBA Cup, and oh boy, they are feeling themselves. They aren't concerned about Detroit in the least.
I think it's just a guy that hasn't seen a whole lot of Pistons basketball. He's just throwing stuff against the dartboard and saying it's boilerplate what he's saying.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that Detroit team, young, scrappy, but cute little basketball team. You want to talk about who's a bad matchup for the Knicks? Didn't Detroit play them tight in that playoff series? 4 of the 6 games decided by 1 possession. That was a Pistons team without Isaiah Stewart, without Jaden Ivey. That was their first taste of playoff basketball. What have they done since? They look markedly better. Cade looks better late game. Isaiah Stewart is one of the best rim protectors in the NBA right now. And, John, Jalen Duren's the starting center, the 1-2 punch that they have in the paint. This defense is 1, 2, or 3 in every major category. That's a team I wouldn't want to see. You might believe you can beat them because you got to prove it, right? But that wouldn't be a team I would look down on or look past. You can doubt the Pistons at your own peril. This team's going to be a problem for people in the playoffs. They're going to make you fight for everything. And if they're legitimately better, the Knicks are in trouble. And I think they're legitimately better.
Well, and so when he says the Pistons need another lesson, that may very well be the case. I don't think they go from first round exit to NBA Finals contestant.
Yeah.
They might. I don't know. But there may be a lesson in there. I don't think it's going to be taught by the Knicks.
Well, and to take a shot at JB, fine. When Mike Brown is your coach?
Right.
Like glass houses and stuff, guys.
Yeah, that's why I think it was just boilerplate. Like he's throwing stuff against the wall, not having seen when in. Okay, so he probably didn't know much about the Pacers until he saw them play in the playoffs last year against the Knicks. And now he's talking about, their pace of play, the reasons why that they lost and the Pacers were in the finals. I don't think he's seen much of the Pistons. I don't think this is a guy that is going to do a deep dive into things that now all of a sudden he's spouting off about.
Elite defense, star becoming a closer. I'd want no part of the Pistons. But you would say the Pistons are the best team we've got going right now, would you?
From our 4 major sports teams?
If I asked you to you do your power surge, a hierarchy of our 4 teams, how would you do it?
I would put Pistons first and I'd put Wings in the 4th. The real divide will come from 2 to 3, and Lions or Tigers. I guess I would probably say the Lions. I think, and I know we're all upset because we're fighting to get into the playoffs. I think they've just done more. I know injuries are always going to be a factor, so you can't just rely on that. I think they're a much more dangerous team week in, week out than the Tigers were. They've got more firepower.
Wings are the clear 4. Like, even last night, we just started talking about, can you buy into this team? And they give up 4 soft goals and lose to the Utah Mammoth, who are also on a back-to-back. Yeah, the Wings are 4th. Pistons feel good about number 1. I'd put the Tigers 2 and the Lions 3. And I'm not going to die on this hill. The difference to me is the Tigers...
You think Scott Harris has done more? Is that what you're saying?
Don't make me defend Scott Harris. Tigers made the playoffs, won a playoff series. As we sit today, I don't know that the Lions will be in. I've told you I don't think they'll be in. I don't think they would win a playoff game if they get in or go on a run. So... It could change on the day, but I'd have the Tigers ahead of the Lions right now.
It's a 51-49 type of deal.
Yes. Whereas I think the Pistons are going to be in the playoffs and make noise.
So the only argument I would make for the Lions is they offensively, I think they're more dependable than the Tigers are offensively. Defensively, obviously if Scooble's on the mound, that changes the game.
Yeah.
But that's once every 5 days.
Yeah, talk to me if and when they trade Derek Scooble, and maybe you do have to reshuffle this.
Yeah. I don't know. I think there's a better chance that the Lions will make the playoffs and do something than the Tigers will make the playoffs and do something.
Couple quick texts. What a clown. Pistons gave the Knicks everything they could handle last year. We'd sweep them this time around. Pistons are fake. They can't win when it matters. Cute little team is accurate because they don't show up in big games.
Well,
I don't know how we're going to make that comment right now.
It's
what are the first of all, how many big games have they even played in a regular season to begin with that you're somehow saying they?
I mean, if you're talking about at Boston, well, they just won at Boston too, so they've split there.
Look, if you want to say they haven't played a lot of the heavy hitters out west, fine, but that's not the same thing as saying they don't show up in big games.
And they've only played Cleveland. I think maybe Cleveland is the one where you're looking at it going, they didn't win that game. That's one of their 4 losses.
Yeah, by the way, Cleveland hasn't played super well this season.
Right. Boston, they've split. Orlando, they've split. We talked about that Milwaukee one, especially after Giannis went down.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a popcorn fart. But I don't think you could judge them on big game performance yet.
Guys, you can't mention the Knicks series last year without mentioning horrible and biased officiating. And this one says, according to Knicks fans online, the Pistons aren't good and they're waiting for them to play, quote, real good teams. These comments are wrong, but they definitely echo the Knicks fan base.
Okay.
All right, bring it on. I'd love to see these 2 teams meet in the playoffs again. You would too, right?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
So after years of talking about moving out of Soldier Field, the Chicago Bears are now expanding their stadium search to include additional sites across Illinois and even outside of Illinois. So obviously they're going to look at other options around and outside of Chicago, but they might even include Northwest Indiana. This is according to an open letter to fans that was written Wednesday evening by the team president and CEO. So the letter says, quote, our fans deserve a world-class stadium. Our players and coaches deserve a venue that matches the championship standard they strive for every day. With that in mind, our organization must keep every credible pathway open to deliver that future. Now, the governor of Illinois responded by saying that the suggestion of moving outside of the state is a slap in the face.
Yeah, this is posturing. There's no way the Bears aren't going to play in the greater Chicago area.
No, and just think about, like, okay, your fan base is downtown. Yeah, people come from outside of town to go to see the Bears, but I can't see them moving all the way to Northwest Indiana. Like,
that's intentionally put there to be inflammatory.
That takes more of an effort than it would be when the Silverdome was there for Lions fans to go to the Silverdome.
So a live nativity scene in East Point has caused some controversy. Some residents are concerned and have raised questions and concerns of animal cruelty. So on December 3rd, there was a church that used live animals in its nativity scene. And it has upset people because they were exposed to possible harm and freezing temperatures. There's one woman who took a bunch of pictures and videos and posted online and said that there wasn't adequate shelter for the animals, which she says violates a state statute, that there's a law about this, especially when temperatures drop so low. You need to provide. She was talking specifically about the rabbits involved in this nativity scene, that there was no shelter for them to escape from the cold. And the East Point police chief has said that the incident is under investigation. This is a pretty crazy story. There's a woman who was abducted when she was just 3 years old and was found alive and well more than 4 decades after her disappearance.
What?
And she had no knowledge that she had ever been a victim in the first place. So Michelle Newton, that was her given name, was first reported missing on April 2nd, 1983. Her mother allegedly took her from her home in Kentucky, went to Georgia to, I guess, like begin a new... She told her husband, I guess, to begin a new job, prepare for the family, but she just like completely ghosted her husband, just up and left, didn't say anything. And it sounds like the husband tried to search for them, like figure out where they were.
Yeah.
There was some communication between the husband and the wife for like a couple years. And then he said like she completely cut everything off and he could no longer have access to either of them. And the search continued for quite a while, up until about 2000. And then by 2005, this girl was removed from the nationwide missing child database. It was kind of like a closed case. Then in 2016, the case was reopened because a family member requested it. Nothing came of this until this year. There was a new tip from this year. Police rolled up to the mother's house, who also changed her name and went by a different name. She goes by Sharon now. Her name was Deborah. But rolled up to their house, arrested her right there, and then had to go to the daughter's house and politely tell her, "You are not who you think you are." And told her the whole story about how she was basically abducted by her own mother and then given a whole new name and a fake identity. And her father is still alive and they've had a reunion together. But the mom was arraigned on a felony charge of custodial interference.
Wow.
What a story.
You find out your whole life is a lie.
Had the woman remarried?
She did have a partner. It did talk about having like I don't know if they were married or not, but yes, did have a significant other. And when the police rolled up to the house, you can see body cam footage. One of her friends was like joking, like, "Oh, Sharon, looks like they're after you." And then they're like, "Actually, ma'am, we are." It's crazy. It's a wild story.
It's Heather with the news. 8:50, end of the hour. Scott Harris spoke yesterday. We're going to play it. You're not going to like it. We'll get to the Thursday touchdown next.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather. Here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-verizon/.
The Red Tag sales event is on at Moran Chevrolet, the perfect time to elevate your tailgating game with Moran, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You can lease the 2026 Silverado 4x4 LT Crew Cab at starting at $199 a month, zero due at signing. Silverado, built for tailgates, winter roads, hauling it all. Head to MoranExpress.com. Stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Not a good night on the ice.
It was one of those days that wasn't exciting.
Stoney and I were joking. That's a tough game to stay awake for.
Unless you get a good midday nap.
I did not yesterday. I was dragging late in that game.
No, but did you hear him? He didn't end up making the staff Christmas party.
Because he
took a nap and he set his alarm for 5:15
a.m.
and not p.m. And he there he is. Sorry, Stoney.
I slept through it.
Did you talk about it yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it's out. Yeah.
But from a wing standpoint, like too many one and dones, not enough sustained pressure, and I know you're going to go. It's a back-to-back. Well, it was a back-to-back for Utah too, and they had to travel. They were in Boston the night before. You give up 4 goals. They're soft goals. It's not an indictment on the entire season. It's just a reminder. This is a young team. It's an inconsistent team. It's why we were hesitant to say too much about them being in first place. Long way to go. All right, with the Tigers, they had their Kenley Jansen press conference yesterday. Scott Harris spoke with the media, and he had things to say. We want to play some of those clips for you guys and let you come to your own conclusions. Is this acceptable, the mindset from the front office? He talked about, hey, the offense, yeah, it's the same guys, but it's not the same team. Corbin, if we could play the first cut you got. Scottception. Just because a lot of the names look the same doesn't mean it's the same team. Look, press conferences by themselves lead to a lot of gobbledygook. John, that is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. The same team is the same players. They could always get better. Development's always possible, but the Tigers can't act like they invented the concept of development. Every team is going to sell the same thing. Why not, in addition to developing those players, do we see a real investment in the offense? Last year, the season ended the same way the year before, in the same spot with the same issue. They couldn't get clutch knocks in Games 4 and Game 5 in 2024, and they went 15 innings without delivering a knockout blow in Game 5 against the Mariners. So if you're going to run the same team back out there, cross your fingers and hope all progression is linear, that everybody develops, and not look outside the organization. What fools do you take us for?
Well, the difficult part of that is okay, you want to go with the assumption that everybody in the offseason is going to work their butt off and be better.
Of course.
Does everyone always play better year over year?
No.
There are going to be some guys that regress for whatever reason. And so you may have some games, you may have some losses. What does that mean? It to me, it just means that you're okay with where you were last year, and there's a lot of hope that, well, we can get a little bit better on the margins and get over the hump and get into the ALCS. But at that point, okay, we would love it.
Sure.
Right? That's a step in the right direction.
All about it.
Are you going to then be good enough? And when is the point where he said, when he took the job, that he promised everyone that, yeah, when we're good enough, when we're ready to make that move, the finances will be there. The resources will be there. I don't mean finance. He didn't say finance. He said the resources.
Yeah, and I want to clarify. I don't think he is a dumb person, but it's a dumb thing to say. Just because a lot of the names look the same doesn't mean it's the same team. Who's your first baseman? Same guy? Who's your second baseman? Same guy? You know what I'm saying? Go down the lineup. If it's all the same guys, it is the same team. So don't gaslight us into believing that it's something it's not. You didn't do the thing you said you'd do, which is invest in the core, build around the core with external moves that you would spend when the team was in contention.
So one of the things coaches will say, and I know we've got audio from AJ Hinch, is that year over year, it doesn't matter what it is, like it's going to be a different team. And so at the core of what he says, yeah, it's going to be, even though the names are the same, it's going to be a different team. No two teams stay exactly the same moving forward.
Right.
But to your point, are you getting good enough?
Right.
Or, to my point, some guys are going to get better, right? Young guys, you're putting in the work, you're going to get a little bit better. Maybe there's some old guys or some guys that have had struggles where they continue to regress. Like it goes in both directions.
Look, we could say they're running it back, right? We could say they're bringing the band back together. That the only notable move they've made is Canely Jansen in for Tommy Canely. You bring in Jansen, you replace Canely. That's the only significant move that's been made. Flaherty opting in and Torres accepting the qualifying offer is running it back. Offseason's not over, but his comments suggest, his actions suggest, all reporting on this offseason has suggested they are running it back. But that's the very thing A.J. Hinch said they couldn't do. Corbin, we have this audio in the system. Can we play it for people?
Who does that sound like? It sounds like Dan Campbell coming out of the NFC Championship game. Never know if we're going to get back to this same point. He just said those same words. You never know if you're going to be back here. And if you're just running things back, you might get back to the same spot.
Maybe.
Okay, there's a lot of maybes.
Yeah.
A lot of hope.
I don't know how things changed from the end of the season where we're all left feeling like they need a little more oomph in the lineup. Even Harris saying it was going to keep them up at night. The manager of the team saying we can't be naive enough to run it back. Well, what changed? Because we're a couple months now into this offseason, and they're not in on Bregman. There's no reporting connecting them to Bo Bichette. All of the reports are they're not pursuing these guys, and the president of baseball operations tells you, like, yeah, we're going to lean on the internal guys. What changed? What changed from we can't be naive enough to run it back? How does this land with you guys? 248-539-9797. Is this acceptable? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Tigers president of baseball operations Scott Harris spoke to reporters on Zoom yesterday about the team's offseason. He was asked about the team's plans to trade ace Tarek Skubal and what they will do if they don't trade him.
Yeah, listen, I understand the question. I understand why you're going to ask it. I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals on if we trade or if we don't trade certain players. We have a good team right now. We're trying to win. We're trying to put the best team on the field that we can, and that's my job, and I think we made a meaningful step towards that with Camping today.
Bruce Feldman published an article in The Athletic yesterday revealing new details in the Sharon Moore saga. He said the female staffer ended her relationship with Moore on December 8th, told the university about the relationship on the 10th, and was on her way out of town before Moore barged into her apartment, prompting her to call her lawyer, who then called the cops, which of course led to Moore's arrest. With Moore and Michigan in search of a new head coach, Michigan's interim president Domenico Grasso released a statement to the fan base yesterday, updating them on the coaching search. Here's what he said.
Moral character and who will serve as a role model and respected leader for the entire football program.
Michigan plays Texas in the Citrus Bowl on New Year's Eve. Biff Poggi is in line to remain as U of M's interim head coach for that game. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We'll take your phone calls. We'll read your texts. We want to know what you think of Scott Harris' comments yesterday about it's not the same team, even though it's many of the same players. after A.J. Hinch said we can't be naive enough to run it back at the postseason press conference. I'll let you guys sort it out. 248-539-9797.
Well, it's frustrating. And as fans for all of our sports teams, I mean, we're all waiting for somebody to make a move, somebody to jump in the deep end of the pool and create some excitement, to get a difference maker. And there's plenty of difference makers. Scooble's a difference maker.
Yep.
Jared Goff, Hutch, they are difference makers, all on different levels in different ways.
Cade Cunningham. We have stars way more than we did 2-3 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
The teams have all elevated.
All right, yeah, but they're all, other than the Wings, they're kind of all feel like they're stuck at this almost good enough level.
Yeah.
And now we're just continuing to wait for one of the general managers or president of baseball operations to make that move that not just generates excitement. I think we're all smart enough to think we don't want something that is just win the press conference, win the offseason, but that is actually going to get you over the hump, something tangible.
One thing Harris said at his initially when the season ended, he said, I hope you guys know I'm not here to win deadlines or winter meetings. I'm here to win games. Okay. And I agreed.
Yes.
It's not about winning the headline and giving the radio host something to talk about for 24 hours. We're discussing this through the lens of what gets the team further in the playoffs, closer to a championship. What leads to more wins on the field? Is it running the same lineup back from last year? Or Bregman, Bichette, veteran, proven, contact infielders, right-handed bats? It's not, as much as we've got the Bregman drop, like Bichette or trade for somebody, like there are ways for them to attack and be more assertive. We have yet to see it. And yeah, it's kind of a citywide issue now at this point.
Yeah, and it's a fan base that is ready to jump on board. Look how fast and how excited we were about the way the Tigers ended the season and then started this one. At what we have experienced with the Lions, what we are currently experiencing with the Pistons.
Yep.
Like we want to go all in. It's not a city that just dips their toe in. They want to be all in, and we just want to know that it's reciprocated by those that are running the franchises.
Got a text that says Torres ruined their plans.
Oh, by
opting in, taking the qualifying offer. Do you think there's truth to that?
I just don't think, when you look in the grand scheme of things and percentages of the what the payroll is on opening day, no, I don't think it should.
Right. So Torres was a player they added last year. It was a good addition.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'm glad he's back.
Yeah, and I'm glad he's back too.
Hope he can stay healthy.
Yeah. If he was healthy down the stretch,
maybe it's different.
Maybe. Him opting in, they knew that was a possibility.
Right.
So if him opting in is blocking or limiting or they're not able to fulfill their initial offseason plan, then they miscalculated and there's egg on their face. And that's not an excuse that Torres accepted the qualifying offer. I'd also point out that even after accepting or adding Torres a year ago, they added him and still pursued Alex Bregman. So after bringing Torres back into the fold, knowing he's going to be an everyday second baseman, why is the pursuit still not on Bregman or a player of that impact? What changed? And is the answer McGonagall's closer? Well, now we're getting into a dangerous territory where we're letting 20-year-olds who've never played in the big leagues dictate our franchise. Hey, make room for him to come up late in the season, give him some ABs, maybe he blossoms into a superstar. We're all hoping. But to hinge this team in the final year of control of Tarek Skubal on whether a 20-year-old ball player can hit the ground running and be instant impact, what would you call that?
Okay, so John, here's what Torres did and why it's different than last year when it comes to Bregman. You might not like it, but this is the answer. Torque wasn't their first baseman last year when they went to go get Bregman, and Keith was going to be the first baseman. Mm-hmm. Now, Torque is your first baseman, and Keith gets kicked to third. That's not an acceptable answer for you, probably, but that's probably what they're thinking.
Forget about me. Is that an acceptable answer for you?
No. Okay. Look, I don't think they're getting in on somebody like Bregman at this point. I do think somebody like Suarez is still in play. I mean, last year when they signed Torres, it was December 27th. They were saying the same thing coming out of the winter meetings last year that they're saying now. Just because of yesterday happened doesn't mean that something's coming. Something should be coming in my mind, though.
I would be a little surprised if they added Suarez, just because Harris made his feelings very. I felt very clear in the postseason scrum, where the players they were most rumored to didn't really contribute for those teams. I mean,
look,
didn't at the end of the season, but over the course of the entire season can be effective. But
he felt like Suarez was not a player worth adding at last year's deadline, and wanted to make sure that everybody knew he wasn't a contributor enough in a postseason push. It would be surprising to me if that flipped.
Right, but we also know what was given up for Suarez to go to Seattle.
Yeah.
We don't know what Seattle was or what they were the Diamondbacks were offering or wanting from the Tigers.
It's the way he danced around it made it sound like they wanted Troy Melton,
right?
Who looks very good, and I understand why you wouldn't want to trade Troy Melton. The problem is Seattle didn't give up Troy Melton or a Troy Melton player to land Suarez, so the Tigers shouldn't have had to either if they negotiated properly and competitively and did the job effectively.
Okay, so if you get the difference between me saying Suarez is a potential fit and not Bregman is all about commitment.
Yeah.
Suarez has all the makings of a 1-year deal.
Right. This franchise has loved the one, maybe with a club option, 2-year deals.
So what if they made that move? How would you feel then?
It's better than nothing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I hate that they're conditioning us to just accept any move at this point. But yeah, I mean, better than nothing.
Well, that's buying into that they're still positioning himself post CBA, all about 2027. McGonagall's up for sure. Maybe Clark. You know, so that's if that's their plan, that does make sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. I think a semblance of a plan that isn't just sit on the kids' development would be refreshing. Like even trading Skubal would be a kick in the pants, right? Nobody wants to lose a star player. But if it was explained and articulated through a vision of, hey, we're going to lose this guy for nothing. We can't be reckless enough to mortgage everything for one season. We think we got a hell of a haul back. Like, show me that you have some foresight here that isn't just everybody I draft and develop turns to gold.
Right.
And that's how it comes across.
Well, and a lot of it is we're left with trying to connect the dots because the season's not starting now. The roster's not final. We don't know what they're going to do with Skubal, and we kind of all hope that the least favorable is that he just plays it out and then bounces in free agency, and you're left with a compensatory pick.
Right.
And the other thing with like a Suarez is he can play DH. Obviously, Keith would play some DH at times. Carpenter would be your DH. You could kind of platoon around a little bit, and that's what they like to do, mix and match.
I guess I would be a little. Okay, you threw the Suarez name out here. I'm just kind of thinking through it. If they viewed Suarez as worth adding, it's because they would acknowledge that is an area this team needs to get better.
Right-handed power.
Yeah. So why settle for the Band-Aid 1 or 2 year deal when there are better ball players available and the only barrier is cost? And I've been told from them publicly that is not a barrier that's going to stop us from adding.
What if the what's blocking them or stopping them from doing it? What if it's commitment?
Well, but here's the problem. Torres is gone after next season, so you free up an infield spot regardless.
Then Colt Keith goes over to second, or McGonigal.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Keith another year at third, see if he can handle it, see if he improves with his bat, see if he's an everyday player.
The commitment point would be saying we don't want to add anybody long-term at second or third or shortstop because we have so many A-level ball players right here, right now.
They don't want to do it yet. They want to see their.
They may never want to do it.
Well, I hear you on that, but they want to see their young guys and see who hits and misses, and then they'll plug and pay at those other spots.
Look, as long as they're willing to, then just be honest with your fans. We're not all in.
He can't use names like I just did. He's not going to do that.
I just mean from a philosophical standpoint. Hey, fans, I know we're asking you to pay full price for the tickets and come out to support the team, but we're kind of figuring it out.
Yeah.
That's a terrible message to send to your paying customers. And whether they say it out loud or not, the actions will say that.
Oh, I get it, man. It's frustrating. Everybody wants them to go all in right now, but there are factors in play that I can buy into. But this is all on the presumption that you're going to get that 1 year bat.
Right. You're going to add something to make this lineup a little more stable and just better.
No more Ibanez. And look, I will say this too, that his comments about the similar names or same names, whatever, Matt Vierling will be back next year, and he will help this team. That's not what you want to hear, but considering his production last year, As long as he stays healthy, he
Right.
will help this team.
If he's healthy, if Glaber Torres is healthy, if all of these guys stay healthy.
Do you remember how Vierling played in the postseason the last time he was here?
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We're looking for different results with the same guys. That's the message loud and clear. It's 97.1.
Hey, injury attorney David Feminino is the guy you want to call if you've ever been hurt in an accident. But what he really wants, what we all want, is for all of us to be safe. He knows how tragic accidents can be. That's why he started David's Driving Edge. It's to spread awareness about distracted driving and help us with tips to be better prepared on the road. If we can prevent accidents before they happen, that's the real win. You can learn more at his website, getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge.
Let's get to the phones, get some of your thoughts. Joe in Detroit, good morning.
Costa, you're driving me nuts. Why?
It's a day that ends in Y.
Sorry, Joe.
Why would you not feel comfortable with 2 years of history with the same core group that they've made the playoffs? Okay, great. They haven't made the World Series, and I get it. And you think that adding a big bat or signing long-term scuba, they have a core group that is developing every single year. They have made the playoffs 2 years in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't the ultimate goal to get in?
No.
Why would they not be able to get in again?
Joe, the ultimate, this will disagree. The ultimate goal is not to get in the playoffs.
It is. You can't do anything. You can't win a World Series unless you
Joe,
get in.
do you know what the word ultimate means?
Yes, I do.
So like the ultimate goal, the number one, the tip-top best accomplishment you could have is a World Series. The ultimate goal is to win the World Series.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that. What convinces you that if they go get a bunch of big names, veterans, and whatever you're thinking of in your head, and replaces some of these core players, that it's not going to disrupt the chemistry, or it's not going to?
Well, hold on.
What assures you? Hold on a second. What assures you that if they go get what you're thinking, and the odds change as World Series favorites,
yeah,
that everything's just going to work out perfectly?
Yeah, so let's just start with this premise.
There's no
never a
guarantees.
guarantee, but that doesn't let people off the hook from trying. And I'm not talking about replacing core players. Who's the core player that plays third base and shortstop on this team?
Core players?
Yeah.
They have a core player that they're going to insert into that position.
Who?
You just said it. Cole Keith will be their third baseman next year, and Zach McKinstry will be that utility to give the spot starts. Yeah, what is wrong with that group of individuals?
They're not good enough.
For who?
For the city of Detroit, who wants a championship? I'm really confused now.
Maybe they complement the other players. You do not need to have a superstar at every single position. They complement. McKinstry does the little things.
Okay.
Do you recall? Do you recall what he did on the tag up?
Joe, I agree that you don't need a superstar at every position.
What is going on?
Tell me the players on the team that are superstars.
You've got your Riley Green, your Scooble. You've got up and coming Kerry Carpenter. You've got. I think you've got Torkelson had a turnaround season.
Yeah.
He wasn't hitting great, but those you had guys represent you. Now superstars. When I call superstars, you can if you make an all-star team, I consider you somebody that's above average.
Sure, above average, but it's not a superstar.
Yeah, John's question was superstar, and let's
It
also.
is.
Yeah.
It is. Terry Scooble is your superstar if you want to talk about a superstar.
So how do you think they're going to handle? Hold on.
His way.
Hold on. Let's bring up Scooble. You brought him up. How do you think they're going to handle this superstar scenario? Think they're going to re-sign him? Do you think they're going to win a World Series with him? What do you think's going to happen with him?
The whole objective with this is we're talking about next season.
Okay.
I don't want to jump ahead past next season, but he's under contract. They're going to ride him out.
Okay.
If the season is successful, I told your screener, if the season is successful and things are progressing the right way, they're actually going to make some real moves, and that could sway and change things on the way the Scooble deal ends.
You're saying if they achieve a level of success, if they achieve a level of success this year, then they'll be more assertive.
Likely to pursue to keep him long term, because I still believe Harris is not 100% convinced that this is the group that's going to take him to a ultimate goal, right? The ultimate goal of the World Series. There's probably still pieces, and he continues to say that. He continues to say that he wants to get better on the margins, but he's very specific about when he wants to make that move. Rushing the judgment because you're pressuring him on the radio to make a move now.
Well, first of all, he's not going to listen to me. Come on now. Matt Chapman would have been in a Tiger uniform 2 years ago. I mean, he's not going to listen to me. I'm not pressuring Scott Harris. I'm just talking to fans. We're just talking to the people paying customers.
Right. My initial point was that he's had success with this group. You've got to give him another chance. When it starts to fall off the rails, like the Detroit Lions, right?
Yeah.
The Lions this year made some decisions that we were questioning at the beginning of the season, and guess what? We were right. They were wrong. And now we're looking at them.
Joe, I want to be clear, and I've enjoyed this back and forth, and we can get you a co-host credit at the end of the show here. no one said Scott Harris should be fired. So when you say give him a chance, all we've done is give him chances. Last trade deadline was a chance. This winter, last winter, next deadline, these are all chances. No one says he's done a bad job. I mean, I can't deny that they've made the playoffs the last 2 years consecutively for this franchise is rare. Clearly, they're in a healthy position from a farm system standpoint that gives them some chips that may develop and may be used in trades. They're in a much better position today than when he took the job. This is not a fire Scott Harris topic.
Right.
This is a conversation about the next step that the organization hasn't taken, and are they doing enough to take that step?
And he even mentioned it, and the quote that Scott Harris said, they're getting better on the margins. Like, okay, but is that going to be enough to ultimately get you to, quote unquote, I mean, I'm glad he admitted by the end that the ultimate goal is to win a World Series. It's not just to make the playoffs.
Yeah. Playoffs are step one. I get it. You can't win a World Series unless you're in, but there's teams that have a better chance to win when they get in, and they tend to have more talent. And it's not exclusively developed talent.
And we all saw and witnessed the warts that this team has. And it is, when it came down to crunch time, and it wasn't just a 5-game series where bats went dead.
Yeah.
It was a 2-month period.
Let's get to Colin in Windsor. Colin, good morning.
Good morning, Colin. How you doing?
Hi, it's Tom.
Oh, Tom.
Well, okay then.
Yep. How you doing? You still in Windsor?
Did we get that right?
I'm in Windsor, big Tiger fan my whole life.
All right.
Calling from overseas. Appreciate it.
No, I'm probably using an eSIM card, so that looks like I'm somewhere else. But anyways, I'm a big Tiger fan. I'm just not. I think Harris is one of the smartest guy in the room types, and their whole purpose in life is to never make a mistake. And I don't know how that sets us up for the trade in the free agent market. We have to add somebody. We would not have had our last great run like 2012, and that if Dombrowski hadn't have traded for Miggy. That team without Miggy doesn't get anywhere. We need one more person just to put us over the top. That's just my humble opinion.
Well, and Miggy is great. I'm not going to hold Scott to the standard of going out and finding Miguel Cabrera 2.0, right. But Dombrowski made other swings too, and it didn't lead to a World Series, but no one could fault that they didn't try, that every deadline they weren't adding significant pieces.
Right.
Like the pieces Scott Harris added last year made the team worse. They didn't even make the playoff roster. They actively ballooned up the ERA of the team. Yeah, I'm talking about Morton. I'm talking, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. I'm talking about Paddock. Those guys made the team worse. I mean, let's start there. Let's not make the team worse at the deadline.
When they needed them the most, they ultimately weren't even around.
Right. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua didn't hold back when talking about referees during a live stream this week. So on Tuesday, while he was speaking with these internet streamers, he flat out called officials the worst and suggested that some of their penalty calls aren't just mistakes. He said that some refs make certain calls just so that they can be on TV.
Oh, boy.
I don't think they do that.
You call him Puka a liar?
Well, I think uneducated on that topic. He's a young player, and I'm not sure he's going to get a lot of calls moving forward.
Okay, so this next story may make you think twice about what you say in public. So there's a bartender in Denver that says a regular, routine night turned uncomfortable and then downright shocking after she overheard a man at the bar loudly bragging about cheating on his wife and also showing like some sort of explicit photos on his phone to the guy he was with, apparently, of each woman he had been with. And at first she kind of said, it was background noise, but she did admit like, hey, as a bartender, we overhear everything.
Right.
But then she realized, wait, this guy's voice sounds really familiar. So she looked at the name on his credit card and looked him up and claims she discovered that he works as an ESPN announcer. She never said who it was, but she did later share the experience on TikTok. She titled the video "Ruined ESPN for Me," and then that quickly went viral.
Well, she was wrong in the fact that he doesn't have a radio voice. He's got a face for TV. He must be he must be somebody special.
Maybe.
Maybe discretion would be his best friend next time.
Yes, you think?
So the Powerball jackpot is growing to an estimated $1.5 billion with a cash value of $686.5 million for this Saturday's drawing because nobody took home the top prize in Wednesday night's drawing. So we all have another shot.
Did you end up caving? Did you play the pool here?
I sure did.
Uh-huh.
I played the pool.
Got
you know
to.
what? After thinking about the thought of everyone winning except me and I'm the only loser still here, I thought, you know what? It's $5. It's $5. That's it.
Peace
Well,
of
you
mind.
wouldn't be a loser. You would just not be the winner.
Which makes you a loser. If you're not first, you're last, John. So yeah.
All right, Ricky Bobby. I remember as Jim Harbaugh would put it, a non-winner.
Uh-huh. Yes.
Finally, I have to get to the story because I saw this article and I thought, what? This is written. This is destiny for me. This is for me. Next month, Survivor is launching a nationwide contest where they're hiding immunity idols in each of the 50 states and challenging you to find them with clues that will guide you. One, I was a big Survivor fan when it first came out back in high school. Always thought I could do the show. Totally couldn't. I would probably die. But I also like these scavenger hunts. I want to find a treasure, and this is for me. It's called the Survivor 50 Challenge, and the upcoming 50th season of the show is right around the corner. Premieres on February 25th. So basically, the contest is going to begin January 31st. It will run through February 25th. There will actually be 51 prizes because there's an online challenge too, and it doesn't just need to be found by one person. Everyone can go and find this immunity idol, take a picture with it, and then you're entered for a drawing to determine that state's winner.
Will you drive
have
across
you seen the
state?
clues for Michigan?
I won't. No, I don't think they're out yet. I think they will drop beginning on January 31st.
Oh, okay.
And then the contest runs through February 25th. I wouldn't drive across state. So if it happens to be in the Detroit area, sure. Or if I'm headed up north for a trip, sure, I'll make a couple extra stops.
Little detour.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is your show.
And it's also something I always say I want to do, but then never do it.
All talk.
I want to find a treasure, right?
Yeah.
I want to win a prize. I want to go on Survivor.
But you're not going to actually look for it.
Only if it's in her backyard.
Right. Yes.
Exactly.
That's Heather with the news. Dear John's next, 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right. $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. So whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Let it snow, let it snow. Dear John, do you ever listen to these questions and wonder how these grown adults are asking you questions? How have they made it this far in life?
Hey, everyone has life stuff that comes up. It's what makes life interesting.
Guys, I wouldn't want my divorced parents in the same house around Christmas at all.
Yeah, everybody's got a different experience.
It's worked for you, Heather.
It's been just fine.
Mm-hmm.
They can put aside any differences they've got and spend the day together.
Yeah.
It's not like they're like having big conversations and cheersing. I mean, they're just in the same house together.
Especially when the kids are little, too. If you can put aside any of the
Sure.
petty differences for a day for the kids.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's easier said than done. I've been divorced now for 10 years. We decided a long time ago it's about the kids. So I stay the night at their house, wake up with everybody Christmas morning, and we're very cordial together.
Love it.
That's great.
Yeah. The state of Michigan has guidelines for holiday custody, according to this text.
Oh, really?
I didn't know that. Oh, John's nodding his head.
Really?
Yeah.
What are the guidelines?
This says odd years mom, even years dad. Instead of emailing, just check the guidelines already.
I had
Is that
no
how it
idea.
goes?
Yeah, but there's also things that are agreed upon as things are settled.
Right, and you guys could agree to different terms than the
Wow.
odd years and even years. I have it spelled out.
Mm-hmm.
For splitting the bill, play the credit card game. Everyone throws in their credit card into a hat. The waiter pulls out one card at a time, and the last card standing
Credit card roulette.
Yep.
pays the whole bill.
Ouch.
It says everyone eats and drinks more modestly that way.
Because you might be paying for all of it.
Could be you.
Uh-huh.
Oh boy, the OnlyFans question. When it comes to the OnlyFans question, there's a way for the user to block certain states so family and friends don't see their profile.
Oh, so if you were in the state of Michigan, no one in the state of Michigan could see your profile?
Oh, that's a good thing.
Yeah, if you're interested in being on OnlyFans.
I mean, I'm not, but I'm glad that people who are on it could block everyone in the state from seeing them.
I think, we have a wise individual that with a lot of life experience that has stepped into the studio. And I think this might be a good question to ask him about. I'll give you the
I don't have it
abbreviated version. Your
Okay.
All right. Your friend, longtime friend since
Yes.
high school.
Yeah, okay.
You're perusing the internet and you come along OnlyFans. You decide that I'm going to take a gander, and you see that your high school friend, that's been this great friend your entire life, his wife is on OnlyFans. Do you tell him?
And do you subscribe?
Hell yeah, I tell him. Your wife is a hoe?
Well, this is why the years of experience, as we would expect. What?
What was
Is that how you start the conversation?
No, that's not how I start the conversation.
But eventually, there's a crescendo, and that's how it ends.
Yes. You have to if it's a close friend, don't you?
We were speculating, would he already know?
Like, don't you think he would already know? Like, when this extra cash is rolling in and she's buying new things and, it's just, I just picked up a side hustle. Like, he probably already knows.
Maybe.
What's with the lighting kit in the bedroom?
Yeah, exactly. Right?
Maybe he's on OnlyFans himself. I don't know.
Maybe he is.
Maybe
Something
they're
for everybody.
Yeah, swapping OnlyFans. I have no idea. Pineapple. I know you were going to just look
Why's
at
everybody
him with the
looking at me?
pineapple.
I didn't say a word. I just.
The Pineapple Express?
Yeah.
Who let this guy in here? But would you subscribe?
No.
Okay.
No.
We had some texters saying that it's supporting the family business.
Oh.
Well, I mean,
If your wife was
Think of it that way,
subscribe
then.
to her even though I never.
If she was running a flower business, you'd stop by and support the business. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So this is just supporting your buddy's wife's business.
Yeah, but then you sit down at that friend dinner.
Yeah.
And you're looking across the table.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw you in a different type of kitchen. You know? I mean, really?
Wow. Dear John, send him in. We don't have another one till the new year, but dearjohnjansen@gmail.com.
We're not going to do one next week.
Well,
No, it'll be
Thursdays are
Christmas.
Christmas
Oh,
Day.
that's
Yes,
right.
yes.
Yes.
I know you may be willing to work, but
I am.
yes.
Post game.
Post game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and then New Year's Day the following week.
So
Yes.
I don't know. Are you in tomorrow as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm not going to ask you questions about the game just yet, but I'll just ask you this: you may have addressed it already on the program, but are you hopeful, or do you have confidence that the Lions will make the playoffs?
Hopeful.
Okay. What gives you hope?
It's the National Football League. Strange things happen. Good teams can get hot again.
Yeah.
I don't think Pittsburgh's that good, but it's not going to be as easy as people think. Minnesota, maybe revenge can help. And Chicago.
Comes down to that last game.
Yes.
Do you think they're in position on that last game, that Week 18, that if they win, they're in? Because some of it has to do with what happens outside of what the Lions are able to accomplish.
Based on all data, I'll say no.
You think it'll be decided before that?
Because they haven't won consecutive games since the Cincinnati game? Was that the last one?
Yeah, Cincinnati and Cleveland back to back.
Yeah. So
But they did win 4
I'm not
in a row.
being
That's
a
right.
hater. I'm just looking.
No, I'm not asking you
I
that.
know. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they, don't lose another game in 2
Do you wear a sock hat every day in the winter?
I've noticed he's been wearing it all week.
Yeah, I know. Is this something that's changed? Because when
No.
we were working together, I never saw the sock hat.
I know. I just have them. It's cold. Well, it's not that cold.
You see the one he had the other day, the Sonics?
Oh, I didn't read it.
He's got
No.
the collection.
Oh yeah. Well, I got that when I went to Seattle for that, my hockey Bruce trip.
Yeah.
In Seattle, they still sell a lot of Sonics because they want that team back.
Yeah.
And they should.
Yeah, say give him back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Give them back.
I think
Can you imagine if
they'd love to take that roster back.
Yeah. Do you think the Seattle SuperSonics would be the Oklahoma City Thunder? That'd be pretty cool because I like those jerseys. Okay. It wouldn't be me if I didn't have something for you guys here.
Okay, what do you got?
Ladies and gentlemen, the stat of the day. Indeed. All right. Tonight, the guy that I think some of you would like to punch in the face, Sean McVay.
Oh, yes.
He currently has 99 wins. He could be the third coach, if they win tonight, to get win number 100 before he turns 40.
Okay.
Do you know who the other two are?
Is one Madden? No.
No.
He was a young coach, but not that young.
One I actually saw coach a game, and one I didn't.
Don't lie. You saw them both.
Tomlin?
No.
I would go Tomlin.
Nope.
Vince Lombardi?
You're close.
Y.A. Tittle.
No, he didn't coach.
Amos Alonzo Stagg.
No.
10 seconds. You got to tell us.
Oh, okay. Curly Lambeau and George Hallis. I saw Hallis coach the Bears way back. 1934. They both did it in the same season. And that is the stat of the day.
Hit the post.
Hello, welcome to the Karsh and Anderson program. Happy Thursday, everybody. I am Doug Karsh, and that is not Scott Anderson. That is Mike Stone. Hello, Michael.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. Not exactly a thrilling Wednesday night last night. We'll put it like that.
Well, why is that?
Because I watched 2.5 hours of some of the most dull hockey from both teams. That game, look, I'm getting into why the Red Wings lost. That game itself, I mean, Acosta went. I said, how did you not fall asleep? That neither team had any jump whatsoever. It was like, if you wanted to like show somebody or tell somebody, you know, the beauty of the sport of ice hockey, and you took them to that game, they would say, I'm never going on another hockey game again. It was the dullest game I've ever seen, I think.
So, product of both teams playing back-to-back nights?
Maybe, but just neither team had any jump whatsoever. I've seen a lot of teams play back-to-backs for years.
Of course.
And they have, you know, more jump than, I don't know, it was just a dull freaking game.
Okay.
It was.
So did you fall asleep? I was in and out because we had all the kids home for the first time. And that was fun.
Did I fall asleep? No.
You didn't.
I did not fall asleep. And I got excited when Finney scored the goal.
Yep.
But you know what's amazing to me? They're the Utah Mammoth, who used to be the Arizona Coyotes.
Mm-hmm.
And how about this? It's not stat, but in the last, 5 games.
Yep.
At Little Caesars Arena.
Yep.
The Wings are 1-4 against them. Their one win was a shootout, 4-3. They've lost to them 4-1 last night, 4-2, 4-1, and then they won the shootout 4-3. And then in 2022, they lost 9-2 in a game that they had to win. They've been outscored by that franchise in their own barn, 24-10 in their last 5 games. And we're talking about a team that hasn't sniffed the playoffs in a long time, both, but them in particular.
It's interesting. I was at one of those Utah games last year, and kind of weird, because it's not like they're great.
No, I mean
so it's probably just an anomaly, right?
Yes,
I mean,
they're 0-2 against the Utah Mammoth at home.
Yeah. Well, you know that can happen in the course of a long season. It just can't happen too much, right?
Yeah, and the defensive play in front of the net was a joke.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay, so you're worked up.
Not so much worked up. I was pissed. I was looking forward to watching. You know, they had that really good performance against the Islanders.
Be clear here, people. He's not worked up.
Just
He's
pissed.
pissed.
I'm pissed. Yes. I don't know what the line.
My apologies for thinking you were worked up.
How are you? So you're good. The kids are good.
Yeah, it's good. It's nice to have everybody home, and it's great because it's immediate chaos, and then probably 20, 25 minutes in, they start fighting again.
I won't have that till the end of March when my daughter returns home from New Jersey.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Not getting together for the holidays, huh?
No, she has to work. It's the National Football League.
Oh, that's right. Mm-hmm. Good point. So Scott Harris spoke yesterday.
Yeah, I watched it live. It was exciting.
Was it exciting?
No.
Okay. But he had some interesting things to say. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I struggle with whether or not they're like done here. Because it was kind of a point of emphasis and questioning about they really haven't added anything offensively.
No.
But last year they signed Gleyber Torres in late December.
True.
Last year, Alex Bregman made up his mind in mid-February. It was February 15th. Like, it doesn't mean they're done. It just means nothing's happened yet.
Correct.
Now, could they be done? He sounded pretty committed to it.
Yes, and to be fair, before you play some of the sound, the media availability via Zoom was just to really talk about Kenley Jenkins. Right?
Jansen. Yeah.
Jenkins.
We work with
the Jenkins. We work with the Jansen. I got the J's mixed up.
Do you? Yeah. Okay. Well, yes, it was about that, and it's a nice addition. There's no question. Yeah. It's a nice addition in the bullpen, and I suspect he's going to help them, and we'll be happy this year that we have him. Mm-hmm. But, you know, all GMs have a plan, right? They all come in and they have a plan. And plans vary in degrees of aggressiveness. And plans vary in degrees of the timeline to see the plan, you know, pay dividends. But if you have a plan, own your plan, believe in your plan, execute your plan, and if your plan doesn't work, you will be gone.
Correct.
That's typically how it works. Now, his plan it feels to me like it's simply, we are going to try and compete now, but we are not going to try and compete now and tie ourselves down to anything that could hurt the 2027 Tigers or the 2028 Tigers. It feels as though that he doesn't want to commit. Scott Harris doesn't want to commit to anything he may regret in 2027 or 2028.
Well, he said that at the end of the press at the end of the season last year. He didn't want to rue the day or whatever the term he used. Look, Scott Harris is a very smart human being, and I understand where he is with the plan. The problem for Scott Harris, probably, and not for us, is the team got better than we thought they would be at this stage of his plan. So I think you have to alter your plan just a little bit, not the whole thing, and add, because the Skubal thing is real. Go get something now where it won't impact you that poorly. That's what I don't understand.
Well,
nobody's suggesting
a risk aversion here, isn't there?
Yeah, well, there's nobody's suggesting that they trade Clark or McGonigal or even Briseño to a certain extent. But they have duplicity at so many positions in the infield. And he's smart enough to know, because he's been in baseball, a decade or so, whatever it is, a little more than that, that all these great so-called prospects, they don't all pan out. He knows that. So why are you saving so many of them?
Actually, that's why he is saving so many of them. The duplicity at each position is so if this guy doesn't pan out, I've got another guy. Isn't that it? Look, I'm not saying I agree with the plan, but I think
that's true.
I think that's the reason why he has saved so many of them, is because he knows they won't all pan out. And if you're going to try and build from the farm system on up, you have to play the odds. Okay, Lorenzo Briseño, one or the other.
Anderson, Lee, McGonigal, Young. I mean,
Rayner and McGonigal. There is duplicity, and I think if this is how you're going to do it, it makes some sense. Now the question is whether or not you should do it this way is really what it comes down to.
Correct. And not at this stage. I don't think where this team is. And I don't think anybody's sitting there saying, "Go spend $300 million on a whatever." Nobody's saying go crazy. Just a good addition. Getting somebody like Bo Bichette or Bregman, not both. One of those guys. That's not going crazy.
Well, no, and especially when it feels like, if you look at this, I don't know who they envision as their future third baseman. They probably have something in mind at that. I look down at Twitch, and Stingray1222 says, doesn't want to commit. Scott Harris has to be fired then. Pick a direction and have a conviction. He's picked a direction, and he has a conviction.
Right.
It's just not one that has to do with winning at all costs right now. But here's the thing. He's just finished his third year here.
Right.
So while he's building for the future, they've made the playoffs twice.
Correct.
And so he's not letting them make, and I'm not saying I agree with it, but it's pretty clear to me, he's not letting the playoff success do anything to deviate from the plan.
No.
Still trying to win, but they're not trying everything they have under the sun.
Doesn't it seem like the goal is to make the playoffs and see what happens, as opposed to the goal should be winning it all?
I think his goal is to win it all. It might not be to win it all this coming season, which could be a mistake because of the Skubal ticking clock.
Right.
But, what's going to be intriguing is if you've budgeted money for Skubal and Skubal won't take it, who will?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you've got that bank that whatever you budgeted for Skubal, who will take the money? Well, we'll play what he had to say, and we'll get to your thoughts on it. I mean, look, 248-539-9797. It really comes down to whether or not you trust the guy. Mm-hmm. Because the idea of stocking your farm system, letting them mature and blossom at the big league level and have them under club control for a long time makes a ton of sense.
But you want
if you trust him.
But you want to make sure that when it's time to trade some of these guys, that if they're not good, you're not going to get anything for them.
No, that's true. But if you
or you pick the wrong one though, that's
if you trade Briseño and he's great and Lorenzo doesn't pan out, if you
Right.
trade Rayner and McGonigal doesn't pan out, like you get in this weird place. Now I don't know what position McGonigal's going to play. I'm assuming he's going to be a shortstop, but that's not a safe assumption. 248-539-9797. You'll hear what Scott Harris said yesterday coming up next. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, they specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization, it matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more. Visit their website, autolaw.com. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. We'll get into some preview of the Lions in Pittsburgh coming up a little bit later on. Stoney wasn't worked up. He was pissed about last night's Red Wing game. Important distinction. We will. But we're getting into some baseball stuff right now with the Scott Harris speaking yesterday, and I think what really moved the needle is him talking about it. It was Kenley Jansen coming to Detroit, bullpen arm that's going to help and has been very good at times, and so. But I think what moves the needle is just talk about the offense. And when the topic came up, it was basically that they're bringing back the same guys offensively. And here's what he had to say. Okay, he went on to cite the example of Dylan Dingler, who didn't seem like he was going anywhere particularly special, and then came out last year and now looks like he could be a cornerstone piece behind the plate moving forward. He said that's an example of us developing a guy and the kind of thing that if we're going to be patient with our young players, this is what we hope to see. You know, when he said, I came here and talked about development from when I first got here, sounds to me like that's how he interviewed for the job. That's how he said, this is how I want to do it. And 3 years later, this is how he's doing it. I get the Skubal timeline. That's a really that's a tough thing to justify as a fan, saying, hey, if you're not going to try to win with him, how are you going to win without him?
Correct.
Because he is one of those elite assets.
Which is why you have to trade him.
Which I'm in favor of. I'm totally in favor of. But you have to have a trade partner. You can't just Madden override it and say, give me all your good players for Skubal.
No.
You have to have a partner that's willing to give you fair market value.
And if you roll the dice and you think, okay, let's see where the season goes, and if it's not where we want, we'll get a little lesser value at the deadline. Or if I really think, okay, I can win the World Series, I'll take my chances, and if I only get a comp pick, I get a comp pick. The problem is you can do both. You can keep Skubal for the year and then sign somebody or make a trade for another bat or even another starting pitcher, and then when it's time for Skubal to go on his merry way, he's gone. And you have at least something that you've fallen back on.
All right, here's more from Scott Harris about the offense and talking about help on the way. Okay, so there he is. I mean, I think that kind of speaks to that.
Yeah.
I'm not blocking anybody. You can hate it, but that's pretty clearly the plan, and he's very consistent with this message. And then the topic of Skubal did come up, and, I think this is with the question, isn't it? I think it's with the question. I think Jeff Rieger asked the question about if you're going to have Skubal, you got to go for it, right? Here's how it went down. So there you go. This entire thing is totally prospect maturation dependent.
Yeah.
It is. And, just because you have duplicity at positions doesn't mean they're both going to pan out or that, you've got enough to be winning at a high level. And
it's so similar to the other teams around here, though. That's why we get frustrated.
Well, maybe it's because the people in the game are they're familiar with what the offers look like. They're familiar with what trade talk goes down. This is why I'd love to have the curtain lifted, because I find that when people do things that I think are irrational and they tell me off the record why they did them, I usually go, oh,
Okay, yeah.
all right. And the idea that trade offers aren't floated out there publicly sucks when you're trying to judge whether or not a GM's absolutely screwed up.
Correct.
But I mean,
But
the
you
one
hear-
thing about this plan, though, that it can be very self-serving, because it's, hey, we're gonna have to be patient. Translation, hey, you're gonna have to employ me for a while here to
Yes.
see my plan work.
Exactly.
And that could be very self-serving, but draft, develop, and keep is what everybody says they want to do. The Tigers are clearly committed to it, and they don't want to break that up. And I think the Bregman thing makes sense short term. I've always thought the money we're talking about with Alex Bregman, where he is in his career, there are going to be regrettable years on the end of that contract.
Right, which we've seen before with Miggy. At the
Saw it
end,
with Miggy, saw it with Victor Martinez.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of seen it with Baez. I don't know if they're, but
Right.
I feel like we're squeezing whatever can be squeezed out of Baez right now. But yeah,
The other thing that's kind of disconcerting, and you could talk, it's the same franchise, of ownership group, is the GMs. There's nothing to do, I don't think, with Chris Ilitch for right now. But you hear the talk, and like you said, we don't know because we're not under the curtain, that Scott Harris and Steve Yzerman are very difficult to deal with as trading partners. They're stubborn, and they won't budge. Now, if that's true, that could be a problem. Brad Holmes, it's the same thing. It's develop your own, go get you don't go get a splashy guy. And I think the cumulative, feeling for this town, it's too early on Trajan Langdon. We'll see what happens at this deadline, is from the fans saying, wait a second, do we want to win a championship or not? Is it just
why do
good
you think that is?
I don't know. To me, every once in a while, you have to put your chips in. And especially with the Tigers, where Scott Harris has done such a good job, if we believe the Baseball Americas and all the rankings and all that stuff,
Right.
of accumulating these prospects, this duplicity in certain positions, that it's not that huge of a risk to trade some of these guys. And unless we feel our opinions on what they don't have is so different than his, I don't know. I don't understand it.
Well,
these are not evil people or anything like
well, they're
that.
not dumb people either.
No, I know.
But I guess it's a little bit different in a cap world.
Yes.
Right. And in the case of Brad Holmes, there are limitations on what you can do, and you can try and finagle around him, but they come at greater costs, I think, than people, the average fan
definitely
realize.
than baseball.
Yes. In baseball, there isn't as many restrictions. But do you trust the plan? Do you trust that this is going to lead to great things for the Tigers? The cool thing is they have been a playoff team. They have been a competitive team.
Right.
But at no point have they looked, that's not completely true. I mean, sometimes you think, maybe, are they the best? Like last year, their roster didn't look anything like the best team in baseball, but they mimicked the best team in baseball for the better part of a calendar year.
Correct.
And
that's one
that's
base
not
hit away from getting to the ALCS, and who knows
Yep.
what would happen. But look, were they? I didn't think they were as good as Seattle or Toronto or obviously the Dodgers either. But it's kind of the curse of all this. And Scott Harris would never say, "God, I wish we weren't as good." Is
because
now we're close, so let's close the deal and worry about it later. But I think you can do both because of such a good job he's done drafting. Allegedly.
248-539-9797. Do you trust it? We will get to your phone calls and feedback coming up here on Carson Anderson. Stoney in for Anderson, 97.1.
Now, I love stats. Here's one for you. For the last 25 years, no Detroit eye surgeon has performed more vision correction procedures than Dr. Yaldo. He's done over 50,000 in his remarkable career. That's more than LeBron's record 42,000 career points, or it's more than the 2,000 or 20,000, whatever babes Will Chamberlain supposedly had sex with. And I'm one of the many who's benefited from one of Dr. Yaldo's 2 life-changing procedures, custom LASIK and in my case, his amazing bifocal lens implants. Now, glasses, contacts, reading glasses, they do an okay job, but when you take them off, you can't see anything, and your prescription keeps changing. I got these 2 tiny bifocal lens implants about 7 years ago. Nothing's changed. My 20/20 vision up close for the small stuff, far away for everything else stays the same the rest of my life. Let the amazing Dr. Yaldo set you free from glasses, contacts, and readers, and then enjoy better eyesight without them than you ever had with them. It's easy. Go to YaldoEyeCenter.com to sign up for a free evaluation.
So, I mean, do you trust him? Do you trust him? Because the commitment to this, his long vision is impressive, but it's hard to know because prospects don't always pan out. In fact, the hit rate, it needs to be pretty high for this thing to work. But he doesn't want to. They said he didn't want to block people, and you heard it there earlier. And they still may do something. Like, it's important to point out that Gleyber Torres signed on December 27th. Alex Bregman signed on February 15th last year.
And there are still a lot of people out there. Look, I don't expect him to get Kyle Tucker. I mean, he's a left-handed bat first, or Bellinger. But Bregman, Bichette, they're still out there. There's others pitching-wise. If you're going to trade Skubal, you sign Valdez. You got Amaya, the Japanese pitcher who just posted, I think. Ranger Suarez, Michael King, Zach Gallen. There's plenty of guys out there. You might even want to get in another reliever. Who the heck knows? But, yeah, it's not too late. But you don't want to go into this season with the same offensive players.
Let's get
I
back,
don't think.
Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Ethan and Shelby. You're on 97.1. Hi, Ethan.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up?
Hey, I think we're all kidding ourselves here if we think anything's going to change as long as Ilitch owns this team. I think, Scott Harris. I empathize with the guy because he's got one hand tied behind his back. When was the last time we had a big free agent signing? It was Javi, and that was kind of Avila's last, Hail Mary throw to try to keep his job.
Let me ask you this, Ethan. Let me ask you this question though: who gave them the permission to make some people thought, an overpay offer for Alex Bregman last year?
See, but what was that, an overpay? Because he didn't.
But it certainly
it wasn't a cheap offer.
It was a
very good offer. It was market value.
It was a very good offer, but it didn't pan out. And I think Ilitch, he sees we've made playoffs 2 times in a row. For a lot of owners, that's the only goal. Yeah, they want to win a World Series, but making the dance is just as good to them. I don't think we should be super surprised that he's making these comments where it's the plan has kind of changed from where they were at the end of their run this year to now where they've kind of changed what they're saying. Because I wouldn't be surprised if Ilitch is like, we don't need to necessarily, go all in on one of these guys where, we're giving out a longer contract.
I would be surprised. I would be surprised.
I don't think this is specifically a Chris Ilitch issue. Are the Tigers ever going to have a payroll like the Dodgers or the 2 New York teams or probably Boston? No. And I wouldn't expect them to. They should be in, basically the middle of the pack.
Which is where they are.
Yeah.
I mean, they're 15th out of 30.
And once in a while, if you have to
payroll.
go over, if you think somebody's going to get you over the top, then you do.
Yeah, I mean, if they sign, like for instance, if something happens and they sign Bregman, they'll probably have a top 10 payroll.
Yeah.
Stan in Shelby Township. What's up, Stan?
Season's greetings, everybody. Good to see you, Stoney. And first of all, Scott Harris. Chris Ilitch loves him. Not only has he gone to the playoffs 2 years in a row, last year they went from $1.8 million to $2.4 million in attendance. FanDuel subscriptions went up 54%, and they kept a top-flight minor league team, minor league system. Now, going back to talking about the offensive players, are you aware that Max Anderson has an 1,100 OPS against left-handed pitching in Toledo? Are you aware that Hao-Yu Lee hit 1 homer every 10 at-bats against left-handed pitching in Toledo?
Yeah.
That's all great stuff.
Are you aware that, J-Hen and all these guys are under 26, 25? And my point is, and the J-Hen has about a 400 on-base percentage. My point is that he does believe in this, and he has improved the team. He is an incrementalist. He'll never be splashy. I think the team is going to do better than last year. I think that they need another starter and another reliever, and that people are always going to be saying cheap Ilitches, but that's not the point. The point is they're giving us a great product that the fans are coming out to, and I'm happy as heck. I'm a season ticket holder.
Stan, was the last last month and a half of last year, was that a good product?
That was baseball. Okay. We had a guy, Conley, that was a lights-out reliever that got overused, in my opinion. We've taken care of that with 3 quality relievers now. And I think what happened, the average age of our team is 26 and a half or so. The average age of the major leaguers are 28 and a half. And I think that teams started loading up for them and treating them differently, just like what will happen with the Pistons. And we'll find out if they have the capacity to win games when they're not on thing.
I appreciate the minor league stats and all that kind of stuff, Stan, but you should know that all these guys it's great to be great in Toledo. I mean, does Jay Hen, when he comes up here, do people say, oh, my God, he's going to be a stud? I mean,
No, they don't.
I mean, he's not. The fact that
they're not all
Jermai
going to pan
Jones
out.
probably had more at-bats than Henry Malloy.
But it's interesting. Stan is satisfied with the direction. We
Right.
asked the question, do you trust what Harris is doing? And Stan does.
I am too, but you need. But just give me one. Just give me one. That's all. I'm not greedy.
You hear that, Scott? Stoney needs one.
Just one.
Just one. You'll be happy with just one.
Yeah, just one.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. I'm so sick of this guy talking to everyone like they're stupid and he's a genius, especially when he says, I understand why you have to ask that question. No crap. The questions are asked because what he's doing makes no sense. That's from Cooper.
It does make sense.
So-
We just don't agree with it all. The whole
it's not,
thing.
It's not. When something is like when he says it's stupid, okay? If it were stupid, people outside of Detroit would be writing about what the hell is Scott Harris doing? When something is that idiotic and illogical, it gets pointed out. It's more than just the fan base that points it out.
Well, he got ripped nationally at the deadline for doing basically nothing.
Did he get ripped?
Yeah, nationally, people couldn't understand why they didn't improve.
Well, I guess I don't remember that. But at this point, the argument for getting aggressive is the ticking clock on Skubal.
Yes.
The funny thing is, somebody called our show a while ago and said, do you think that Skubal just had his best 2-year window of his career?
It's possible. And look, there's a lot of
It's
people who
probably likely.
There's a lot of people who are, there's not too many who win back to back size.
Or do it twice.
Yeah, and there are a lot of people who are a little down on him because of took himself out of
the seventh inning
the
thing.
fifth game. Yeah.
I think all three of these teams, the Lions, Red Wings, and Tigers, are very happy to be above average. They don't necessarily care to win a championship. If they can engage the fans and have sellouts every night, they're good with that. That's from JP and Southgate. I have no doubt Illich places more value on the consistent attendance and sales than championships. He can finally rely on average. I'd have to go back and look. Isn't attendance, is that a huge part of their income anymore? Isn't it TV deals?
It's more it's more in sports like hockey.
Yeah.
But yeah, attendance does make a big difference.
It does.
But the TV deal, especially the regional ones, are the big ones for them.
Harris understands that this is a young group, and they're not one bat away from beating super teams like the Dodgers. Wasting resources to end up in the same spot doesn't make sense. There's someone who trusts it. Scott Harris is riding off a foundation Avila built. Factually speaking, the players you deem the biggest stars on the roster are Avila guys. Scott Harris was brought in to put them over the hump, and to this day has shown no capabilities.
No, he was not brought here to put him over the hump. That's where you're wrong. They brought him in here to rebuild the entire organization. That's what he was brought here to do. And from what everybody says, even nationally, they've done that with the player development and all that stuff. That stuff takes a while. The problem is I'm using the texter's argument, with Avila's players, they got a lot closer than even I'm sure Scott Harris expected. So that's why we want more.
Yeah. And I mean, the foundation, when they're talking about the future, they're talking about the number one name. Well, I guess it's not the number one name, but Max Clark's name is pretty prominent. That was a Harris pick. And Bryce Rayner is a pretty prominent prospect. Kevin McGonigal was a Harris pick.
He's the number one prospect in baseball right now, I believe, in some circles.
248-539-9797. I don't think it's idiotic, but there's a real pull because of Skubal.
Right.
Or as the one listener put it, I don't think it's stupid, but there is a real pull because this incredible resource, which I just hope he's holding on to and will get that Godfather offer.
Well, it's funny because when I was driving in this morning, John and Jim were on break, and I put on MLB Network just for the hell of it. And Steve Phillips, and I forget who his co-host was, they were talking about the Tigers. And Phillips said he thinks that they're going to end up trading Skubal, before the season because they have to.
Well, there seems to be more and more reporters reporting things like that. Mm-hmm. But anyway, 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson. Stoney's in for Anderson. Scott Harris, Tiger president of baseball operations, spoke yesterday. We're reacting to that. Coming up next hour, we'll get into some Lions stuff. And later in the show, a famous name did something very embarrassing. Has it ever happened to you? Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're ready to slay the holidays with year-end savings on new Silverados. Lease a 2026 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for only $279 a month for 24 months with no money down. $279. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH, or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount, Costco, and current lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends January 2nd. One of the great parts about working with Stoney is Stoney does things that makes you go, what? All the time. Today, one of my favorite things you've ever done, real subtlety here, is he sends over his show notes this morning. was something called "Don't Click the Link: Strange NHL Facts You Might Not Believe," and he included the link. And I'm like, say, Mike, if you didn't want me to see this, why did you include the link? Now, your answer made some sense, although you still didn't need to include the link.
I know.
But your answer was?
Because that's what I do, I guess.
No, you said it's easier for you to find it.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Because I didn't print it out.
No, he didn't print it out, but you included the link and told me not to click on it. I'm sitting there wondering what this is, and I'm like, so I'm not gonna click the link, but I'm compelled to click the link because you included the link.
It's called a tease.
Yeah, it was well done.
Thank you.
And you know what? It stressed my discipline. You really. Oh.
You're in the Stony Link bubble.
Yeah, I'm in the bubble. Yeah. Oh, Stony. 248-539-9797. Brent in St. Clair Shores. What's up, Brent?
Hey, what's up, boys? I think it's weird because I look at this and Scott Harris has us in like this weird gray area where we're just good enough to make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So he does these little tiny moves to kind of supplement or whatever over the last couple of years. But at the same time, he's like trying to he's doing a rebuild. So he's fighting a war on two fronts, and he's not doing the moves that anybody wants. Like, if you're going to build up the farm system, you hear people say, just tear the whole thing down and start over. And then you hear people say, if you want to be in the playoffs, then sell the farm, and go all in. So I think that's where everybody's frustrated is because he isn't committing to one way. He's kind of riding the line.
Well, I think you're right about him fighting a war on two fronts.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly true. He's fighting on the major league level with small little jabs, but he feels like his big swings are all in the minors.
I'm going to preface this by saying this is an awful war analogy.
Okay.
Because it's good. It's basically it's World War II. He's equipped to fight in Europe, but all of a sudden they became good, which is Pearl Harbor, and he has to figure out what he's going to do.
Right,
is he going to fight in the Pacific or is he going to fight in Europe?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not making the atom bomb drops. He's just picking stuff off.
Exactly.
Yeah, we probably should stop that. But hey, look, I get the point.
See, he needs to trade for his Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
I did not expect World War II to be equated to the Tigers today. That was not on my bingo board.
No. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox, and we do appreciate your ticket text, 248-539-9797. Scott writes in, Illich won't spend. Here we go. Go get Freddie Freeman or Ohtani, or you're a cheapskate. More feedback here. Who is the last team that won a World Series with the Harris approach? So I'd have to go back and look.
Kansas City Royals, maybe?
I mean, what you're doing is trying to find a way that you can build a team that can compete with the Dodgers and Yankees, that can spend like crazy and outspend you. If they want to outspend you, they can outspend you. You're trying to build a team that's going to compete with them long term.
Yeah.
But it's, you have to build up the base and have all those guys matriculate to the bigs, and then maybe he'll go big. I don't know. I think they tried to go big last year.
Yeah.
They tried to go big last year. They were very specific in what they wanted, Alex Bregman, and they didn't get him. They made a competitive offer.
Yes.
How is signing someone like Suarez for a couple of years holding anyone back? Who are you holding back? I'm not gonna read what you just wrote about this player, but I'm gonna say, who are you holding back? Cole Keith with his 12 homers this year. Do you think Cole Keith is defined as a player at the major league level? Whoever sent this?
Defined like he's
like this is what he'll
never
be.
No, I don't think. I think he still has plenty of opportunity to get better.
Yeah, I mean he's 24 years old. He's got 2 seasons here. I think that there is there's upside there. I wouldn't give up on Cole Keith.
No.
Now, if you could sign Suarez for a couple of years, people take a couple of years. I mean, maybe they don't like Suarez, but if you can get a player to agree to a couple-year contract, a quality player that'll take a shorter-term deal, I'm all for it. And I don't know why he wouldn't be all for it. It would make sense for him to be all for it.
Right.
Scott Harris' philosophy is giving me 1979 vibes, going back to what Sparky said about the team winning the World Series title 5 years with homegrown talent, with kids in the minors. Nowadays, I don't think you have to only rely on youth. They need good mix of vets now that can enhance and expand the window with the kids they have now in the minors. That's from Bruno and Dearborn.
The difference between those teams is the Tigers then. Not only did they have the Trammels, the Whitakers, and those guys, and Parrish and Gibby, they had young pitchers too. The one problem with the Tiger farm system, we're told, is they don't have a lot of great young arms.
No. They could if they move Scooble.
That's right.
Jim in Flat Rock, you're next. Hi, Jim.
Hi, guys. Hey, when you asked the question about whether or not satisfied, and no, not satisfied with what he's doing.
Well, we asked, did you trust him? We asked, do you trust him?
No, I don't trust him because I see what he's and I just turned in, so I'm sorry if I used the wrong.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure. I don't think anybody's satisfied till you win a World Series, but I think.
Right. So the trust factor, no, because I see he keeps doing all these little things, and it's like the pendulum thing. A pendulum never rests in the middle; it goes one way or from back and forth all the time. And I think that's what we did. When Harris came in, we went from having no analytics to now it seems like that's all we're doing. And I think at this point, it's almost as if the Tigers are at the same spot the Lions were when Brad Holmes decided whether or not he was going to trade Stafford. And when he did that, that propelled the Lions to where they've gotten to now, along with getting Dan Campbell. I think that's where the Tigers are at, that the best thing for them to do is to trade him and replenish some of the arms and, go ahead and do that. That's going to be the best long-term thing, because it doesn't seem like they want to spend money and go out and get anybody else. They're trying, but I don't think they're necessarily trying real hard to do that. So in my opinion, the best thing to do is just let's try and replenish this thing, and, build it for the long term and try and restock. And then maybe down the road, now maybe he'll decide here.
Jim, we're short on time. So if you could wrap it up, land the plane.
Yeah. I mean, I just think he should trade Scooble.
All right. Thank you. 248-539-9797. Matt in St. Clair Shores. Hi, Matt.
Hey, boys. Listen, it always tickles me when you compare the Tigers and the Red Wings, because they're operated by the same guy. A guy that was born in the batter's box, crossed home plate on his way to first, and thinks he hit a home run. Chris Ilitch is already milking the city for every single dollar we can. He makes no more money on his bottom line if he spends for either of these teams.
Well,
so there's absolutely no incentive for him to do anything.
First of all, hold on. The Red Wings is completely different. He's got a cap and he's got a floor, so he spends the same amount of money as most teams. They're a little less, but that's just for this year and whatever. So take the Red Wings out of the equation.
He fills every free agent job with 1 year stopgap players that are supposed to get it done. Alex Cobb, JT Copper, all these 1 year.
That's an Yzerman deal. That's not Chris Ilitch. That's Yzerman.
Scott Harris and Yzerman run the same operation because they're told by the same guy to run that operation.
But the money that you're talking about for hockey doesn't make it. He has to spend that money. There's a cap. Your baseball argument is correct, okay? Your hockey isn't, because he's not being told not to spend money because he has to spend money.
But he also is being told to keep it as small as possible, to keep moving the ball as little as possible.
No, he's not. Not in hockey. No. Baseball, you're correct.
Alex DeBrincat wasn't a 1 year deal.
No.
Yeah. He's been pretty good for them. Look, I mean, they aren't at the top of the payroll list in the NHL, and they're in the middle of the pack in Major League Baseball. Right. As far as market size, they could probably spend a little bit more in baseball to kind of fit the market size to the team that you have.
Right.
I mean, they literally are a Bregman contract away from being a top 10 team. Now, it may not happen. They added Gleyber Torres late December last year. Bregman didn't sign till February. So it's interesting to hear him speak, and certainly a long time to go before baseball starts. All right, Stoney, I want to get to this link you wouldn't let me click on.
Okay.
It's weird and strange facts. Is that what it properly is?
Pretty much.
We'll get to that at 11:02, and then Stoney did something weird yesterday at 11:10. We'll get to that here on 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Pistons are down in the Lone Star State today, getting ready to take on the Dallas Mavericks. That game starts at 8:30 right here on 97.1. Chris Villar hosts pregame coverage beginning at 8:05. The Pistons are winners in 4 straight. The Mavericks have won 5 of their last 7. They are coming off a loss on Monday to the Jazz, but they witnessed history as their rookie Cooper Flagg scored the most points in a game in NBA history by an 18-year-old with 42. Scott Harris has, of course, been in the news today for the comments he made to reporters on a Zoom call yesterday regarding the trade or no possible trade of Tarek Skubal, the lack of offensive additions this offseason, and the addition of Kenley Jansen on the bullpen. Today, Buster Olney and Jeff Passan got together on the ESPN Baseball podcast. Jeff Passan gave his advice to Chris Ilitch on the show. And Live Golf announced this morning it's coming back to Michigan next August at the Cardinal at St. John's Resort. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We got Stoney in, so we're going to take advantage of having Stoney in and talk about things that, A, Stoney finds interesting, and B, the weird stuff that he does. And the latest edition of Stoney Doing Something Funny is coming up at 11:10. But first, Stoney this morning sent his show sheet in. It said, don't click on this link, but then he included the link, which was completely unnecessary if you didn't want me to click on it. But I showed some discipline. I waited till you came in, and then I asked, Mike, why would you include the link if you didn't want me to click on it? And you said, because it would be easier for you to find it later, which I suppose makes a certain degree of sense. Although you could always just email it to yourself or bookmark it or something. But
well, what I did is I went to the send pile and then just clicked it, and it's right here in front of me.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Now, this is perfect for Kenny because he's a hockey guy as well.
You're lucky I'm disciplined.
Yes, you are. You are very disciplined. These are, thanks to the website Bro Bible, 9 facts about the NHL that are not made up despite sounding incredibly fake.
All right.
Okay?
Yep.
Now, 2 of these I already knew. And you probably do as well, but here we go. Do you realize that Wayne Gretzky would still be the NHL's all-time point leader if he never scored a single goal?
So just on assists alone?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember hearing that before, and it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
On assists alone.
He has 1,963 assists. Jaromir Jagr is in second place in total points with 1,921 total points.
Wow. It is an incredible stat.
Okay. That one I knew.
All right.
This one I didn't. Speaking of Jaromir Jagr. Only 3 players have appeared in more than the 1,733 games Jagr played in during a career, which he was a member of 9 different teams. As of February of 2024, he played with or against 36.8% of every single guy who's appeared in at least one NHL game. In 2025, Alexander Barkov appeared in the Stanley Cup Finals for the 3rd year in a row. It's the 45th straight season in which at least one person who played with Jagr was a member of one of the 2 teams playing this for the Stanley Cup Championship. The last 45 years.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
That was brought up on a broadcast, and I remember hearing that and going, what? That's crazy.
That is mind-blowing.
Okay.
So think about, if you are 45 years or less and you're an NHL fan, you have not witnessed a Stanley Cup Finals game played or 2 teams that didn't include a current or former teammate of Jaromir Jagr.
Yes.
Wow.
All right, but this one. Nathan Horton, not exactly a well-known name, but in 2014, a game between the Blue Jackets and the Stars was postponed 4 minutes in the first period when Rich Peverly of Dallas collapsed on the bench due to an irregular heartbeat, kind of like the Yuri Fisher situation.
Yep.
Horton had already put the Blue Jackets on top of the goal. Then they decided they were going to play 60 of a full game 2 months later. He was scratched from the game, but was still officially credited with a goal contributing to a 3-1 win.
in a game that he was officially scratched from.
He
but
scored
a goal.
He scored a goal in a game he didn't play in. How
Wow.
about this one?
All right.
One of our own, Gordie Howe.
Yeah.
Gordie Howe started his NHL career before Bobby Orr was born and didn't end until Bobby Orr was inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame.
Wait, what? He started playing professional hockey?
Yeah.
Before Bobby Orr
Gordie
was...
Howe's first NHL game with the Red Wings was October 16th, 1946, which was before Bobby Orr was born.
So that Orr is born, grows up, goes through his entire career, gets inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame.
In 1979, they waived the 3-year waiting period because of his injury.
And
Gordie was still playing.
That's also amazing.
Mm-hmm. How about this one?
This list is living up to it.
Wayne Gretzky scored at least 4 points in a game, more times than he failed to record a single point.
So on any given night on FanDuel, he was more likely to have a 4-point game than a 0-point game.
Yes. He appeared in
You would get a better payoff for betting he would have 0 points than if you bet he would have 4 points.
The great one appeared in 1,487 regular season games. He was able, and opposing teams were able to prevent him from posting at least one goal or assist in 203 of them. However, in 217 of those games, he had 4 points.
Wow, that's amazing.
Now, this one I knew, and it was brought out when he unfortunately passed away a few months ago. Ken Dryden, one of my favorite players of all time. I actually had a Ken Dryden jersey when I was a kid.
Sure.
He won the Conn Smythe and the Stanley Cup before he won the Rookie of the Year, the Calder Trophy. He got called up late in the 1971 season. They upset the Boston Bruins, and he led them to the Stanley Cup. He won the Conn Smythe, and
was still eligible for Rookie of the
Year the following year.
That's pretty wild.
Okay, that I didn't. That I knew. Okay, this one I had no idea. This is bizarre. The Sabres, the Buffalo Sabres. Now, if you follow the Sabres right now, you probably think, oh, of course. The Sabres used a draft pick on a fake player. This was during the 70s when the NHL was warring with the WHA over trading, over players. They were poaching players. These tweaks turned the proceedings into a slog during that draft, where it took 3 days to get through all 25 rounds of the NHL draft. And the Sabres decided to stage a protest during the 11th round by using the 183rd overall pick to select, I'm sure I'm not pronouncing this name correctly,
This fake name.
Taro Tsujimoto, who was purportedly a center for the Tokyo Katanas. The NHL verified the selection before discovering that he was not a real person, and it was officially scrubbed from the record books despite living on forever in the hearts and minds of hockey fans.
So why'd they do it?
In protest of the way the way the draft was going.
Okay.
How about this one? The Calgary Flames drafted the wrong player in a draft where 3 guys had the same name. Stefan Nilsson was a really good player for a pro team in Sweden, caught the eye of the Flames heading into the 1988 draft. The Flames were under the impression they used the 5th round pick to select him before things took a turn when the Canucks also selected Stefan Nilsson in the 12th round. Calgary complained to the NHL, which discovered Calgary had picked the Stefan Nilsson who played for HV71 as opposed to the one they wanted, a forward who ultimately went to Vancouver. There was a third one who ended up not being a factor but was also up for grabs in the draft. In the end, it turned out to be a non-issue as neither Nilsson ever played in the NHL.
Interesting.
And finally, this one's a little sad. The Pittsburgh Penguins, when they entered the league in 1967, they were trying to figure out ways to get new fans engaged after playing their inaugural season. And the Pittsburgh Zoo agreed to lend them a real penguin named Pete to serve as their mascot. The team commissioned CCM to make the penguin a tiny pair of skates and even recruited a figure skater to try to teach him how to navigate the ice. Unfortunately, his tenure was short-lived as Pete died from pneumonia. Why am I laughing?
Don't laugh. That's terrible. Pete died from what?
Pneumonia. That was linked to warm temperatures and the habitat at the igloo.
Yes, Stoney, indeed, that is very sad.
Stoney laughs at dead penguin. Stoney, I have one that I think you might appreciate that's kind of in this vein.
Okay.
Do you know who the Winnipeg Jets have a statue of in front of their building?
Do they still have is it still a
This is
queen?
not the queen, is it?
No, it's a player.
Player.
It's from a long time ago. It's from some time. It's from
Hobby
your
Boolin.
era of hockey
Hobby
watching.
Boolin.
No.
It's not Bobby Halls from the WHA.
The Winnipeg Jets have a Dale Howardchuk statue in front of their building.
Dale Howardchuk never played for that version of the Winnipeg Jets, though.
That's the fun fact, is that all of his stats technically belong to the Arizona Coyotes because they have the rights to that IP. So, or technically the NHL does, but that belongs to them. The Winnipeg Jets have a statue of a guy in front of their building that they don't own any of the stats to, which I find to be hilarious.
That is good.
Well, for a while, in Philadelphia, they had a statue of a fictitious boxer in front of their arena.
That's true, yeah.
They moved it to the art museum.
Makes sense.
Rocky Balboa, yeah.
All right, because
By the
Stoney's...
way, thoughts and prayers to friends of Pete the Penguin.
Yeah, right. You're going to be hearing from some people. So, Stoney being Stoney, he came in yesterday and told me this story. All of us can relate because every morning when we get up, you don't roll out of bed and say, okay, what do I do next? You have your script. You have your routine, right? You get out of bed. I immediately go to the bathroom and
shower.
Well, I take a leak.
Okay.
I
I
turn
do
on
that
the
at
shower,
the same time.
Take a what?
You don't pee in the shower?
No.
Oh, come on. Really?
Didn't I forget somebody on the morning show said there's two types of people, or maybe it was Gator. There's two types of people that say they pee in the shower, and then there's liars.
No, I don't pee in the shower.
Yeah, there's a drain there. It's great. You kill two birds with one stone. You don't have to, it saves
I'm not
time.
that pressed for time.
You never once have. Never once.
Oh, yeah. Like in college, I'm an adult
No, I do it
now.
all the time. There are times I remember having this discussion with Bill McAllister, where I'm doing it, and you don't even realize how. Oh well, I guess
you don't even realize.
Yeah, you just lather it up, whatever. Oh,
Can
yeah.
I ask you, when else do you not realize you're peeing?
We didn't even get to the question yet.
We're not going to. It's all hijacked now. We're going to do a 10 text. What did Stoney forget to do in his morning routine?
Not pee in the shower.
Yeah. I don't think
Do
this
you
is
know?
normal,
Do you know?
Mike.
Do you know the other peeing thing that I'm famous for? I don't do it anymore, but I used to take my dog out in the backyard. When he had to pee, I peed with him.
You just pee in the backyard with the dog.
That should have been the 10 texts. What was Stoney famous for other than that about peeing?
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would have got that one.
No, I'm not sure they would have. Come on, man. Does your wife know this?
Yes. I bet you there are women who pee when they shower too. During their shower.
Stoney, I'm with you on the shower one, but the backyard one, I can't. I can't.
Yeah, but the backyard one, it's only at night. Nobody can see me.
Mike Stone, ladies and gentlemen. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
The stress that it put on them was a little bit too much to overcome. What Pittsburgh runs its second most. In the league, what can you take away from last week and the corrections coming out of that game that can be applied here?
Well, there's some schematic things we will do a little different, and that we know we can do a little different that we think can help. All right, I'm not going to dive into all that. But then just there again, some of our fits, some of the keys, some of those little things just got a little dirty on some of our guys. Gave our guys, it's a little muddy, and man, stay focused on what your keys are and what you're supposed to be looking at. And it doesn't mean it's easy, but it's going to help significantly. A lot of that goes a long way. And if you don't see a ton of it, it can get on you, And so I think seeing it actually was probably one of the best things getting ready for this game, as we just came out of a full game with it, And so I think everything. I think we can help them a little bit here. I think seeing it last week is big, and I think we focus on those guys and their keys, man. Your eyes, where your eyes belong, where's your fit. That'll all help. We
last week was going to be the thing. Some of your guys in the locker room just said that the stress that it put on them was a little bit too much to overcome. What Pittsburgh runs at second most in the league. What can you
the past couple of weeks? Is that just the added additions of MVS and Adam, or is that something that maybe you saw or someone saw and said, hey, we can get more out of this against these teams?
That's a question for Arthur probably, but we use so much big personnel. I'd say in the middle of the season, start.
It just got completely hijacked by shower peeing Mike Stone. Carson Anderson, Stoney in for Anderson. All right, so we're approaching the weekend, and tomorrow we'll probably go a little bit more deep into this critical game by the Detroit Lions against the Pittsburgh Steelers. What is your gut telling you here? How are you feeling about this game as we get closer to it?
I think the Lions are going to win, and I think they're going to win by, I don't know. I think Pittsburgh will cover.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a closer game than people think. Now, obviously, look, injuries are a factor on both teams. We know all about the Lions' injuries. We do not expect to see T.J. Watt. Would not expect to see Nate Herbig. And one of their offensive linemen, Isaac Salamoto, I believe is his last name. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. He got injured Monday night. So they have injury situations as well. So I just think the Lions are going to be home. They don't lose back-to-back games. We know that. And I think they're better than Pittsburgh. The key to the game is going to be stopping Gainwell.
So they've got – Pittsburgh has injury problems at left tackle. Broderick Jones is out. Andres Pete is out. Calvin Anderson is on the injured list. And Dylan Cook was elevated from the practice squad and made his first NFL start at left tackle last week. And I think he did reasonably well, which is, fine. But this was the same formula than what was going on in Dallas when the Lions' defensive line was really played an important role in that game against the Cowboys.
Right, and the defensive line, especially Ali McNeil, has kind of been called out a little bit, not by his coaches, at least publicly, but by a lot of fans. I think they're going to step up and take advantage of the situation.
Well, I mean, it's not a complex formula, right? You need your best players to be, your best guys.
Yes.
They need to make plays for you. But the bottom line is McNeil is paid a certain amount to make plays. I find it interesting that you're worried about Gainwell. Are you worried about Gainwell because of the game he had Monday night? Or are you worried about Gainwell because...
I'm worried about the Gainwell because the Lions can't stop the freaking run.
Okay. All right. Because, he was very good against Miami, but the week before that, 4 carries, 15 yards. The week before that, 5 carries, 20 yards. He had a big game against Chicago. And then 9 carries, 24 yards, 3 carries, -1 yard.
What's his catch? He catches the ball out of the backfield.
He does catch the ball out of the backfield. He was very good on Monday night, and he's a player to keep an eye on. But their overall run game hasn't been great.
No, because part of that's because of their offensive line.
Yep. which, as we know, they almost go hand in hand.
Right.
This feels to me, actually, I think it fits the formula. I think they win and they cover. My gut here early in the week. We'll get more into it tomorrow, and I'll get more into it and look at some of the things that I'd like to look at, in recent trends with teams, who's practicing, who's not practicing, and things like that. Like the Lions, for instance, will probably have a better sense today if Christian Mahogany's going to go. Last week, he practiced a little bit, and they liked what they saw, but he didn't get the full clearance. And it's something that Dan Campbell said yesterday, that they did a walkthrough, and he was not limited in the walkthrough, he said with a laugh.
Right.
But today, they'll probably have a sense for whether or not they get Christian Mahogany back. And I don't know that we can overemphasize how important that might be, because Mahogany won that job for a reason. And I'm not sure, even coming off injury, Christian Mahogany would be an upgrade, and the offensive line can at least look a little bit more like it was intended to look. Ratledge at guard, Glasgow at center, Mahogany at guard.
So you'll have your starting offensive line that started the season.
Yes, which they haven't had a whole lot this year. And we expected that the offensive line wasn't going to be as good. That makes sense after Frank Ragnow retires. But we haven't seen what they're supposed to be in a long time.
Now, Decker didn't practice yesterday either.
He doesn't practice much at all, and I don't read too much into that. The other one that's coming back, but they've started his clock, is Giovanni Manu, but he's just a depth guy.
Yes.
And Dan Campbell admitted he needs reps against our defense as much to get ready for next year. It's not likely he's going to make an impact this year. But, and then the other thing is can the Lions does Pittsburgh look at the Lions the last few weeks and say, you know what, we can throw all over these guys?
Yeah, probably. So that's why it's imperative that they get a pass rush on Aaron Rodgers, who's not as mobile as he used to be, but he still has some mobility as far as getting evadability.
What was funny is they were talking with Aaron Rodgers yesterday. I was watching his media briefing, and somebody made the comment, about you're not as quick as some other guys in this league, and he said, "Hold on, I got a quick release." He's like, "That's my superpower, is my quick release." And Rodgers wanted to make that clear that he's not. His escapability isn't there. He'll get the football out quick enough that he doesn't need to have as much escapability. You know what else was interesting? Was listening to him rave about Aiden Hutchinson. It's just, you can get caught up in listening to what other teams and other media and other coaches say about your team, and you wonder how much of it is just build up the opponent. Right? Overemphasize how great they are. It's self-serving, because then if we win, man, how good are we, right? We just beat that team that I told you all last week how great they were. But he was authentically, it felt to me, I guess, with Aaron Rodgers, you never know. It's probably a mistake on my part now that I think about it. Mm-hmm. I was listening to him rave about Aiden Hutchinson. I'm like, he really believes that. And then I'm like, nah, it's Aaron Rodgers. Now I'm realizing, no, I fell for it. It's Aaron Rodgers. He did use a cool term when describing him.
What?
He said he's got a spin move, he's got a swing move, he's got a cobra strike. And I'm like,
cobra strike?
He's got a cobra strike.
He's a snake.
Aiden's got a cobra strike. Yeah. So anyway, you're feeling like they win, but you think it's going to be close.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be an agita-free Sunday, as I like to say.
A what?
Agita-free Sunday. Agita is like a heart thing.
Is it?
Yeah.
What do you mean by like a heart thing?
It's like a heart, not a disease. It's a precursor to like heart attacks. Some people get the agita.
Okay.
I'll try to get the exact.
It's okay. I've never heard this term, and Stoney came up with it. I'm learning something new.
This isn't like a word that I made up, like curiosity. It's not.
Okay. Right.
Agita. Oh, it's an Italian term meaning restless or stormy. That's one.
Well, that applies.
That's one. That's one definition.
Okay, so here's someone who disagrees with you.
Okay.
ESPN's Football Power Index simulates the season 10,000 times to drive projections. So they grab one of the 10,000 projections and what they had happening this week. Okay.
Mhm.
What they have happening, they do it 10,000 times. Today they grab projection 5,002, 5002. Well, these are the projected scores for this week. Lions 47, Steelers 10.
Wow.
Yep. That would be an Ajita free Sunday.
Yes, it would.
Another one here, Bears. This one's important. Bears 31, Packers 10.
Yeah, but by the way, Doug, I think we were talking about last week, or the other day, I should say, that we couldn't understand why the Packers were favored in Chicago.
Yeah.
I think that's switched already.
So I heard Ross Tucker say it, and I immediately checked my FanDuel and updated. It had not. Okay. But have you seen it somewhere?
Yeah,
switch?
I thought I saw it on one of the ESPN shows. Packers now, or the Bears now -1.5, and it started off Packers -2.5. It's now Bears are favored by 1.5.
So if you want the Bears in 1.5, you can still get them on FanDuel.
Okay.
-1.5. They've got. Excuse me. The Packers are listed at -1.5. Bears plus 1.5.
Okay.
So if you want it,
maybe I saw it wrong, but
maybe you didn't. Maybe you can get it. You can get the market you want if you feel compelled to bet that game, which is Saturday night. All right. Something out of town. Speaking of people who talk about our teams, somebody said something not very complimentary about one of our teams. You will hear it today at 11:35. Here on Carson Anderson with Stoney in for Anderson, 97.1. All right, regarding the Tigers, I agree with the strategy that Harris has been following. Their best prospects haven't even arrived yet. It wasn't time to push the chips in. We've been staying competitive with smoke and mirrors. That's from an unnamed texter. Another unnamed texter. I'm so sick of hearing about an offer for Alex Bregman that didn't work out. They came back with the number to seal the deal, and the Tigers passed because they're cheap. I mean, the first offer was not a cheap offer. The first offer was a very competitive offer.
No, I don't think it was a cheap.
In fact,
I thought it was more of a years thing.
Yeah, I didn't like the deal. I thought it was too much, quite frankly. But look, if you want to hang on to it that they won't spend money, then the Bregman argument is not one you want to hear.
Right.
Scott Harris is doing exactly what he told us he was going to do when he first took over. Same approach as Yzerman with the Wings. These guys have never lied to us. Fans are just growing impatient. Next one. Yeah, letting Scuba walk for nothing is pretty stupid. He's afraid to start the clock on his tenure. He's afraid to start the clock on his tenure. That's from Jerry. I don't know what he means by that. Bregman would have been such an enormous lift to our team last year. Could have pushed us over the top for sure. So frustrating they can't pull the trigger. Yeah, I mean, I kind of went through I had to realize that Bregman would help them. This is before he signed with Boston. I came to the realization Bregman would help him in the short term, even though there were going to be years on the end of that. It was just a matter of how many years, in my opinion, he was going to hurt them. But I'm not mad they didn't get him, but we'll see. All right, let's play this. This is out of New York. This was from WFAN and a host named Evan Roberts.
Yeah, he did the afternoon show there for a while. Some of my friends in New York, they don't like him. It's, whatever. They listen to him.
Stoney giggles like a kid. Like this is great news. So Evan Roberts,
he just got lifted from that shift for the great Craig Carton, by the way.
Okay. Well, he was talking about the Knicks, and then there's the Pistons that are 21-5.
Yes.
And here's what he had to say about the Pistons. Oh, we'll save it.
Yes.
You're damn right, MFer. We'll save it.
It's just the fact that he said a cute little basketball team.
Well, there's two things.
Even
starting with this, it's not that they suck.
Yeah.
Oh, it isn't? Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, you needed to step in and make sure it was clear that they don't suck. Thank you for that.
Yes. If he was more accurate, he said, look, we beat them last year. A little help from the no call on Tim Hardaway in that game, but yeah, it was a really good series. They're an up and coming team, and if we play them in the playoffs again, it'll be a really good series. It's okay for him to think that the Knicks are going to win. I mean, look, I think the Knicks are a little better than the Pistons too. But I mean, that doesn't mean that the Pistons are this cute little basketball team. No,
yeah, they're good
especially
little
cute little.
Nice, good.
I would take Big Stu and Karl Anthony Towns, put him in the alley. Who do you think's walking away from that fight?
Well, yeah, I wouldn't refer to him as cute little anything.
One's a cat.
Let's I can't. Let's get to a Knicks Piston game ASAP. Isn't it 4 games?
Yeah.
4 games away from playing that one?
Yeah.
Let's get to it ASAP. It's not 4 games. Is it 4 weeks? When the hell do they play that?
Early January, I believe.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, it's 4 games into the new year. I don't know why I had 4 games in my mind. It's like 3 weeks away. Completely wrong. I can't wait for that game. I can't stand Jalen Brunson's. Hold on. Because of what you said, I can't stand the way Jalen Brunson plays the game.
Yeah.
I can't stand it. And that right there, what was said, we're not even over here talking much smack. We're all kind of like, hey, they're 21-5.
Yeah, they haven't played a lot. They haven't played a great
we
schedule.
haven't played a lot of people. But it's not that they suck.
No.
It's just we're not sure they're 21-5 good.
By the way,
it's not that they suck.
A text from a friend listening to us from New Jersey.
Yeah.
Why Evan Roberts? He's an a-hole. Typical idiotic bleep from him and the DB with him.
Is that right? Why Evan Roberts? I don't know. The morning show had this. I don't know where they got it or why they got it. Kenny,
I saw it last night on one of the reels or whatever, and I probably should have put that in my prep rather than the link that you did. I didn't want you to look at.
Yeah, right. Don't look at this. Here's the link. A nice, good little basketball team he referred to Detroit.
Yeah. But you know what? I've gotten to the point, I don't care what other people have to say about it.
No, I don't really. It's not going to change my day at all. I just find it fascinating that that's a view from the outside. And I want to make sure the Pistons hear this. I want to make sure the Pistons are aware of it. Hey, first of all, for a little confidence boost, just so you know, Evan Roberts doesn't think you suck.
Yes, exactly.
Let's start with that.
And you're a nice little team.
A nice, good little basketball team.
Yeah, a fan of the most overrated franchise in sports history. The Garden's a great place to play, and I love the excitement and all that stuff. They have not won a championship since 1973, and you'd think year in and year out, oh, LeBron's going to come to New York because it's the Garden. We're going to get this. They don't get squat. They're good now, okay? And I'll give them that. But that franchise is so overrated.
You mean a team that hasn't won in that long perhaps shouldn't sound so condescending when speaking of a rival in the East?
Yeah, like the Lions fans sometimes.
What do you mean?
We haven't won ever.
That's true. We have been a little chesty lately.
Yeah, But yeah, you'd think that the Knicks are like the greatest franchise in the world.
From an unnamed texter, I love this brewing rivalry with the Knicks. Glad they put this audio out there to get the fan base more engaged. Last year's series with the Knicks rekindled something that had been dormant in Detroit for a long time.
Yeah.
And that was good old-fashioned sports hatred.
A villain. Brunson was a villain.
And the whole, the whole series, everything about it was an emotion that Detroit hadn't felt for NBA basketball in a long time. That was a bitter pill to swallow. That sucked.
Mm-hmm.
Everything about it. Our margin for error, yeah, we needed that call. We did need that call. The Knicks were better than Detroit last year. But I don't think there's any doubt in my mind that the Pistons are off to the start they are this year, in part because of how much that Knicks series stung.
Yeah, because they think they should have won, and they think that one game was stolen from them. And our local national basketball guru, Vinny Goodwill of ESPN, he does a great job. He just texted me and said, the Knicks have to win the East. The Pistons are building for the next 3 to 5 years. The Knicks, their window is real small.
That's the way the Knicks look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, the Pistons are set up for the now to compete and the future.
Yeah.
What a loser. Thanks for being condescending. And yeah, we will save it for when we knock them off. Almost did last year. They're not that good, and we have improved dramatically.
Look, I think the Knicks are really, the Brunson thing, he is probably the clutchest player in the last 20 years, in my opinion. The way he's played the last couple of years, when you have to have a basket, he makes a basket. I don't love the fact that he is a foul baiter, so to speak.
Well,
okay, but he's been doing that since college.
Unethical
the national
scoring.
championship game, he would push off how he gets away with the push off is incredible to me.
Kane called him an unethical scorer, and I love it. It's an unethical way to play the game.
He's a good dude, though. But
we need to make shirts. Yeah. Detroit Pistons. It's not that we suck.
Right.
We're a nice little basketball team.
Yeah.
Nice little basketball team. Mm-hmm. There should be signs when we play the Knicks. Mm-hmm. Do you like this nice little basketball team? Mm-hmm. 248-539-9797. I actually agree with the first guy that texted over.
Yeah.
And that is, I'm glad this is out there. I'm glad this is out there. The NBA is coming back to life in Detroit, and the people care, and it's fun. Hey, every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday Touchdown Jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. Last week, I had Kyle Pitts. He scored 3, including the last touchdown, $131 in bonus bets. It was kind of awesome. To get in on this Thursday's action, place that anytime touchdown bet, and if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet, plus a share of bonus bets. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Must apply Profit Boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally amongst all eligible participants. Made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's Evan Roberts in New York.
Our sister station, WFAN.
Yeah, look, I'm excited that somebody's talking about the Pistons again. Let's start with that. We are the team that has, I think, gotten firmly on people's radar in the East, and we have firmly established. I want shirts made. We are a nice, good little basketball team. And on the back, it will say it's not that we suck. Sure, lean into it. I'm ready to lean into it. Look, the Knicks are a veteran team.
Yeah.
They're a hell of a good team. And I don't know. I'm not going to make the mistake of saying that guy's attitude is reflective of everybody that's a Knicks fan and everybody that plays for that team. But I'm also not going to not file that one away for future use.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like Mike Brown or, Josh Hart said it.
No, it's not. But nice little basketball team. How freaking condescending is that? Brad, you're on 97.1. Hi, Brad.
Hey, guys. How you doing this afternoon?
We're good.
I just wanted to call in. Aside from his delivery, as you said, condescending, nice little team, he's got some good points. JB Bickerstaff, if I remember right, we had questions last year about his rotation down the stretch against the Knicks. And, the bad boys and the going to work Pistons all had to kind of get knocked down a time or two. It depends on what they do at the trade deadline. I would love to see them kind of consolidate their talent, maybe get a better 8-man rotation by sacrificing the 10, 11-man rotation that they're doing pretty well with.
Yeah, I'd love to see them get Trey Murphy. I think the talk of Anthony Davis makes no freaking sense. And I don't think Lauri Markkanen's the answer either, as good as he is. Yeah, look, the Knicks are really good. The Pistons lead them by 2.5 games. It's is it a rivalry? Maybe for us, little Detroit against the Big Apple and all that, but that's good. Yep. That's what we've always been.
There's history there, certainly.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the phone call, Brad. 248-539-9797. From an unnamed texter, the way they celebrated that NBA Cup is like they won the NBA championship. That's why they suck.
I have no problem with them celebrating on the floor. Thankfully, they had the wherewithal to abstain from putting up a banner at Madison Square Garden like they did in L.A. and Milwaukee when those teams won the NBA Cup.
Look, you can do whatever you want. If you want to celebrate it, that's fine. I'm not showing enough respect for the winner of the NBA Cup.
Well, why wouldn't you celebrate when you won that much money? Each player won $500,000 or something?
Yeah, you can. Like I said, you can do whatever you want. I have no issue with them putting up banners. I wouldn't for my franchise. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't put. But I don't think it's like some great crime. But at the end of the day, we need to recognize that is the NBA Cup champion.
Oh, yeah.
So our apologies. Next one. Thank you for the free ammunition. Signed, JB Bickerstaff. I would play that audio before the game and would be fearful of beef stew. He will get thrown out immediately after punching someone out.
That is going to be a problem during the rest of the season in the playoffs. Is reining him in.
Scott in Livonia says nothing more insulting than saying, quote, good little team.
Yeah.
Screw that guy.
Right.
Yeah.
He's a good little talk show host, I guess. I don't know. I don't know his stature. Valenti would. He knows him. But, yeah.
I would have no idea.
No.
I know who's on our station.
Yeah.
I'm aware of that. But that's about it, literally. Nice little basketball team. Warm-up shirts for the next time they play them. Then on the back have a picture of Tony Orland and Dawn, who had the #1 song, Tie Yellow
Orlando
Ribbon.
and Dawn.
Oh, right, Orlando. But you're right, it's Orlando. Tony Orlando and Dawn had the #1 song, Tie a Yellow Ribbon Around the Old Oak Tree, the last time the Knicks won a title. That was the #1 song the last time the Knicks won a title?
1973, yeah, probably. Tie a yellow ribbon.
I completely screwed up that delivery, but that's funny.
Yeah.
What else was true?
I don't know. Look up 1973, right? What happened in 1973? I'm trying to think who won the World Series in 19.
My guess, early 70s. It's always the A's or the Reds.
Yes, it was the A's.
Yep. Dude, we were still in Vietnam.
I know.
Do you want to guess what the gas prices were in 73?
65 cents.
Keep going.
I'll go. Oh, lower?
Yeah.
50 cents.
39 cents per gallon.
Wow. Yep. I like it. I like it a lot. So they're taking on Dallas tonight.
Yeah.
Do you have any more interest in this game because it's Cooper Flag? Has he reached any kind of status in that regard that you want to see Cooper Flag?
Well, I will always watch the Piss. Now, look, the Rams Seahawks is going on at the same time.
Control center activate.
Yeah, so I'll be going back and forth. Although because it's on Amazon, it's not as easy to activate.
Well, it's not as easy to go back and forth. It's easy when you have multiple screens. It's perfectly
I
easy.
can watch one of them on my phone.
There you go.
That's all. Yes, I am interested in seeing Cooper Flag, especially since he had 40 the last game, right?
Was it the last time they played?
I believe so. Not against the Pistons. They're Dallas's last game. I think 2 nights ago he had in the fourth.
It was 2 nights ago. He had 42.
42.
Yep. Sure. They're 10-17 on the year.
Yeah.
The Mavs.
Cade coming home. He had his jersey retired at his high school yesterday.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see it? Did you see?
I saw the video. Yeah.
What number did he wear?
2.
Okay, that's his number, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, big one tonight. Later start, 8:30, but
7:30 Dallas time.
No, it's good. It will align with the football game. So yeah, we'll. I got a long honey-do list today.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna get it all done in time for football and basketball at the same time, and then figure out what goes on the other screen. What's a bowl game? Isn't there a bowl game tonight? Isn't it like the...
Yeah, probably. Wasn't there one yesterday that I didn't even realize?
I know they had the Tribute to Armed Forces Bowl.
It was the Cure Bowl yesterday.
Was it the Cure Bowl?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Tonight, no, there's not a bowl game until... Oh, no.
We got the Xbox Bowl.
Oh, wow.
When players go to bowl games, they get like little gift bags. I'm going to guess at that age, the Xbox Bowl is probably one that they has a pretty sweet gift bag.
Mm-hmm. Missouri State against Arkansas State.
Yep.
You've actually, I believe, broadcasted a game that Arkansas State played in, right? Didn't they come to the Big House a couple years ago?
Yes, they did.
Mm-hmm.
This bowl game, I believe, is this the one that's played? Is it the Cowboys practice facility?
Yes, the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, Texas. Mm-hmm.
So this is where we've gotten, and it probably makes more sense.
All more important. Oh, can't wait tomorrow during the show, Doug.
Yeah.
11 a.m.
What do we got?
We got the Myrtle Beach Bowl. Kennesaw State against the Broncos of Western Michigan, baby.
There we go.
That'll be on one TV here.
Has Kennesaw decided on their quarterback yet? You don't know?
No, I don't. What's their
one.
nickname?
Are they the Bears?
I have no idea. It'd be cool if it was the Kennesaw Mountain Landises. Wasn't there a baseball
They're
team?
the Owls.
The Owls.
The Owls.
Name 2 other schools with the nickname Owls. I can come up with 3. You only have to name 2.
Temple.
There we go. Ding, 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 ding.
And there's one of those Florida schools. It's either Florida Atlantic or Florida International. I'm going to go Florida Atlantic.
Correct. And
Wow.
the other one I thought it was the Rice Owls.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Useless information.
Yeah.
100, Alex.
Yeah. It's been an hour filled with it. Yeah, Kennesaw State and Western Michigan. That'll be during the show, huh?
Yes, 11 a.m.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, that's not. It's a good thing to have on in the background.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up, Dan Campbell with some preview stuff of the game this weekend with Pittsburgh. Straight ahead, something's going on with a rival right now, and I can't help but snicker. I think we're going to have some fun here, but there are troubling times, and it makes me snicker. We'll get to that today at 12:02. Here on Carson Anderson, Stoney in for Anderson. It is a Thursday edition of the show on 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Pistons are getting ready to take on Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks tonight. Flagg is coming off a 42-point game on Monday as he broke LeBron's record for the most points ever scored in an NBA game by an 18-year-old. The Pistons are, of course, led by Cade Cunningham, who is perhaps feeling a little sentimental being back in his home state. Last night, the entire team accompanied Cade to James Bowie High School, where he went before transferring to Montverde. The school retired Cade's jersey last night, and Cade spoke to the crowd saying, quote, "I just had a dream. I just wanted to be great and to help my family as best I could. This means a lot to me. Being from Arlington is something I'm very proud of, and to be in the rafters, this is special," unquote. Tonight's game starts at 8:30 right here on 97.1. Chris Villara hosts pregame coverage starting at 8:05. Tarek Skubal announced this morning he will be joining Team USA at the upcoming World Baseball Classic in March. Skubal joins an already stacked American cast with Aaron Judge, Paul Skeens, Bobby Witt Jr., and Cal Raleigh. And Michigan is getting another major golf event in 2026. Live Golf announced this morning it will be returning to the Cardinal at St. John's Resort in Plymouth next August. The tour was just here for the first ever Michigan Team Championship last August, which was won by John Rahm and Legion 13. Liv is currently accepting deposits for premium hospitality tickets online at livegolf.com. That'll be August 27th through the 30th of next year. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug, don't leave. You don't have to wait in line for the Live tickets till.
Don't worry.
Till June.
Don't worry.
I know. I know. You said yesterday that that's something you were violently opposed.
I'm hostile towards Live. I don't like a lot of it for a lot of different reasons, but the biggest of which is I want to see all the best golfers playing in the same events, and Live has watered down golf on all levels.
That is correct.
I quite frankly. I give 0 Fs about who wins a Live event. I don't care.
Come on, what about any of the team names?
Well, didn't he just say the Intimidators won it or something?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean that whole. Look, I can respect trying to make golf more appealing and try some stuff, but not at the expense of the quality of. They've watered down golf.
Yeah, but golf could be more fun. You go, to the events like the Rocket, and you say, "Way to go, Big Ten" to Patrick Cantlay. I was with you. Remember we did that?
Yes. It was a good day.
Yeah,
we had some fun that day.
I love going to golf tournaments.
They serve drinks at golf.
That's why. People say, "Well, why do you go to a golf tournament? You can't even, see the ball half the time." I said, because if it's a beautiful day and it's hot, and you're walking around with beers, you have a wonderful
and you do see some pretty impressive stuff.
Yes, you do.
I'm all here for the Rocket Classic.
Yes.
With that said, Mike Stone, things might be going a little haywire in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, the Bears president, Kevin Warren, penned a letter to season ticket holders saying the Bears are likely moving on from their previously stated plans, noting the frustration at the lack of legislative help to build the Arlington Heights Stadium that seemed to be a done deal. They are now looking at all of Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. And this is where I really perk up. Northwest Indiana, you say?
Mm-hmm.
So, many of us...
It's like Gary, Indiana, right?
I just keep thinking of all the exits and signs you see on 94 as you drive from southeast Michigan to Chicago, and you go through Indiana, and yes, the Gary Bears has a ring to it, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
The Gary Bears. If you're on that Skyway and you see the little minor league ballpark, they've already established a sports culture there in Gary.
Oh, absolutely.
There seems to be some open real estate in Gary.
Yeah.
And I bet it's more affordable.
Great tune from the Broadway show, The Music Man. Remember that one?
I don't, Stoney.
Gary, Indiana, Gary, Indiana, Gary. And Kenny knows it. He's like bopping his head to it.
I was forced to watch it in a film class, but yes, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Now that you sing it, okay. Yes, Stoney, now I do remember it. But we've all made that drive on 94.
Mm-hmm.
And so the couple things that popped into my mind, how about the Hammond Bears? See, the Hammond, Indiana could take on the Bears. There's one exit that I'm pretty sure that's for Lake Station on 94. Am I wrong? Isn't there an exit? Couldn't they be the Lake Station Bears?
They could be.
So what else in Northwest Indiana could the Bears become? I think as we look at this is clearly the best solution. When you are in Illinois and in the greater Chicagoland area, real estate can be very expensive. But as I pass through Gary and through Northwest Indiana, I find that there's a lot of open places there.
Past the refineries.
The Refinery Bears.
Yes.
The Refinery Bears works.
I don't know. I think Gare Bears has a good ring to it.
Gare Bears.
That's awesome.
Yes. The Gare Bears. This is what we need, people. Let's come up with some ideas.
And they can trade for Rashawn Gary.
They could, Stoney.
They could probably make a team of all Garys. I'm not going to look right now.
You're not going to look them all up?
No.
All right, so what else from Northwest Indiana? 248-539-9797. Send over your ideas as we try and help out our NFC North brethren.
It's just another great move that makes Kevin Warren such a popular figure through every one of his career stops.
Well, how about the fact that Northwestern is putting the final touches on an $800 million privately financed stadium?
Yeah.
Northwestern, a historic doormat of the Big Ten, they built a new stadium.
Well, they want, if I was reading correctly, the Bears will pay for the stadium. They just want, kind of like what Bill Davidson did when he built the Palace. He wants some help from the state on roads and that type of infrastructure, is what I gathered.
Rest assured, you can find roads and real estate in Northwest Indiana.
Oh, I know.
What is it? Is it the Skyway? Is that the name of the Skyway Bears?
Mm-hmm.
You can just put them over there and give them sort of a general name, like New England, the New England Patriots.
Yes.
The Skyway Bears.
You know who else is from Gary, Indiana? The Jackson 5. All the Jacksons.
Yeah, I thought that was common knowledge, Mike.
Oh, no, but I just wanted to, put that out there. So
okay, fair enough.
They can have their. They already know who's singing the national anthem.
They could do that when they move to Northwest Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
248-539-9797. I'm not sure we're going to top the Gare Bears.
No, that's a good one.
Put them in Gary, Indiana, and call them the Gare Bears. How does Northwest...
The Gary Harry Bears.
Yeah, probably one step too far. How does Northwestern build a stadium in Evanston, and the Bears aren't building a stadium? Can't get their stadium built.
Because Northwestern's his own campus, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Well, and the
They own
Bears,
the territory.
The stadium wouldn't be, but.
Dude, what a move. Put the Bears in Northwest Indiana. That is such a great move.
God, there are so many famous people born in Gary, Indiana. I'm like mesmerized.
Stoney's gone down the wormhole. What do you got?
Glenn Robinson III, Alex Karras. There's Lloyd McClendon.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's tons of them here.
All right, well, send them in, 248-539-9797. If the Bears move to Northwest Indiana, what do you think they could be, should be? From Mike in Brighton, my parents live in Dyer, Indiana. Dyer. The Dyer Bears has a nice ring to it.
Oh.
Tom in Lake Orion, the Valpo Bears.
Oh.
There we go. I like it.
Bryce Drew Appreciation Night.
The Michigan City Bears coming soon. I've always found it curious. Michigan City's in Indiana, but it's in Northwest Indiana. The Michigan City Bears. How about the Munster Bears? That's from Gary and Birmingham.
Oh, from Gary. All right.
Yeah. All right, what do you got? What are we going to do with the Bears in Northwest Indiana? Valpo Bears is pretty good. Gare Bears is pretty good. Think of all those exits you see on your way to Chicago. Speaking of stadiums.
The Portage Bears.
Is Portage Michigan or is there Portage, Indiana?
Northwest Indiana cities have a list here.
Oh, is that where they got the outlets? I think they got outlets there.
Yes.
The Outlet Bears.
The East Chicago, the East Chicago Bears.
Is East Chicago in Indiana?
Mm-hmm. Cedar Lake. The list of the top 119 cities. Actually, Hammond has a bigger population than Gary.
Does it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then Hammond makes more sense. Speaking of stadiums, something kind of cool going on that we're supporting here. A little gem in Detroit is Wayne State's Harwell Field. That is the little tribute to Ernie Harwell's legacy. They got a little Ernie museum at the behind home plate there. They also have, I'm sure many of you have seen, the replica of the Green Monster in left field. They have the actual former Detroit Tiger Stadium scoreboard.
Wow.
Like the old digital one
Right.
is in the outfield wall at
Is that
Wayne
the one
State
where they had the
Stadium.
Schaefer sign on, the Schaefer beer, and I saw
No,
that on the video.
that one is from
Baltimore?
Ebbets Field.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's like this little baseball
Shrine.
Yeah, a little baseball shrine with a lot of cool stuff, but it's called Harwell Field. And currently Wayne State, there's a vote going on of the best fields in Division II. And Wayne State is in a battle with Chico State and their Nettleton Stadium. We have tweeted out the link.
Please vote for Wayne State.
Go vote for Harwell Field. You click on the link, you click on vote now, and you can scroll down and pass the other quarterfinalists and just vote for Harwell Field over Nettleton Stadium. Hit submit at the bottom, and let's get a little love for our guys down there at Wayne State. 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell met with the media. How do you get David Montgomery more involved? Can this defense slow down Pittsburgh's run game and your guy Gainwell that worries you so much? Hear what he had to say today at 12:20. Here on Carson Anderson, Gator Out Today, Stoney in 97.1. We are so excited with this news that the Chicago Bears are considering a new place to build a stadium, and it is including Northwest Indiana. And our thought of here in Detroit, of course, is perfect. So let's move the Bears to Northwest Indiana. What would they be called? There's a lot of people, including Jay Mays, that says you got to move into Gary and call them the Gare Bears. Gare Bears is awesome.
Kenny Codd with the call there.
Yep. How about just the Lake Michigan Bears? That's from an unnamed texter. The Beverly Shores, Indiana Bears. That's from Brad and Lansing. Move the Bears to Hammond, Indiana, and a natural name would be the Hams Bear. Like Hams Beer?
Yeah.
That's Tom and Brighton. Stoney, you want to do it. Name your favorite Gary 248. That's funny. I might be too far from North Central Indiana, but the Shipshewana Bears has a nice ring to it. Max, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Max.
Hey, fellas, what's up?
How you doing, sir?
I'm fantastic. Hey, so like exit 7 on 94 is Burr Street. It could be the Burr Street Bears, and coincidentally, there's a Hard Rock Casino there, so we could get all our game, fixing bets in.
Oh, the game fixing bets in. Yeah, you know what? You do see there's two casinos that stand out. One of them is Hard Rock. The other one, there's like a big blue one back near LaPorte.
Yeah, that's like the Blue Chip Casino or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. LaPorte, by the way, which has the most awesome high school football helmet you will ever see, is the LaPorte Slicers, and it's the picture of a sickle on the side of the helmet.
I thought it was going to be like a deli slicer.
Well, I think that's where they got it from. I actually think there's some sort of meat production. I'll have to look it up. But, yeah, let's do it.
And there's another thought, just because I'm sitting here thinking, what about the Michigan City Bears? I think we own them anyways, right?
I think it'd be great to have the Michigan City Bears in this division. You know what's crazy? Just imagine if the Lions said we're considering sites, including sites in Ohio.
People would be pissed.
Of course.
I know. Look, what's going to happen is they're going to end up getting it, and it'll move it to Arlington. They're not going to renovate Soldier Field anymore. I don't think.
Why? The first renovation looks so cool.
Actually, you know what nickname would be good? It's not quite as good as Gare because of Gary, Indiana. Gummy.
The Gummy Bears. Did you Google search? Is there happen to be a Gummy, Indiana? Because that would be perfect.
No, there's no Gummy, Indiana.
That's a shame. Yeah. All right, let's get to the Lions. They're taking on Pittsburgh this weekend. Dan Campbell met with the media. The news out of it, if you're just joining us, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, was that Christian Mahogany may be good to go coming up on Sunday. They will know more today. They had a walkthrough yesterday, which obviously didn't push him too much. He was good. He did some things last week. They thought he was close-ish, but they knew he wasn't completely ready. So they'll have a better sense today, and hopefully we'll get a thumbs up on Christian Mahogany in the offensive line, which I have to go back and look and see how many games they've been at their full roster of O-linemen, but it hasn't been many. Giovanni Manu's practice windows opened up, and that was really the newsworthy stuff. But Dan Campbell, one of the things that's come up, and fans, some of you have asked for it. You want more of David Montgomery offensively, and here is what Dan Campbell said about trying to get him more involved. By no means is this a crisis. It's a top 5 rushing offense in the NFL. It's a top 5 total yards offense in the NFL. It's the number 1 scoring offense in the NFL. That doesn't mean you don't try to find ways to be better, but on the list of priorities, I mean, sure. The best part, like what's happened here is that Jahmyr Gibbs is such an explosive weapon that he has warranted more touches. And in some ways, okay, either David Montgomery now can help maybe ease the load a little bit off Jahmyr Gibbs and give him a little bit of take less wear and tear. Right. And maybe when he's in there, he'll be more fresh. Or maybe David Montgomery's the guy that is more fresh down the stretch and can do more. But it's a nice problem to have.
I wish they played them both in the backfield at the same time a lot more than they do.
Fans talk about doing that stuff a lot, and very rarely do teams do it. And I wonder why. I don't know why they don't. Because, even if you just keep Montgomery into block and send Gibbs out of the backfield in a pass pattern, he's so dangerous in the pass game as well.
It just gives the defense something else to think about after they break the huddle.
Yeah. Yeah. But, and the thing is, they could both be on the field, and you don't even have to have them in the backfield because Gibbs could line up in the slot.
Exactly.
So. All right, here's more from Dan Campbell, and this was an interesting question. The question was, how much has the offensive margin for error been reduced because the defense is giving up so many points in recent weeks? Here's what Dan Campbell said. Just the idea that they could, A, find the run game, and B, get a little bit of defense. We're not asking for a ton of defense. We're asking for a little bit of defense.
Right. Like you mentioned yesterday, just get a couple stops and they win the game.
There is literally, you think about the fourth downs the Rams converted. Were they 3 for 3 on fourth downs in that game?
Yeah,
I think they
especially
were.
that big 4th and 8 one.
Yep. It's not a stretch to say it's a totally different game. It's an extra possession for the offense, and it is, a drive that doesn't end in the end zone for the Rams. And it's a game in which I don't think wholesale changes are necessary or anything like that, but it does. That coming out of that Rams game was super frustrating because they didn't get the 1 or 2 plays defensively they desperately needed. All right, finally, Dan Campbell. Can this defense slow down Pittsburgh's run game? Here's what he had to say. Coaches don't believe that they're sunk just because they lost a game.
No.
Coaches think you can scheme up something to make your team perform better. And Dan Campbell, if we just tweak this or we just tweak that, the group of players we're going to put out there defensively can give us the more that we're asking for.
It's funny because in some situations, the cliche, it's not the X's and O's, it's the Jimmys and the Joes. The coaches feel the exact opposite in some situations.
Yeah, I think you're right. But if you're limited with Jimmys and Joes, your X's and O's better be great.
Yes.
And I think defensively, they're guys off the street. They lost Hallett to Tennessee off the practice squad.
Right.
And the guy off the street prediction I made 3 weeks ago, somewhere there's a dude out there that's not playing that will probably be taking some critical snaps for the Lions down the stretch.
It's going to be Kazee.
DeMonte Casey, yeah.
Casey.
I bet it. I would bet it's that guy. All right, straight ahead. Very embarrassing moment at a celebrity golf tournament. If you did not see this, well, you'll hear the audio, but wondering where it fits in the category for you. We'll explain at 12:35 on 97.1. Doug Karsch, Mike Stone, in for Gator. It is the Karsch and Anderson program, 248-539-9797. Talk to Little Lions. You heard Dan Campbell. Hey, do you think David Montgomery needs the football more? And do you have any hope for this defense? We'd love to hear from you, 248-539-9797. And if you do have hope for the defense, tell us what it is that you think they can get. I'll give you a reason to be hopeful. Pittsburgh is on their third or fourth, I believe, left tackle. And when the Lions played Dallas a couple weeks ago, Dallas had problems at both tackle spots, and injuries have been a concern. And guess what? The Lions' defensive line was a problem. Now, not all backups are created equal. Not all schemes are the same. And Dallas still scored 30 points. Mm-hmm. But this feels like another one of those games where El-Quadin Muhammad and Hutch could be a problem for an opposing offense.
Well, you know, Doug, Hutch only has sacks against backups. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully they can take advantage of it. I mean, that's what it's all about, guys. If you're a Steeler fan, you're hoping that DK Metcalf could take advantage of a depleted Lions secondary.
Sure. And probably will.
Yeah.
And, there's variables in games that, some things that just are non-negotiable, and where you believe, because when we went into that Dallas game and people are like, there's no way they're stopping the Dallas offense. Correct. It's just impossible. And my whole thing was, well, if they're going to win, it's going to be in a shootout. And then we emphasized FGA. You look at the 2 shootout games they've just played. One of them had 5 field goal attempts. That's the one they won. Mm-hmm. You've got to be more like that defense.
And look, it helped that CeeDee Lamb got injured during the game because he was torching them, but that's part of the game.
It's part of the game, and he was torturing injury-riddled secondary. Yes. So, I mean, it just, maybe even things out a little bit. But, and then the David Montgomery thing, I'm not that worried about it. It doesn't sound like Dan Campbell did say, and we didn't play the soundbite for you, but he did say, look, he's a true pro. He just comes to work, does his job. He doesn't have to worry about him.
Would not be surprised if he is not on this team next year. I mean, they have to make some cap cuts probably.
I mean, they're going to have to save money somewhere, yes. But it probably would have helped if they'd gotten to see a little bit more of Sione Vaki, a draft pick that they made. If he was going to carry the football at all, would he be, or Craig Reynolds?
Yeah.
I mean, the next, but that's another topic for another day. But anyway, 248-539-9797 if you want to continue talking Lions. If you feel like they need to get some David Montgomery touches, and do you have any hope for the defense? If so, why? From an unnamed texter, there's something missing in the Montgomery talk. It's not just about total yardage, etc. And it's not either or, because they can split Gibbs out and he can get his touches. What more Montgomery gives you is offensive rhythm and time of possession.
It's true. But if the offensive line is not very good going up the middle, what he does so well he's not as productive as he has been, but he's still more productive than Gibbs going up the middle.
Yeah. They don't put Gibbs and Montgomery in the backfield at the same time because that's what a teenager on Madden would do. In reality, you'd be taking a blocker off the field because Demo, and certainly not Gibbs, is going to be crashing through the hole to take on a linebacker like Moose Johnston. It would be insulting to even ask him to do that. Well, we're not talking about an old school I formation.
No, just every once in a while do it. That's
all right, here we go. This is from the Derek Jeter Turn 2 Foundation Celebrity Golf Outing.
Oh, God. We didn't get invited this time, did we?
Speak for yourself.
You're right.
I was busy.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ja Rule was one of these celebrity golfers.
Ja Rule.
Yep.
Wow. Rap star.
And it was...
Do you know, before we get into this, I actually played poker with Ja Rule at a celebrity poker event during the Super Bowl week at the Troy Marriott, I think. He was the celebrity at my table.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Who are the other celebrities, if you don't mind me asking?
Like Darren McCarty. I mean, he was probably the biggest national. Ja Rule was probably the biggest national.
I was about to say, that's a pretty big name.
Yeah, exactly. And all he talked about was how much he loved Kobe Bryant.
Really?
Yeah.
And that was that. So how long did you sit at the table with Ja Rule?
About a half hour, 40 minutes.
Did you do anything memorable that Ja Rule would remember? Oh, yeah, that guy.
No.
You can mess up a lot of stuff in 30 to 40 minutes.
Oh,
though.
I know I can, yes.
Yeah.
But it's not me. No,
Okay.
I didn't do that.
Nothing embarrassing.
No, I didn't tell him stories. No.
All right. Well, Ja Rule is standing over his tee shot on the par 3 closest to the pin. I believe it was number 12. For those of you that played in the Derek Jeter Turn 2 celebrity golf
in
outing.
Florida or California.
There were people gathered around, and we'll play what it sounded like. He shanked it completely and hit a photographer standing almost perpendicular to where he was. It was an ultimate. I think all of us who play golf have done this. Well, now it might be more regularly for some of us, but
Hit a photographer?
Hit a photographer, yeah. Here's what it sounded like. Wow. Okay, so he completely toes it, and it goes directly at and hits this photographer, and there you heard it. The photographer was okay, apparently, and Ja Rule says he is a 15 handicap.
Whoa, that's pretty good.
But I mentioned that after he did that, he turned into a 40 handicap.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of us that aren't great golfers, the idea of standing on a tee box, if there's so much as another foursome waiting at the tee box behind you, watching your tee shot, I'm terrified. I have a lot of sympathy for Ja Rule here.
Yes. I once played at the Pro-Am for the TPC when they had the seniors out there in Dearborn.
Yeah.
And there wasn't a huge group following us because the pro was some super senior named John Bland, who was from South Africa.
Yeah.
And I hit my tee shot okay, but man, there are people, watching on the side. I was so nervous that I was going to do what Ja Rule did.
And just drill somebody?
Yeah.
Did you warn people?
Oh yeah. Pay attention. I'm not very good.
Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely be warning people. With that said, what is the most humiliating thing that ever happened to you in a performance, whether it be sports, a concert, anything?
Did there have to be people watching?
No,
because I've had some.
I mean, I guess it's less humiliating if nobody's watching.
Okay, I've had 3 incidents on the golf course.
Nice.
One I've talked about on this radio station before, where I was playing golf with my friend Lenny, and I was in a sand trap, and he was on the other side of the green, getting out of his car, and I scalded, or whatever word you want to use, the sand trap. So I hit a line drive, and if he didn't get his hands up, I could have killed him.
Really?
Yes. There's one. I have 2 others.
Okay.
With some more famous people than Lenny.
All right.
One year,
Hard to imagine.
I was playing golf with Dave Llewellyn, and I shanked a chip shot, and it hit him right in his other golf balls.
Did?
Yes, a little bit.
Davey
Lou got hit, and then famously, and I think Jamie was with me at the time, I believe, definitely Jason Hillman, who works for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Anyway, we were playing at some outing at the Wolverine Golf Club on the east side.
Yeah.
And I hooked my drive so far left into the other fairway that I barely missed the head of Ray Lane. Rest in peace, Ray.
I knew this would deliver. So mine is, there's a couple, but the first one that popped into my head is we have relatives in San Diego, and they came to visit us. They were visiting us, and I had a hockey game, and they were like, "Oh, we'll come watch." I'm like, "All right, cool." And it just so happened our hockey game was at Yost Ice Arena, and so they were there. They were kind of excited. I warned them that I'm not the greatest hockey player, and I was on the bench to start the game, and literally my first shift, I jumped over the boards, and immediately the puck popped out of the zone, the defensive zone, and I jumped over the boards and into a breakaway. So I am just freshly on the ice, and there's guys trying to chase me down, and I'm not particularly fast. I had to carry it from just beyond my own blue line, and I'm in a race, and I'm moving in on goal, and I take a shot, and I fall, and I miss. I slam into the goalie. He falls on top of me. We keep sliding together. We hit the net. It comes off its moorings and into the boards behind the goal.
Wow.
That was the first thing my relatives saw me do playing hockey.
Is there video?
There is not video. But it's something that I'm always in danger of recreating. But that, I had one the other night that wasn't me, but it was humiliating nonetheless. We were playing in a game, and I guess some people in the league know who I am.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my teammates was trying to get the puck out from his skates, and he was like kicking it. We had like a 3-on-1. It got passed into his skates. He tried to kick it, and he just fell down.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy from their bench yelled, "Stick to radio!" And I was like, wait.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me. It was Ryan. It wasn't me.
That's a good chirp, though. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I wasn't happy. Anyway, 248-539-9797. What is your most humiliating moment in a performance? And it can be something like Ja Rule, who shanked that tee shot and drilled a photographer. 248-539-9797. Ken on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hi, Ken.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Great
Sure.
show, great station. I'll go as fast as I can. I know we're up against it. So this goes back to old Softball City, if everybody remembers this or not, back in like the 90s. So I'm brand new. I started dating a girl whose brother's got this really good softball team. And I was a baseball player, so she said, hey, see if my brother gets you on the team. He did. Trying to go faster here. Sorry, guys.
No, you're fine.
So there's, if you remember, on each side of the of those fields, they had bleachers, so that each team could have their fans there. So there's a guy playing out right field. I'm playing second base. This guy, right fielder's girlfriend, sitting on the top row of the bleachers, by the plate. Ball's hit out to right field. Guy's trying to score from second base. Cutoff comes to me at second. I turn, trying to impress these guys as a new one, hard as I could, guys. I airmail it. And similar to Field of Dreams with the little girl, I hit his girlfriend square in the forehead, knocked her off of the bleachers.
Oh, God.
If you talk about being embarrassed in front of a bunch of new guys that you're trying to impress, that was my most embarrassing scene.
Well, that would qualify, yes.
Yes, sir.
Of
Well,
all
thanks,
the
guys.
people
Have a
to
great
hit.
day.
Yeah, thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. When you're new on a team, on any team, if you're the new guy, rule one is try to fit in, but you don't want to embarrass yourself.
Correct.
And there's just a little bit of pressure to try and impress people. What's your most humiliating moment in a performance like Ja Rule shanking a tee shot and drilling a photographer in front of what look like hundreds of people? It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. By the way, Harwell Field is getting closer to Nettleton Stadium. Ernie Harwell Field at Wayne State University is in a battle for the best Division II baseball stadium. A little shrine to Ernie and Tigers history down there where Wayne State plays baseball. It's the best D2 baseball stadium in Harwell Field now at 47.8% of the vote against Chico State. Follow the link we tweeted out at Doug Gator and go vote. And see if we can get to put Wayne State over the top. 248-539-9797. Talking about that Ja Rule celebrity golf swing where he shanked it right off a tee box on a par 3 and drilled a photographer immediately to his right, which we played the soundbite for. You could at least hear what happened, and it was. I mean, you know what the sound of a swinging golf club and a golf club hitting a ball sounds like, and it was immediately hit the ball and then knock right off. I don't know if it hit a photographer's leg or something, but he was okay. But you know, I mean, standing in a tee box with people watching is nerve-wracking. Yes. I don't know if there's anything that, for me, compares to it, but what's your most humiliating moment on a field? 248-539, or in a performance of any kind?
Where does striking out in T-ball rank?
Is this something that you did?
Yeah.
So you swung 3 times at a stationary ball and missed?
When I played T-ball, there was little like a hose cylinder, black hose where the ball was on, right?
Careful with that hand gesture you're showing me.
Okay.
All right, sorry.
All right, we're on Twitch. Anyway, and I was always under the impression that if you missed the ball and hit the hose and the ball came off, I think it was a foul ball. But no, it wasn't. I struck out.
So with 2 strikes, you were not worried and you hit it again? And
yeah.
Oh, Mike.
Yes.
Let's get back to your phone calls. Rodney is next on 97.1. Hi, Rodney.
How you doing?
What's up?
How you guys doing? So my embarrassing moment was when we was playing a softball championship game in Dearborn, and I was on third base, and one of my teammates hit a ground ball to third, and I thought the third baseman was going to throw it to first base, but he didn't. So when I got off the base, he tagged me out, and we lost the championship by 1 run. And so then all of us, both teams, went to this bar. And the same guy that tagged me out was with this girl, and she just kept staring at me, and she had these pretty eyes. So I was looking at the guy with me and said, man, she must want you. So when he went to the bathroom, I gave her my phone number. Then we had a breast pocket in our jersey, and she put the paper back in my breast pocket and said, no thanks for the garbage. So
wow.
So you know how that, back in the day, the cartoons where it looked like a sucker with the eyes on it?
Yeah.
And that was my day. That whole night was just bad.
Rodney, this is going to be tough to top because the softball moment, look, that could happen. You made a base running error, got it. And losing the championship by 1 run when you were important run standing at third base, that's embarrassing. Yep, got it. Then going and hitting on the girl that's with him and getting rejected like that really does add insult to injury.
Yeah, this was back in the 90s, and I still remember it. But it was funny, too, afterwards.
Well, now, yeah, that's why you got to be able to laugh at yourself. And, hey, you shot your shot.
Yes.
Shoot or shoot, Rodney.
Yes. Thanks, guys.
So, yeah, Darren is next on 97.1. Hi, Darren.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Good. I like the guy who talked about Softball City over on 8 Mile. That's the old stomping grounds, you know? It ain't the same it used to be, but I'll tell you this. My embarrassing moment, I was in a statewide track meet. And when you start off and you're running a 100-yard dash, I slipped on the chalk, fell on my face, and then just walked away. And then the next event was the relay race where I continued to bumble and kicked the baton, tried to pick it up, fell on my face again.
Was this like the state finals?
Yes, in Michigan. Yes, here.
So you obviously were pretty good.
I would say I was mid-level, but you never know. You know, you could win, you could fall down, but I was mid-level.
Yeah, but if you qualify for the state finals,
the choice is there really is a lot in between win and fall down.
Yes,
there's a lot of other things in between that can happen. But
yeah, but I had people there watching me.
yeah, no, that's just that's humiliating. And you did it twice.
It is humiliating. And back to Southpaw City, that place was amazing. We had a softball competition, softball playoffs, and in the same inning, first inning, our team scored 14 runs. And I broke the first baseman's hand. I was playing third base, and I threw him the ball on the gun. Broke his hand. He was out. He goes, "You need to make up for this." So I hit an inside the park grand slam.
Are you just bragging now, Darren?
And then in the last inning, we didn't score any more runs.
Okay, you got to wrap it up, Darren. Wrap it up.
Loaded. I caught a ball over the fence.
All right, thanks, Darren. Let's go to Bill. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Bill.
I think that phone call was his most embarrassing performance.
He basically said, now let me turn to bragging. Sorry, Bill, go ahead.
Hey, so a few years back, I was in my high school days. It was the first round of the playoffs. I was on second base. I was rounding it because I had a deep ball to right field. And I came into the base. I slid from pretty far out. And I slid. My belt buckle came undone when I was hitting the ground, and my pants fell off. Luckily, I was wearing underwear, but it was pretty bad.
Were you safe or out, Bill?
I was out. It was the ninth inning. We were down by 3. There was 2 outs. So I mean, we probably wouldn't have won, but
yeah, you don't want to make the last out at third base. Yeah. And you certainly want to have your pants stay on. 248-539-9797.
You never know when you get another crack at it.
Good one, Stoney.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Brad is next. Hi, Brad.
What's up, guys? Hey, so I got invited out as a mid-30s dude or whatever at the time, out with some 20-year-olds in a men's hardball league, a men's baseball league. Fill in for the night. I used to play a little bit, go shag some flies. This should be a fun night. I somehow gap an opposite field hit, like in the mid innings, wind up standing on third somehow after I leg out a triple. 2 pitches later, deep fly over my head. Third base coach is going, tag up. My foot on the bag. I'm ready to go. And I go, and it was like I'd been tased. I felt like like a plank of wood hitting the ground. The only thing I could picture is the catcher yelling at his fielders because they're lollygagging it. Throw it in. I somehow crawl and launch myself forward long enough to actually touch the base. But I mean,
the falling, that's like a bad dream. Yes. Yeah. We'll get to more of your calls next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Lions are getting prepared for a must-win game against the Steelers this Sunday at Ford Field. That game will kick off at 4:25 as the Lions currently sit outside the NFL playoff picture. When the offense takes the field on Sunday, there is a celebration you will no longer see. Yes, we have the latest on Boogergate. Here's Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown and his brother on their podcast yesterday talking about the latest band celebration in the NFL. The Pistons are in Texas tonight to take on the Dallas Mavericks. Texas is the home state of Detroit star Cade Cunningham, who had his jersey retired at his old school, James Bowie High School in Arlington last night. Tonight's game starts at 8:30 right here on 97.1. Chris Villar has your pregame coverage beginning at 8:05. And Tarek Skubal announced this morning he will be joining Team USA at the upcoming World Baseball Classic in March. The Tigers are also going to play a pair of exhibition games in the Dominican Republic the week before. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so we saw this thing that went viral of Ja Rule, the rapper who sliced or towed a tee shot, hit a photographer at a celebrity golf outing, and got us all talking about our most humiliating moments on the court or field or performance of any kind. I did what seemed devastating at the time, was in front of pretty much the entire middle school. I've airballed a free throw.
Ooh.
That's a bad one.
Yeah.
And middle school boys have no mercy. I mean, no mercy. But somehow I recovered, and we are looking for your most humiliating moments. 248-539-9797.
One that didn't involve me, but I witnessed.
Oh, God.
Kid was like 8 years old, okay? And this was at summer camp. And this was the play for that age group, okay? It was The Wizard of Oz. And this kid, Doug Amster, I remember, from Short Hills, New Jersey.
No relation.
No. He had one line for the whole play. And his line was, "Oz will see you now." And it comes up and he walks on the stage and he just froze. And he, for like the next year, the next summer, people just were, you talk about being not nice to kids.
Yeah, yeah. One line.
One line. He had one line the whole play. "Oz will see you now." And he just froze.
Well, apparently it made an impression on you because how long ago was that?
Oh,
because you remember
60-something.
You remember the kid.
Yeah.
You remember his full name. You remember his hometown,
Right,
and you
but
remember his line.
But I don't remember what I had to eat for dinner yesterday. So
I know, right?
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Chuck, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chuck.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's going on?
I've got a story from Homecoming 1980, Capac versus University of Liggett.
All right.
It was a rainy, sloppy field. We were down 6-0, and we were driving the ball late in the fourth quarter when our coach called a shotgun. And I am a shotgun quarterback, not because I was any good. It's just because I could throw the ball far enough, and hopefully one of our receivers would figure out where the ball was going to land. Well, the ball, as we were driving on the field, I threw this ball. It looked good. It was about a 30-yard pass. And our receiver looked like he was going to catch it, and a guy from University of Liggett jumped in front of him and ran it back for basically a 100-yard touchdown interception at our homecoming, and we lost 13-0.
And that's you were going in to maybe take the lead.
Possibly take the lead at homecoming.
Yeah.
And that was, I still can picture the guy running down the sideline and me standing with my arms at my side, just like in disbelief of what just happened.
That you just turned it over and
Did the
finished.
homecoming queen or your date for homecoming decide not to go out with you again?
You know what? I don't remember a whole lot after that. It was basically just a fog. It was just it was misery, absolute misery, especially the next Monday going to school and getting looks. Like I lost homecoming.
Well, you made it to adulthood.
We were winless anyways. But, but University of Liggett was rated first in a state in Class D.
Yeah, what were they doing coming for being a homecoming opponent?
I have no clue. This is when we were scrambling for teams to play because I don't know if you know the history of KPAC football. We were never very good.
Believe it or not, I don't.
Well, my senior year, we won more games than the previous, I believe, 6 years combined. We won 2 games. We were 0-9 forever.
Well, Chuck, sorry to hear about it. What's your most humiliating moment? 248-539-9797. Bill and Shelby. Hi, Bill.
How you doing, gentlemen?
Great.
The timing on this is incredible. I'll explain that after I'm done. Softball tournament back in the late 80s, playing out in Burrville, just north of Armada. Big festival tournament. Anyways, we were 3-0 at the time. We're warming up for our next game. The team's warming up. I'm playing catch with one of the players, and some other guy was talking some smack. So I looked right at him, and I was going to fake it like I was going to throw him the ball, but I didn't. I threw it to the guy I was playing catch with, and his son walked up right at that time, and I hit his son in the head.
Oh, God.
Well, yeah. I was the class clown of the team, so I mean, it wasn't pretty. The kid ended up being okay, but I hadn't made an out up until that point, and the next 3 games I didn't get a hit.
Yeah. So, and now you got to apologize profusely. You're like, I didn't mean to do that.
Over and over. And matter of fact, this gentleman whose son I hit, he just passed away, and I just told this story to his daughter, and she brought it up to her mother. And matter of fact, I'm going to the funeral tomorrow, and I'll have to relive that all over again.
Well, I hope it was the kind of story everybody laughed about years later.
Oh yeah, okay, no
good.
doubt about it. Matter of fact, his wife was. She can't wait to relive it again tomorrow. So.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. Well, great story. Sorry for the loss of your buddy. Dave is next. Hi, Dave.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up?
This is a while ago, playing in a 16 to 18-year-old baseball league. We call it Babe Ruth League. Anyway, I'm up to bat, and I line a pitch right through the pitcher's legs into center field. And I've got a sure hit, and I'm booking it down first. Not exactly hustling, but I'm running. I'm about 3 feet from the bag, and bam, the ball's in the pit, first base's mitt. Center fielder threw me out.
Oh, wow.
And now he wasn't exactly playing on a warning track, but it's still a center fielder.
Yeah, nobody. Embarrassing. Yes.
It very much so. Not only that, it was the last out of the inning, so everybody's going nuts. And then I had to face the coach, who happened to be my dad, and I had to tell him why I was thrown out. So yeah, felt like crawling underneath first base and staying there.
I believe you, man. Yeah, that's rough. 248-539-9797. Zach is next. Hi, Zach.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
I got a bad one. So I'm a sophomore in high school down in Naples, Florida, a pretty big school I went to, and I was playing lacrosse at the time. I was playing JV lacrosse. And after my practice, the girls had a scrimmage, and the JV goalie played for varsity goalie. So they only had one goalie, and I guess they weren't going to use another girl, so they asked for one of the boys from the lacrosse team to go play goalie. And I was like, yeah, I'll do it.
For
so
a
my
scrimmage.
coach was like, yeah, here you go.
It's just a scrimmage, right? Okay.
For a scrimmage, yep, just between the JV girls lacrosse team and the varsity girls lacrosse team.
Okay.
So I'm out there, and it's going pretty well, and there's about 40 girls out there. And our best player on their team, her name was Katie, and she's on varsity, and she's the best player in our entire lacrosse. And she winds one up, and I go to save it, and I miss the net. I missed the ball, and you know how heavy those lacrosse balls are.
Oh, they're hard. They're rock hard.
Hits me right in the groin.
Oh.
And it wasn't one of those little ones that you could walk off. It was a critical hit. And I squealed. No, I didn't just collapse to the ground. I squealed, collapsed to the ground. I've got half the girls laughing. Half of the girls are just mortified. And I had to sit there for about the longest 8 minutes of my life while the only guy on the field with the equipment is suffering from that kind of shot. And that ended up lasting years. Those girls could not let me live that one down.
They still talk about it?
Probably, I would be remiss if it didn't pop up in some of their reunions that they had today.
That's funny. 248-539-9797. Brian is next. Hi, Brian.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
So few years back, I was playing in a celebrity golf outing, McCarty golf outing out at Wingate. And our celebrity was Bob Probert, which was awesome. It was the summer he was leaving the Red Wings and going to Chicago. So my boss and another guy and myself playing, I was in the cart with Bob, and we were actually talking about what he was doing over the summer. And I asked him if he wanted to lace up and play in our beer league. So I was getting his number. Right while I was getting his number, my boss hits a ball, slices it. It goes right off of his ankle, off of Bob Probert's ankle, knocks him out of the cart. I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, oh man, I'm going to have to fight Bob Probert now. So we're standing there and he's laying on the ground and it doesn't look good. It hit him right on the ankle bone. It swells up.
That's no good.
So I get him in the cart and we have to drive him back to the club. And then I'm pretty sure they got an ambulance and got him out of there.
Wow.
And it was the craziest thing, and I'll never forget. Needless to say, I never got a phone call from him or anything to play hockey.
Well, you didn't hit it. Your boss hit him, right?
Yeah, no, and then they even interviewed him. I forget. It might have been your station there, but they interviewed my boss after it.
Oh God,
after it happened.
That's funny.
It was the most ridiculous thing.
Thank you very much, Brian, and we appreciate all your calls. We are going to move on. I kind of want to talk about the Johnny Morton soundbite there in the update. Did you hear that?
No.
About their celebration?
Not Johnny Morton.
Amon-Ra St. Brown. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
Amon-Ra St. Brown. Yeah. That's humiliating. We'll get to that next. 97.1. Hey, let me tell you about Twin Peaks. Sports fans, great weekend starts tonight, and they're there to host all the action as you got football, basketball, hockey, and boxing action now through Sunday. So it starts tonight with a huge matchup. LA taking on Seattle. Big division implications right there. Plus, big basketball game on the road at Dallas for our hometown team. Friday's got Jake Paul returning to the ring to take on heavy hitter Anthony Joshua, as well as the first college football playoff game. Then run it back Saturday with 3 more college football playoff games, and not 1 but 2 pro games. And as we all know, Sunday, Cardiac Cats back in action with a must-win game against Pittsburgh. Plenty of opportunities to come see why Twin Peaks is the #1 sports bar in the state. Comfortable lodge setting, boasting 50-plus TVs, coldest draft beer, poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees, full bar featuring your favorite high-end bourbons and tequilas, a made-from-scratch kitchen with favorites like house-smoked ribs, hand-cut New York strips, and the best part, it's all served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Why go anywhere else? Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Okay. Interestingly enough, so all the kids are in town, and last night we were sitting around, and the topic of 6'7" came up. And they were laughing because it doesn't mean anything, and adults get so worked up, and blah, blah, blah.
I think it's funny. My kids don't use it, but I think it's funny.
Well, so here's the thing that I sometimes wonder, all right, there's a sign that there's a generation and you're no longer in on the joke. And this might be it, right? This 6'7" thing is an example of it. We're no longer in on the joke. But something happened in the Lions game, and I kind of dismissed it because I saw it happen a couple of times, and I thought, what are the Lions doing? And this was this booger flick celebration.
Yeah.
And then it happened early, and then I didn't see it the rest of the game, and I kind of forgot about it. Well, on the St. Brown Brothers podcast, it came up. And it was indeed a booger flick celebration. It was indeed intentional. And Amon-Ra didn't sound very happy that the NFL and the refs told him he couldn't do it anymore. And here was the exchange from the St. Brown Brothers podcast. Okay, so Amon-Ra asked the question, why is it bad? And I asked the question, why is it good? I brought up the beginning, being the dad and out of touch. Mm-hmm. Am I out of touch that I wouldn't want to celebrate by pretending that I'm picking my nose and flicking the bugs?
Now, I have no idea if it's a generational thing, per se, that I didn't know about. I look at it like, they're having fun. I mean, it's funny when you're sitting at a stoplight, you see the car next to you, where the guy's like digging.
You didn't have to demonstrate quite so.
I didn't go all the way deep. You don't understand what I'm saying. I mean, there are people that just dig like there's no tomorrow. But that said, the dig and the flick, well, who cares? I think it's kind of funny.
Do you?
I don't understand why, but I don't understand why people are so offended by that kind of stuff. However, people are, and that's why the NFL, there are people who think it's gross. So I don't think the NFL wants that. But they'll play 18 games and get more guys hurt. That's okay.
Well, yeah, that's a whole other topic that has me irate. I just saw, since it was intentional and they were clearly celebrating by pretending that they were picking their nose, and it was Amon-Ra and it was J-Mo, and then flicking it, and when they flick it, they'd make the first down sign.
Yeah. Creative.
Is it?
Well,
I found it. I just find, what are we doing? Why are we?
Flick first down. I find that less.
I can't imagine.
I find that less revolting than when Roy Williams would do it when they were losing by 30 points or whatever.
Yeah, I guess in any world where I would think this is cool, this disgusting habit. I mean, right? Am I wrong here? Am I old?
I think it's fun. Now, it'd be different if they were picking another part of their body. Yeah, that probably would infuriate other people.
Now, do I agree that I don't know why the refs would stop them. I don't know why. A, I don't know why they'd want to do it. And B, I don't know why the refs would stop them.
It's not disrespectful to us. You're not taunting. You're not flicking it in a person's, or even fake flicking it into a person's face. Right?
Well, all right, here we go. Jake, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jake.
Hey, before we start, 6'7".
Right.
All right, so I'm 33, man, and I have absolutely no problem with it. I've watched his podcast. I've seen the whole thing. He was indicating first down, and you know what? He said he was going to keep doing it all game, and so they told the receiving coach, cut it out. Like, what are they going to do? Give him a penalty for fake flicking his nose or a booger?
I mean, all of that is true. I guess I'm wondering why you'd want to pretend you're picking your nose.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's silly.
That's the weird part to me.
I've seen a lot worse celebrations in the NFL.
Of course.
Like, I mean, you got to get creative, but I have no problem with it. I don't think it's derogatory. I don't think it's offensive. I think it's funny, to be quite honest.
No, I don't think it's derogatory. I don't think it's offensive. I don't think it should be a penalty, and I don't think you should want to do it. That's
You don't think it's
my
funny.
big
See,
part is the
see,
last part.
Honestly, I'm sophomoric, so I think it was funny.
Okay.
I didn't even notice it during the game.
You didn't?
No.
I did, and I thought,
I wasn't paying that close attention. But then when I saw it on, social media, it's pretty funny. He's flicking his boogers.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to Mike in Macomb. Hi, Mike.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
How you doing?
I think this is I'm totally okay with it. I look at it as like a smell my feet type thing. Like, hey, I just got a first down on your defense, so smell my feet or eat my boogers type thing. It's not like he was actually flicking boogers at anybody. I don't think it should have been stopped. I don't think it should have been. It's just they're just having fun, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
just smell my feet type thing.
Is it?
I think so.
How old are you, Mike?
Certainly entitled to that.
How old are you, Mike?
31.
Okay.
A young 31.
All
though.
right, fair enough. Yeah, no, it's good.
Is there any history, etymology to why this thing happened or anything?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, if you go back far enough, is there a background for anything? Well,
I don't know. Well, 6'7", where'd that come from?
I
think it came from a song.
Yeah, my
but-
kids say it came from a song.
Okay, so I was just asking. Maybe there's some booger flick in some
Well, maybe
movie or
somebody
or
can tell
song
us.
That
I've seen a guy online who does like, this is the first down celebration I would do. And I've seen that one from this guy. So maybe they're like, searching online for inspiration type thing. And they saw that and thought it was funny enough to do and not offensive enough to do. But
See, because here's what it is. If I were to ever pick my nose and get caught, I'd be embarrassed. I'd find it embarrassing. So, and wouldn't everyone find it embarrassing? And yet, superstar players are like, hey, we're pretending we're picking. Look, I'm not mad about this. I'm curious as to why you'd want to do it.
S's and G's, I guess.
Maybe. Deborah's next on 97.1. Hi, Deborah. Deborah?
Oh,
hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just was leaving a message.
Well, you're on the air, Deborah. I don't know how you managed to make it all the way through, but you're on the air.
You're on the air. What message would you like to leave?
Oh, I don't either. I'm sorry. I got this. No, you're right. It's very bad manners. And actually, you're right. Why do they want to do that? Anyway, I won't talk long.
All right, well, that's it. She thought she was leaving a message?
Yes.
You ended up on the air. Evan, you got something on this? I just saw your email, and I don't have time to see it.
It came from Tyleek Williams, I guess. He pitched it to him in the locker room.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad he made some contribution this team. This season.
Wow. All right, so Ev, you're
Wow,
you're
Stoney.
you're a little younger.
I am a little younger than you.
Do you think it's funny?
Hairline's same.
Yeah, hairline's very similar. Do you think it's funny?
No, I don't really get it, but I'm not 20-something years old,
Right.
but
And it's harmless.
I'm not mad.
I
I'm
think it's
curious.
it's a disrespectful thing, right? Like you're picking your nose and you're flicking it at them. Like imagine if I just picked my nose and flicked it at you right now, Doug. How pissed would you be?
I'd be pretty upset.
Yeah.
But if you faked it, you wouldn't care.
If I had one dangling on my finger and I'm faking that, Doug's going to start caring.
Well, even a fake booger. I mean, J-Mo really didn't have a real booger.
Yeah, but the
there.
nose wipe, that is a fine in the NFL and also unsportsmanlike conduct.
A nose wipe?
Yeah, you know the nose wipe
Oh, yeah.
celebration?
Yeah.
You've seen it once or
Yes.
twice in a football game or in a quarter or a drive.
Okay, so I guess that one in particular, I feel like, hey, look, here's one of the most embarrassing things I can get caught doing, and I'm going to do it intentionally on a football field. Seems odd.
But the no fun league, man.
Well, I'm not worried about the penalty part of it. I'm worried
Well,
about.
we would be if they got one in a crucial spot.
Well, that is true.
You know the Lions would because it's Detroit versus everybody.
Yeah, he went on the Kay Adams show, actually, I think this morning, and explained exactly what it was. But it came from Tyleek Williams in the locker room.
There you go. All right.
And I was only kidding about Tyleek, okay? Yeah.
I don't know, man. That sounded pretty. Sounded like you meant it.
Well, he hasn't been great. I mean, he hasn't been horrible.
248-539-9797, 97.1. I'm with Scott Harris yesterday, the president of baseball operations with the Detroit Tigers, who held a Zoom call to talk about the signing of Kenley Jansen, but questions came up about coming back with the same lineup, essentially. And he says, well, the names are the same. The team won't be the same. Did mention the fact that part of draft and develop or their development is what happened with Dylan Dingler, and he clearly expects it to happen with some other guys that can get better. He also later went on to say that, we're going to start integrating in some of these pieces that we've been protecting and these pieces we've been developing in the minors. That's going to start happening this year. The whole plan is heavily dependent on prospect maturation.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, as you put it out, there's so many of them. Why don't they trade some of them? And I said that because if you're going to rely on prospects, some of them aren't going to pan out. So if you have kind of two of everything, you hope you got one that
yeah,
pans
but then
out.
you the part of the reason I've even heard him, I believe, say part of the reason you get so many prospects is so you can have assets to trade to get really, really good known players. That's what's so frustrating. Look, he's done a terrific job in changing the whole tenor of the organization, from what goes down in Lakeland to the coaches for player development, all that stuff, and the draft. Now, granted, most of these guys, if any, I don't think any of the guys he's drafted has been with the major league team yet. That will happen this year, we assume. But when you are this close to being legitimate, and you could argue, some people would argue, well, they were legitimate. They made the playoffs the last 2 years. But a legitimate team to have a chance to win it all, this is where you keep your development for the most part, but you tweak your plan and adapt and maybe go get one bat. Nobody's sitting here saying, oh, Scott Harris doesn't know what he's talking about because he doesn't need going after all these free agents. No, just get you one. And I know they went after Bregman last year, so they're not completely negligent in that. But when you saw what happened this year, so you're relying on your development of your players to get better is what he's saying, and not just the guys who haven't been there. You're talking about, like you mentioned, Dingler's done that.
Yep.
He's hopefully going to even get better than he is. Colt Keith, maybe Riley Green will not strike out as much. Torkelson will not strike out as much. You hope these guys get better, but you implement that with one or two known players because you're that close, because you have the best pitcher in baseball.
Stoney
right
just
now.
wants one, and one doesn't sound like you're asking for too much. I actually don't mind his plan, but it's just like any GM's plan. If you're going to do this, you better be right or you'll be out of work.
Yeah.
And this plan can be self-serving because when you extend the timeline and say, hey, I'm building the greatest team, and it feels like I'm building the greatest team down the road, you're going to see it. It's not right now, but you're going to see it the next 3-4 years. It's pretty clear that the approach is we're not going to do anything that handcuffs us in any way in 27 and 28. And by then, many of our guys will be here, and then we're going to be killing it. But you've got this weird clock because it's ticking down to 0 on your best player and one of the best in the game. And it will feel like the resource got wasted if you don't try a little harder to win this year. Now, the amazing thing is that the Tigers have been playing this long game, developing, believing and hoarding their own prospects. They've drafted pretty well between the Avila draft classes and now what it seemed to be very promising Scott Harris draft classes. Yeah, they've been hoarding prospects, which is cool. And they've been going to the playoffs at the big league level, which is even cooler. But are they seriously a World Series contender? You can make the argument. You can make two arguments. You can make an argument that the Tigers aren't one player away from being a serious World Series contender. They might be one player away from advancing out of the round that they made it to last year, but you can make the argument that their roster still won't be able to hold a candle to the Dodgers.
Right.
So what they're trying to do is put together a talented, deep lineup in the next couple of years with great drafting, developing, and bringing them up, that you're just going to be loaded that way. And then maybe you can compete with, maybe you'll be one player away. And you can make the argument that Scuba will never have seasons as good as his last two. Odds are he won't win back-to-back Cy Youngs again in his career. But it's very frustrating to certain people that want to see the Tigers give it gas. I also think there's an unfair thing going on in that we have a lot of patient GMs in this town that have different restrictions because, like, the NFL has a cap. Major League Baseball doesn't. The cap can limit you a little bit. But it just so happens that right now we got a lot of GMs playing the long game. And it adds to an overall lack of patience because we don't have one team doing it. Now, the most aggressive GM we've ever had, Dave Dombrowski, he didn't make playoff appearances for 9 years. His second playoff appearance came 9 years after he took over. To be fair, playoffs were different back then.
True.
There were only 4 teams got in. Now 8 teams get in. Or was it 6? Whatever it is. Yeah. They've added more playoff teams since Dave Dombrowski was in charge. And Dave Dombrowski, with all the aggressive moves they made and all that they bought and all that they traded for, they never won a World Series. They did get there, but they never won a World Series. And so, this is going to be interesting if it plays itself out. And like 2 years from now, are we going to be saying anything along the lines of, I'm so glad we didn't sign Alex Bregman 2 years ago?
Well, the other thing is, I don't know, he wasn't asked about this, how much the lockout that might happen or strike, whatever word you want to use, in 2027. Because the Tigers only have very few players they're going to have under contract right now. I mean, Baez is under contract for 2027.
Mm-hmm.
Finnegan, Keith, and that's it. I mean, there's a lot of arbitration guys. I'm talking about guys who are going to be free. Like Casey Mize is not under contract. Obviously, Skubal is not under contract for 2027. Jake Rogers is not under contract for 2027.
Well, I will be interested to see who that they have that by that time has debuted and stayed.
Right.
And who that they, between now and then, they do decide to re-up with. I'll just say this. He better be right because it feels like it might be a missed opportunity. But as it stands right now, I think it's promising. I think the Tigers have a promising future. And I still I have hope here, Stoney, that you get your wish.
Yeah.
Your wish being that just like last year on December 27th when they signed Gleyber Torres, that in late December they sign a player.
Correct.
Or just like last year when Alex Bregman rode this thing out till February 15th, that some critical player maybe signs in Detroit in February.
Or they make a trade, whether it's, you want Marte, I don't know.
Well, the one thing about them is you always know your own prospect's strengths and weaknesses better than everybody else.
Yes.
They will watch them, but they don't work with them every day.
Correct.
And so you have a better idea of which, like Briseño and Lorenzo, can you afford to get rid of one of those? You know which one has bigger problems. The Tigers know which one has bigger potential landmines than the other.
Right.
Of their middle infield guys, like McGonigal or Rayner. It's too bad Rayner got hurt last year, but you know which one has more potential landmines. The one guy that I'm amazed at how much people want to protect when his name comes up and they scream, don't trade him, is it Chris Rodriguez?
Yeah.
He's a 17-year-old.
Something like that. He's a little older than that, but yes. And the other guy that we've been, hearing so much about, and he's moved up the system that they got for Lorenzen is Lee.
How-Yu Lee?
Yeah.
Yep. And Max Anderson is another guy. I mean, How-Yu Lee and Max Anderson. They're both like second baseman kind of guys. And you got Cole Keith that may play there. Could you move on from one of those two? Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. But the Chris Rodriguez thing, he's 17, man. He is so far away.
But you know what? I don't get too excited about that stuff anymore because who was it? Oh, Roberto Campos.
Yeah.
You thought he was going to be the next best. I mean, I don't even think did they keep him on the 40-man? I don't even think so.
I don't know. I
don't think so. No.
Well, and he didn't lose him in the
5 or anything like that.
Anyway, it was interesting to hear from him, and I think it overall probably more people are mad about it than happy about it. I was when we brought this up earlier in the show, there was a decent amount of text that said, "Yeah, people need to relax,"
because it's still early. But I don't think people will be very happy going into this season with what they have right now. That would include even having Scooble on the roster.
248-539-9797. Stoney's in for Anderson. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Actually, this is a deal that FanDuel has that I kind of like to try and take advantage of every week. It's the Thursday touchdown jackpot. You're going to share $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. I've had good luck with this. 2 weeks ago was Jahmyr Gibbs. Last week it was Kyle Pitts that scored the first or last touchdown, and I bet on them with a $5 wager. And because they scored the first or last touchdown of the game, I won my bet plus a share of bonus bets. With Gibbs, I think it was $68. With Pitts, it was $131 in bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take your shot at the jackpot. It's a $5 investment. Make this Thursday game a little bit more fun. Maybe Stafford on a scramble tonight. That's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. I like to play tight ends in these things too. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally amongst all eligible participants made to correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Scott Harris, the president of baseball operations with the Detroit Tigers. And there you go. Look, Stoney just wants one move. I want one reasonable move. I don't mind
one minimum.
One minimum.
I'll take more if they want to give us more.
Yeah. What if some team comes? So here's the thing. What if somebody swoops in and really wants to cut into your prospect pool?
Well, what depends what they're offering. I mean, if they're offering pitching and a really good bat, I don't know.
Well, the reason I say that is when the Tigers were shopping Jack Flaherty a couple years ago, and there was even talk about Skubal being on the trade market.
Mm-hmm.
We spent a ton of time going over the shopping list that we'd like to see come out of the Orioles.
Correct.
For organization. And with players like Flaherty and Skubal, and mostly Flaherty, the Skubal talk never really got off the ground, but in Flaherty's case.
Well, the Flaherty problem with Baltimore was because he was with them before.
I know, it was weird. But what we were shopping off of was their top prospects.
Right, who haven't developed yet.
They haven't, and that's always a possibility. But the point is, teams, when they call Detroit, they're not asking for prospect 12. They're asking for one of their top guys. Well, and they're trying to do what we were trying to do with Baltimore, which is get their best players out of their system.
Well, I don't want to trade the top 3 prospects. After that, though, because the word was that Scott Harris wasn't even entertaining offers for prospects like 5 through 10. And to me, in my opinion, that's short-sighted, but he knows better than me.
Actually, if anything, it's long-sighted. It's too long-sighted potentially.
Yeah.
I don't want to trade this guy who might be my shortstop in 2030. Is really taking a long view.
Yeah. And the other thing it's going to be interesting with Skubal is it because he announced today that he's going to be pitching for Team USA. Is it imperative to have either him
a bullpen guy for the 7th?
No. Either have him re-signed for a long-term extension or traded before the World Baseball Classic, because God forbid that hasn't been happening and he gets hurt. Then you're, you know what?
Yeah. That'd be just the way it plays out for us.
7th inning, he disappoints a whole nation. I don't think people care that much where they'd be disappointed, but you understand what I'm saying.
No, I mean there's.
Yes.
I'm a Skubal fan. Okay, let's not be.
We all are. Yeah. He's great,
but it would be really, really. It would be just our luck, and what I am is I'm sick of Scott Boras. Very sick of Scott Boras, and it's not that he's not doing his job. I don't like the whole Limerick thing. It rubs me the wrong way. These are for fans. We are held hostage, and we don't really find it funny at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's unbecoming for an agent to actually do that. By the way, we played the soundbite from, was it Evan Roberts from WFAN that referred to the Pistons as a nice, good little basketball team?
Yeah.
And said it's not that they suck. Eat 'em Up Tigers sent a tweet to us. They do T-shirts.
Uh-huh.
And the tweet read, hold on, I just lost it. The tweet read, we're on the T-shirts. We'll have them live by tonight.
Ooh.
So Eat 'em Up Tigers, you might be able to get your, it's not that they suck or they're a nice, good little basketball team, Piston shirts. That's what Evan Roberts in New York said he thought of the Pistons. 248-539-9797. Jerry in Flint. What's up, Jerry?
Hey, guys. Man, I'm just, trying not to be so upset about this thing. It's snow out there, not baseball time. But, God, he's done nothing, Scott Harris, I'm talking about. It just feels like, it feels like the Lions won't get a pass rusher. Remember back in the day the Tigers wouldn't get a closer? All were flaws that killed their seasons. It just, oh my God, this guy just drives me nuts.
Do you think it's possible that all these trades that we want him to make are harder than we think?
They probably are.
Yeah.
But this whole idea that everything we're going to be is from our system ground up, that's not realistic. I pulled up the last 5 World Series championships. The only one that was the outlier was Texas, right?
Well, who are the last 5?
Dodgers.
It was
too.
the Dodgers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. You caught me off guard.
No, it's okay, because the reason I bring it up is...
Two were the Dodgers.
Yeah, exactly.
Houston Astros, which were still, I think, Verlander was on the team.
Yeah, the Houston Astros are one of them, and the Houston Astros build a base. First of all, it's market size comparable, and they build a base on players they drafted. The Dodgers are not market size comparable. Texas is not market size comparable. Atlanta is, right? And Atlanta was in the World Series.
Freeman and all that. That was a powerful team.
Of course, and that's what he hopes he's building.
Yeah, I guess. Man, I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, if you
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, no, if you just look at market size comparable teams, they actually try and do it this way as well.
By the way,
Freddie Freeman was drafted and developed by the Braves and anchored their World Series team.
And Houston, all their guys were basically
draft and develop,
except for Verlander.
Yep.
However, to be fair, Houston is now the 4th largest city in the United States, so their market is bigger than ours.
I wonder what their TV deal looks like.
Yeah.
But if you look at Atlanta and Houston, one World Series doing it the way Scott Harris is trying to do. Although that might not be 100% true of the Atlanta team. It was definitely more true of the Houston team. But they had some.
I just feel frustrated.
I get
looking
it.
At my 2024 postseason cup I bought at the game for $200, basically to go last year when they won Game 3 with Cleveland, and it's like frustrating, man.
Yeah, no, I hear you, but hopefully better days are ahead. That might not necessarily be the case.
I mean, the only one who's had some little bit of success doing it, I'm not saying the cheap way, the inexpensive way, is Kansas City. They went back-to-back to the World Series in 14 and 15, but that's over a decade now. They won it in 15 and was runner-up to San Francisco in 14.
Yeah. But I'm just looking, I'm thinking back to that Braves team. Acuna, draft and develop. Contreras, draft and develop. Freddie Freeman, draft and develop. Those were all original Braves. I'm sure there's ones that weren't on that team. But anyway, I guess we just all have to hope that Scott Harris is correct.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Cool. So what's going to get more of your attention tonight? The NFL game. It's a good one. I'd be interested to see if Devontae Adams can go after coming up limp in that Lions game. But Rams and Seattle or Pistons and Dallas?
I'll probably stay close. The bigger screen will probably be on the Pistons.
Yeah.
And then, by the way, you know what I didn't realize? I just saw this moments ago.
What's that?
Matthew Stafford is 6-0 against Seattle since joining the Rams.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you want a little wager that way, money line, I don't know.
The game's in Seattle, right?
I believe so.
I kind of like Seattle on this spot. Kind of like Seattle. And I feel like the Rams, they are flying high and their offense looks unstoppable at times. But I think Seattle's favored by 1.5. I think my dollar would go on Seattle tonight. And I have to see about that first touchdown bet. I like those ones. You sit back and you wait to see. How about A.J. Barner for anytime touchdown, tight end? Former Hoosier, former Wolverine. Here is Rico Beard sauntering into the studio.
Oh, I always go with that.
What?
I go with the anytime. I go with Jeremy Bernard, former Spartan.
Do you?
Yeah. He's money, too.
Is he? Well, the Thursday one, you get the first and last touchdown bonus.
Oh, you're talking pro.
Yeah,
Oh.
Yeah, I'm talking about that. Sorry.
Yeah. You know what? Go big or go home.
What do you got planned coming up next?
We're going to talk about the gentleman from New York who kind of
called out the Pistons. Eat 'em up Tigers going to make some shirts.
Like, what? Where did all this come from? And we'll do a little Lions talk as well.
Have a great show. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Tigers ace Tarek Skubal has announced he'll join Team USA for the World Baseball Classic. He joins NL Cy Young Award winner Paul Skeens as well. Michigan State football
How many
announced...
innings will he pitch?
5.5. Michigan State football announced formally that Joe Rossi was staying on as their defensive coordinator under Pat Fitzgerald. Max Bulla was also announced as the co-offensive coordinator. Pistons are back on the floor tonight against the Mavericks. Dallas has been playing better lately after that rough start. They've won 5 of their last 7 games. Rookie Cooper Flagg is coming off a 42-point performance. For the third straight game, Detroit has a clean injury report as well. You're the 8:30 tip right here on 97.1. The Red Wings were back on the practice ice today. Patrick Kane missed with his upper body injury. Of course, he was ruled out for 2 straight games. Those 2 games have surpassed at this point. Offensive lineman Graham Glasgow and safety Kirby Joseph were both absent from Lions practice today as well. The Jets have signed former Lion QB Hendon Hooker to their practice squad. NCAA President Charlie Baker posted the following on X earlier, quote, the NCAA vehemently opposes college sport. Does that mean you're number 1, Mike? What was that? College sports prediction market said it's already bad enough that student athletes face harassment and abuse for lost bets on game performance. And now Kalshi wants to offer bets on their transfer decisions and status. This is absolutely unacceptable and would place even...
So is your investigation into Michigan, you spineless jellyfish bum.
Woo! At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Charlie Baker, you bum. Yeah, let's all clutch our pearls because people are betting on college kids' transfer portal. Like
that actually would be a fun thing. I mean,
go ahead, go to Kalshi or whatever that is.
If you're gonna do this, why not make money off of it?
And we have a lot of ground to cover. I do want to start the show. There was major news today. And in case he's listening, today is Big G's 70th birthday. Yes.
The Big 7. Oh!
Maybe some nice casual shoes for him later.
Oh, Big G, you know what?
Very exciting.
I think I'm going to get Big G a warm terry cloth robe with a hood.
Sure.
So that he goes to walk 94 and 75.
After every Giants loss.
He will at least be warm and toasty. I'm going to get him some nice fuzzy slippers. I don't like Big G out there I just imagine him in like one of those hospital gowns that open in the back.
Yeah. I've said he's the Joker when he's leaving, dressed up as the nurse trying to blow the place up. Right.
Big G, I want you to suffer in comfort.
Thank you. But you know what's a trip? Like, I know it's a number. Like, my dad acts relatively young. I mean, he's forgetful, but that's always been him. But like 7, dude, first time in my life, and it's because I'm in my 40s now, you start to view your parents as old. Even though they're not. Like, I'm blessed. They're in good health. They're moving and grooving, doing their thing. But you know what the numbers are. Yeah. So it's a little bit of a trip.
Yeah. Big G's not old. I mean,
he's 70.
Goldblum just had a kid, man, you know.
How about that? I discovered that was his kid in the commercial. My wife told me that. I couldn't believe it.
Looks just like him.
Yeah, but Jeff Goldblum's 100.
Yeah.
And he's still...
I think De Niro's still popping out.
No,
that's his kid in that commercial?
Yes. That annoying commercial about Wicked. Yes.
He's like, my son's already in the car. At the very beginning, when he's walking the runway, he's like, oh, my son's already in the car.
I
usually just mute the commercial. So
he's like Hollywood Mick Jagger.
Hey, look at him. I think, like I said, De Niro's popping
It was Pacino, wasn't it?
Oh, okay, Pacino.
I don't know. 82 years old having a kid. What are you doing? You might not be alive in 9 months. I mean, what's the point?
You got enough money. You're not changing diapers.
All right.
But Big G.
Yes.
Congratulations.
The gala birthday celebration. We've got something interesting to start with. I'm going to play some audio for you. And people are welcome to opinions, but I'm going to defend Detroit and I'm going to defend this team when someone takes what I think is an unfair shot at them. So I'm going to play some audio. And then I'm going to propose something. Play you some audio from Evan Roberts on WFAN, who was rather confidently speaking about the New York Knicks, they're a good team. But I thought there was some serious smarm regarding the Pistons. So I want to play this, and then I want to propose something. And you guys tell me where you want to take it, and we can let people react to it, okay? This is Evan Roberts on WFAN. Well, good, because we did. So here's what we're going to do. And I'll let Evan set the terms. Put your money where your mouth is. You decide. If the Pistons meet the Knicks in the playoffs, Pistons are beating them. So you pick the terms, Evan. However much or however little money you want to put on it. And let's just put it out there. I think it's ridiculous to call the Pistons a good little team. And while I'm not going to sit there and act like they're Oklahoma City, they're not. They're the youngest team in the league who year over year has clearly gotten better. I don't think it's fair to take a shot at J.B. Bickerstaff when your coach is Mike Brown, who's basically a stuffed animal. And also, no disrespect, but I don't think Knick fans can really talk much of anything. Still watching those Willis Reed highlights?
No, Mike. They are watching the highlights. They were crowned the in-season champion in Vegas.
Who cares?
They got the medals around their neck, and I guess they're feeling themselves.
That's
right
good.
now.
Look.
Yeah, the Pistons that took New York to pretty much every game when they played in that series, and let's face it, if you had a guard who knew what he was doing and didn't fumble the ball out of bounds, you're probably advancing, not the Knicks.
Look, I also think the Jaden Ivey piece matters. I also think the trade deadline matters. I think the Knicks are really good. I picked them to beat the Pistons last year. I didn't feel comfortable about it. But this year, no. No, I especially where I think the Pistons will have home court. And I do. I think the Pistons have taken a step forward. So if Evan wants to have a friendly bet on it, we can do that. He can pick the terms. I don't care. But I just don't do that cute little team thing.
Yeah, I didn't really understand where that came from. Like,
that's silly.
So you're punishing the Pistons because every night they go out there and they play hard. Every night they go out there and try.
I'll also
every
tell
night
you.
they actually give a damn, whereas most of the NBA doesn't. They take pride in their work. So that
I'll
made
also
them
tell you
feel
the Pistons have had multiple borderline dynasties since the Knicks were borderline relevant. So just come on now. Yeah, I know they blew the 05 finals. They won 04. They went to 6 straight Eastern Conference finals. The bad boys, they stand on business. Everyone knows. Yes, they should have won another championship, but phantom foul, Kareem Lambier. The point is, the Pistons have had better success, longer success. Like, don't act like they're the Sacramento Kings and lighting the beam. That's not fair.
Yeah, it's been a long time since John Starks went 0 in Game 7.
Right, and again, for me, it's just keep it on the level. But I'd like to know what people think. Look, I'm not going to sit here and act like the Pistons going to win 70 games, 65 games. No, but do I think they have a legit shot to be the number 1 seed in the East? Yes. Would I pick the Knicks to beat them if they have home court? No, I won't. I think the Pistons have earned some respect. So, yeah, let's not do the little team thing.
Seriously, it was like he was just really feeling that in-season tournament championship.
Well, and remember, look,
that they won't even put up a banner for.
He's not a Knicks fan either, so I want to save the callers from using that angle. Poor Evan's a born loser. He's a Nets fan. So, I mean, God bless. So he's not caping up for the Knicks as a Knicks guy. He's not.
He just thinks that Detroit's a cute little story.
Listen, his words. And he said, save the audit. Okay, well, we saved it, and I'm offering a bet if he'd like it. Pistons will beat the Knicks in the playoffs. Now, again, that could blow up in either one of our faces if Cade Cunningham falls down a flight of stairs. Look, the one caveat I'll suggest is if each starting 5 is intact, the bet's on. I'm not going to cry if Beef Stew launches himself out of a cannon and is suspended for 100 games, which is actually possible. But if the starting 5s are intact, yeah, I have no problem saying the Pistons are going to beat them.
I do think the Pistons are going to learn from what they did last year. They played the Knicks in a very close, tight series that every game you could make a case they should have won. They didn't. The Knicks moved on. But, yeah, to just sit here and dismiss them, I can't do that. I do think that JB will have this team ready and more prepared. I think the battle testing is why I believe in them because, Mike, as you know, sometimes – And even like the Pistons back in the day, they had to go through the wars, get their heart broken,
correct,
and then realize, okay, this is what it takes to make it to the next round. Yeah, you'll beat the Knicks.
Pistons will come in healthier. And again, I am holding out a level of hope. They will make an acquisition at the deadline, which they're in prime position to do. I don't think the Knicks are. So, again,
yeah, I mean,
I'm not a Piston fan.
Schroeder, and it actually helped them.
I'm not a Piston fan. So don't act like I'm sitting here running to the defense of my team. And that's the interesting part of this. 2 radio guys, neither of whom are fans of the team they're talking about. I think it makes it more honest commentary. I am going to stick up for the Pistons. So if Evan wants to make a bet on it, he knows where to find me.
It's the condescending tone that I have a problem with. If you want to sit here and say the Pistons are a good team but not a great team yet, fine. I can understand that commentary. But you little old team over there, no, you can miss me with that.
Well, he has a tough life. You have to understand. He's a Mets and a Jets and a Nets. I mean, that's a lot of losing. That's tough for him.
Well, no.
What?
No, I'm just like, it is very condescending what he is doing. And then I just got to thinking, like, man, did we do the same thing?
How so?
With the Chicago Bears.
No, fans do that. I don't do that.
And we kind of no, not us, but just the pat on the head. That's cute. No,
it's not going to be cute in Week 18 when they end your season.
That's fair.
So don't bring that to my doorstep. Return that package where it belongs.
But this Pistons thing, very condescending. You can sometimes you could just say, you know what, this team is playing good. There's no caveat.
But that's why I said if he has that level of confidence, if he would like to make a wager, I'm here. But I'm going to stick up for the Pistons when I think somebody disrespects them that way. I think they're a really good basketball team, and I think they are very real. And I think when they get together, there's a very real possibility that Cade Cunningham's the best player on the court.
I like this Pistons team because they're doing something, Mike, that it's really old school basketball.
Trying, effort.
They actually.
I mean, in a league of lazy sloth.
No, you no. Yeah.
Effort.
No, because they actually. It's a cliche. They actually care about the name on the front of the jersey.
Yes.
They actually want to represent Detroit. They actually want to go out there and win for Detroit. They actually are a fun team to watch because they care. It's not, load management and I got to do that. Nah, we want to win. They like hitting that song, the Pistons won again. They take pride in that. You don't see that in the NBA where a team every night takes pride in a game. So it's old school, but yes. They care.
248-539-9797. What do you make of those comments emanating from WFAN? Because I have no problem believing in the Pistons. I have no problem in believing they're going to win a playoff series. If they meet the Knicks, I think they've already shown they can match up with them. And obviously didn't have their full complement last year. I believe you. I'm basing it on you will this year, and that I do think there's an acquisition looming. Yeah, let's go. I'm not going to put out the terms because I want to be respectful. Evan's got a couple of kids. I don't want his wife mad at him when he owes me the money. So I'll let him determine what he's comfortable with at his dinner table.
Does this break down to whoever gets Giannis at the trade deadline?
It won't be them because they'd have to blow up their team to get him.
It's not like that's something that the Knicks would do, though.
That's fine. They
would
can
blow up their
do that.
entire team.
But the cost of acquisition.
Jalen will be like, where's everybody else? We traded them. It's just you and Giannis, 2-on-2.
We'll get to the people. 97-1.
You know what? Here's the thing. If the Pistons end up playing the Knicks, I can watch the games down in the basement that was made for me by Matrix Basements. They took a totally unfinished basement and knocked it out in 7 weeks. And now I can sit there. I'm watching the college football playoff games this weekend there. They can do the exact same thing for you. Go to matrixbasements.com. Set up a free consultation. They'll come up with some design plans. And right now, they will get your new basement started. And you'll have zero payments until the year 2028. I didn't stutter. You heard me correctly. 2028, zero interest, zero payments. That's what Matrix Basements is offering right now. If you've been hearing me talk about them and you've been kind of teetering, now is the time. Take advantage of this. They start now. You're watching the Final Four in your brand new basement. Matrix Basements can deliver your dream space and make payments easy. Build now, pay later, zero interest, zero payments until 2028. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your beautiful new basement a whole lot sooner with Matrix Basements.
That's WFAN's thoughts, Evan Roberts, on our Pistons. So I've offered it. I'm sure it'll get back to him. If he wants to put his money where his mouth is, we can do that. But like I said, I don't want to put terms out there. I don't want to cause a divorce of any kind when he owes me the money. I wouldn't be so chesty. The Pistons are real. And I'm not a Piston fan, so don't lay that at my feet. He's not a Knicks fan. He's a Nets guy, which also explains a lot.
So Nets, Celtics, gotcha.
Yeah, well, that would not.
Well, maybe we'll do one of those. You know how they do those city bets.
No, I just
bet
think
something from Detroit that if we'll send to them if the Knicks win.
No.
You want money?
Yeah, I'd rather it cause him pain. Okay. I don't think that's the appropriate way to speak about the Pistons, and I'm gonna stand up for him. Don't do that nice little. No, don't do that. No.
I mean, very condescending, and it was so
for no reason, by the way.
And that's just it. It's unnecessary. Like, so they're cute because they actually give a damn. They're cute because they actually try. They're cute because they take pride in their team, in the name on the jersey of the city. So
they have a superstar. Yeah. At that point, cuteness ends.
Yeah,
it's not like there's some try-hard team that doesn't have a star. Cade is really building himself into a top 20 guy in this league. He's on par or better than Brunson, and I love Brunson. I don't call him a flopper. I don't put that unethical scoring stuff at my feet.
No, he knows how to score. That's
He's
what I
a
said.
Dog. Yeah. Like, I love Jalen Brunson.
Jalen Brunson is a guy that, if you could, you want him on your team. But you may talk trash about him, but you take him in a heartbeat.
248-539-9797. David, what are the early returns here as we have had a shot from the Big Apple about the Pistons by Evan Roberts of WFAN? I'm just saying I'm going to take up for the Pistons here, and I do. I think if they played the Knicks in the playoffs, they beat them.
If the guy just said, I think the Pistons are good, not great, I can respect that. Calling them a good little team is so demeaning and false. Someone else says the Knicks are the most overrated franchise in all of sports. They won 2 championships in the early 70s, and that's it. I don't want to hear from this guy. Wow, I didn't know FAN had their own Jimmy Cookies. Yikes, boys. Stick to talking about the dumpster fire football teams that you have there.
All right, take it easy.
And then this one here from Scott and Carlton says, how many macaroni awards does the Knicks radio station have? Checkmate, bitches. Pistons 97-1.
The macaroni. You know what?
Wow.
We should just go ahead and close up shop till 6.
That's good. Wins. Let's get to the people. We'll lead off with Mario, 97.1. Mario, how you doing?
Hey, Michael, back again from Monday's talk with Quinn Hughes. How are you doing?
Good, man. What's on your mind?
Hey, this guy, sorry, don't take this the wrong way. I'm just playing with you. I listened halfway through. At first, I thought it was you.
No.
Just kidding. No, this guy, it just almost sounds like when Michigan talks down to MSU. You know, the little brother talk? This guy sounds the same way. Don't like guys like that.
Well, no, I'm fine with it if it's appropriate, but I don't think there's anything really fake about what the Pistons are doing, especially a team that's 9-3 on the road, a team that doesn't take nights off. You're led by a superstar. You've got emerging players around him, and you have the ability to make a move at the deadline that could make you substantially better. That I don't think the Knicks have that. The Knicks are a little bit more landlocked.
Well, and I watched the game against the Celtics the other night, and basically they took over the fourth quarter. Cade came through. He had five fouls on him, if I'm not mistaken. And the last 5 or 10 minutes he played, last 8 minutes, he took over. He won the game for them. So if they keep, to your point, if they keep playing like that, I don't think we're going to have any problem against the Knicks. None.
Well, I'll say, listen, Mar, I'm not going to do the any problem stuff. It was a hard-fought series last year. I think it would be similar this year. I think it'd be a physical war. I think both teams are willing to really get after it. But I think the Pistons, with their roster, the way it's made up, one of the youngest teams, or they were at one point the youngest team in the league, yeah, I allow for a little bit more growth than a veteran team like the Knicks. But, yeah, and again, you know, the Knicks are wonderful at home. Anyone want to talk about the road record where they're sub 500? So, look, both are really good. I'm not doing cute little team crap. And I don't like it when people do that. That's not appropriate.
Yeah.
So, the bet's there if he wants it.
Especially when it's just so unnecessary. Like, yeah, you have Cade Cunningham. They're going out there. They're playing hard. They're trying. Don't demean them because
they were a playoff team last year. They took you to the limit last year. If you viewed them as a cute little team, last year was the year. I don't think this year it is. It feels different. But whatever. We'll go to the people. Anthony, 97.1. What's up, Anth?
What up, though? Long time no speak.
How you doing, man?
How good? When I first heard the comments, I was like, this is typical New Yorker, but at the same time, I know a few weeks ago y'all was talking about J-Mo, why Detroit ride. This is exactly why everybody be like Detroit versus everybody. For snarky comments like that, especially as a Knicks fan. And it's like I watched every game of the Pistons so far. And this is not the same team from last year. Only thing that's the same is Osar Thompson still can't shoot a jump shot. Other than that, they matured, they deep, and like you said, they could use their assets and a few trade pieces to get a few people. And if I'm the Knicks, I'm scared because they took me almost to 7 games, to 6 games, and the East is weak, and they only going to get better, and they young, so they're going to be around for a long time. But if I'm JB Bickerstaff, I'm playing this audio before the game tonight.
I mean, look, the difference of opinion I've had, Anthony, is don't be acting like Mike Brown is something special. You're going to take a shot at JB Bickerstaff. Like, fine, if you want to say neither of these teams is coached by Pat Riley, we can live with that. But don't act like you've got Hubie Brown over there in his prime. Cut it out.
Right now, if you said that as a Boston fan, you know what, I gotta eat that. But like a Knicks fan or you a Nets fan, like come on, bro, you ain't been relevant since Jason Kidd been in that.
Yeah, and you know how I roll. I keep everything on Main Street with you guys. Like if I think, look, when the Celtics were at the height of their power, no, you didn't want any piece of them. But that's done. Right. Guess what the Celtics are this year? They're a cute little team. Guess what would happen if the Pistons and Celtics played in the playoffs? Pistons in 5. I just keep it on Main Street. I don't play around.
Now, I was thinking about saving my money, go to a playoff game. I think I'm going to go to that Knicks game in next month.
Make it happen.
Oh, I can only imagine
what's going to be
like at the LCA.
Damn it. That's right, Anthony. Show up. Go to Jeremy, 97.1. Jeremy, what's going on, buddy?
I think one thing that doesn't get talked about enough with this Pistons team is the depth on this Pistons team. I mean, the guards, the forwards, Stewart and Duren, not even the starting lineup with each other most nights. I just don't think the Knicks can match up with that in a 7-game series this year. And I think one thing the Knicks don't really have much of, I mean, they have a little bit of it, but not much of, is depth. And I don't think they have proven that they have what the Pistons have.
But do you agree with, look, the main point of contention here with what Evan said on WFAN is, I think the Pistons have graduated from cute little team status. I think the Pistons have to be viewed as a threat in the East. Do I know that they're going to break through? No. I think they can beat the Knicks. I will tell you, they have absolutely a 0% chance of winning an NBA title. You will get swept by Oklahoma City and or Houston. You have absolutely no hope there in a playoff series. But that's not what we're talking about. This is about progressing, and this is about getting in a championship position in the next year or two. I think the Pistons could absolutely win the East this year. I wouldn't bet my life on it, but I think they could do it. Now, if the Eastern Conference Finals are Pistons-Knicks, I'll put my money where my mouth is. They'll beat the Knicks. They'll go to the NBA Finals.
How many games?
I did do. What am I, Karnak? No idea. Let me.
Yes.
Yes. I have no idea. So yeah, Jeremy. I mean, you agree with me though. Like there is another level that the Knicks are also not at. No. The champion is coming from the West.
If last year taught me anything, you just got to get yourself in place because you don't know what could happen to a player. Somebody goes down, you take advantage of that, and the next thing you know, you're the champion. And nobody sits there and says, well, you only won it because this team – nope, no one cares.
We'll get some more to people. I have David bump back with some audio. I got some college football for Rico. Fun stuff, though. Nothing to do with U of M and butter knives and mistresses and filth. Just fun.
That's the Jelly of the Month Club right there.
What's that?
It just seems like something new every day coming out with that story. So.
You hate to see it. But we have some Lions stuff to discuss as well later in the 3 o'clock hour. I want to know if this is more evidence of this team refusing to look in the mirror on something. We'll talk about it. 97.1.
Just disconnect this board. So
hi.
So what happens if on the night of the 7 fishes, Big G says, "You know what? I want to play this song."
Won't happen.
Silent Night.
It won't happen. I control the playlist on Christmas Eve.
He's 70.
I don't
He
care.
can do whatever he wants to do. He's 70.
First of all, Christmas Eve is not his birthday. His birthday's today.
I understand. But
also,
it's close enough that he
it's
can
not.
say, "You know what?
No, there's no old people proximity clause.
Michael?
No.
I want to hear the Temptations."
Then I'd break my dad's heart. That's one of the worst Christmas songs ever recorded. In fact, it's not Christmas.
That is Christmas.
No, it's not.
It's literally Silent Night.
It's not. I don't know what that is, but it's not Silent Night. Now, listen. You've also received a missive from the birthday boy.
I have.
Do you want to share with the classroom?
Oh, he just
Did he send you the DeVito?
He did. Oh, 70 years old. Thank you so much with the whole.
He sent him the DeVito. Perfect.
He said that to you.
He said that to me.
Amazing.
I love it.
Tommy DeVito, back up me.
I love it.
All right, let's we'll get to the last couple of callers. David, we'll get a few ticket texts. Just I wanted to know, because it is funny too, because people, if you could see what David sees on a daily basis, there's this weird but very small, but my God, are they loud group of Piston fans. How come you're not talking about the Pistons? How come you're not talking about the Pistons?
Keep winning every day.
Right, you sound like the radio guy. How come you're not talking about the Pistons every day? Because we have bills to pay. But it's also, we do talk about them. We take up for them. Where you at? Here's why. Because about 12 people care. Learn it. Let's go to people. Go to Brett. 97.1. Brett, what's going on?
Merry Christmas, guys.
Same to you, buddy.
I've been listening to you guys for well over 10 years now. And, Mike, I've never called you out on this, but your disdain for the Temptations is kind of disgusting. The Temptations may be the greatest group of all time. It might be because you're not from Michigan and the Detroit area. But
I don't hate the Temptations. I do not like the rendition of Silent Night.
Temptations are like religion, man.
The rest of their catalog is not in question. I do not.
Phenomenal, man.
I don't like Silent Night. I'm sorry.
David Russin's the GOAT. Hey, can we say that John W. Gibson is the best goalie in Detroit?
Sure you can.
Talbot on a 5-game losing streak.
John W. Gibson. I'm going to use that. I'm letting you know.
So my best friend is a Sparty fan. So, like, when you guys got the new John Smith, I kept calling him John L. Smith. But then when Gibson really was stinking it up, we would call him John L. Gibson. And then when he started going on his run, we're like, maybe he's John W. Gibson. But
I like it.
Anyway,
I think it's good. What do you got on this Pistons stuff?
Well, okay. So, to me, the Pistons are the best ran team in Detroit, by far. Trajan Langdon has turned this thing around completely. Bakerstaff, to me, he's the best coach because the Lions are my first love. They suck this year. They just do. It's falling apart, but besides that, no, the Pistons are the best ran team. I think the standard this year is, even without making a trade, which I would be in favor of a trade, a big trade, but I think even without a trade, maybe we can hold off a year, see how we do with this team. I think the ECF is definitely the standard, but I think we can we can win in the ECF. I'm not scared of anybody in the Eastern Conference. I think, like the Tigers in the last couple of years, this division, this whole conference is ours. I mean, it's weak, and I think we can get there. And I think, I don't think we could win this year in the finals, but I think we could take the Thunder 7. I really do.
Okay.
This team, I know. It's the homeboy in me.
That's
and
okay.
I'm a big fan, but there is something special about this team, and I think they can go really far.
Yeah, they can. Brett, the one disagreement I'd have with you is if the right deal is available at the deadline, you don't need to wait a year. You can make some hard choices here.
You absolutely should. I'm just saying, like, Trajan has kind of, in a way, he's kind of moneyballed the last couple of years with some smaller guys like a Schroeder, and like this year with Duncan Robinson. These guys are still showing up for us. and it's great to see. Do I think it can win us a finals? No, but I think if we can, raise an ECF, banner, and then next year, if we don't win it all, make the big trade then. But no, if it's on the table this year, you got to do it.
Yeah, and I think you've got some young guys that I think you've seen enough to make a determination, and if you like what they are, that's fine. But I think it's okay to add a big dog here. But look, bottom line, Brett, we're talking about beating the Knicks, and yes, I think we agree they can beat the Knicks. Yeah. So I'm happy to make a bet on that if that's what Evan wants to do. But no, the finals, no, you went into La La Land there. No, just stop. No, I beg of you. I'd rather listen to Silent Night by the Temptations than talk about anyone winning the championship from the East. Just stop. It's not happening. Okay. Oh, that's it. That's all I'm saying. No. Also, I would like to just say, I did not slander the Temptations. I said that particular song, that's just ridiculous.
You did not slander the group.
Thank you.
Slandered the song.
Thank you.
But you're wrong.
It's a classic.
Listen, it's subjective.
It's a classic.
I'm not allowed to say Rico's wrong because he likes that Short King Prince.
But you do
Short
every
King.
day.
Short King.
But you do every day. Like, Prince just took a stray. Man's dead. Why'd he take another stray?
And most of the Temptations are dead.
Call it even. They're all dead.
Well, one, Otis is alive.
Okay. Let's go over to Mo. 97.1. Mo, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, long-time caller.
How you been, pal?
10 years. Man, I've been pretty good. How you guys been? 15 years I've been listening to you guys.
All right.
Yep. I just want to say, man, hey, y'all. These Pistons, man, the last time I actually watched the Pistons game, 04-05.
What?
I kid you not. I was about maybe 12 years old back then. Maybe 06. Let's call it that way. But the energy now with this new team, phenomenal. I mean, I was talking to my cousin yesterday, and we were talking about how we were watching the game, and it looked like half the stand was empty. But now we're thinking about getting tickets to go watch them before the hype really pumps up the prices on the tickets. So, I mean, it's a good thing. We have, like, the Tigers, made a playoffs last season. Lions in a playoff hunt. The Red Wings are doing good. I'm not even a white guy, but I'm starting to watch hockey. And now with the Pistons coming back, it's a great time to be a sports fan in Detroit. I tell you
It
that
is.
much.
If any of these teams decide to get serious about winning it all versus just selling tickets, they will own the public sphere. But somebody's got to step forward on this.
Got to leave that Coney Island booth.
I know. And look, the Lions are positioned the best to do it. Brad Holmes didn't. They can still write their own story. I have not said they're not getting in. I've just said I have major concerns. Sorry, Jared. But the math is a little daunting. They'll beat the Steelers because the Steelers are garbage.
No, they'll beat the Steelers. Why?
Because they do not lose 2 games in a row.
There you go.
But the Steelers are garbage. David, are you going?
No.
No, my team sucks.
See, this is why it upsets me because David,
they have a winning record.
And they're right here in town. And like it or not.
And they're going to lose.
Like it or not. Tomlin is modern day Wayne Fontes. They find ways to win those final games to back into the playoffs.
Fontes?
No, that was his brother.
Got it.
But Wayne Fontes, they're the same person. They're the Spider-Man meme. And they're right here, David. Here's the thing.
Well, Mike Tomlin has a championship.
Okay, fair enough.
The big buck.
But here's the thing, David. Even if the game goes south, you're at home. Leave, go home, and finish watching the rest.
And then I'm wasting my time driving back home.
David, they're right here
I'd
in
rather
your
watch
town.
it at home. At home.
Now, it's different. Like when the Giants are here, we knew the Giants were ass. It's
And
different.
they actually provided a good game.
Which was crazy, but it would have upset me more if I were there and they blew it versus being at home and they blew it. The point is,
I sometimes question whether you actually like your team.
I don't like my team. If the Giants would fold and simply just relocate, I'd actually be a happier person.
And I will be honest, I'm not going to tell everybody my business, but I have other things that I want to watch it. I want to watch it with other people. And I can't take those people with me. So I'm going to watch it with those people.
Okay.
Apparently, David's making a movie. All right, good for him. Listen.
Is this which family?
Okay. Well, he's got his East Side family and his West Side family. Just depends.
I would never have a family on the East Side. East Siders are awful.
Oh, here we go. 248.
A convenient excuse, I'm sure.
Okay, David. See, now you go. That's where J-Mo hangs out.
I just started a war. I'm sorry.
You did.
Oh, my.
Oh.
David, a few, actually, we'll keep it timely. We can't do ticket text. How about that? Personal growth. Time is of the essence, especially the holidays. You're busier than ever. You're cooking more than ever. How about get dinner and some convenience? Hungry Howie's got you covered. The mix and match deal, it's the best deal of the year. Everybody gets what they want. $7.49 per item, from the subs to the salads to, yes, the pizzas, even the Howie breads. $7.49 each. Mix and match and dig into whatever duos you want to. So the holidays, your schedule, let Hungry Howie's lessen the burden a little bit. It's hungryhowies.com. That's hungryhowies.com. All right, touch table on some football. David, let the music be our guide.
All right. College football playoffs getting ready to start. So I figured let's have some fun, gentlemen. Evan Jenkins joining us. Let's predict the college football playoffs, receipt style. We could have some fun with this in a few weeks. See who got it right, who got it wrong. You guys ready?
I'm excited.
Go to hell.
Can't wait.
All right. We'll just start off with the first game. You could just pick the winners. You don't need the point spreads, guys. Alabama and Oklahoma. Who you got?
Oklahoma. You want reasons, or are we just blurting out
You
teams?
can give me some reasons. I mean, you're the caster ticket.
I think it's hard to beat a team twice. Bama doesn't run it. They don't stop the run. Mateer make enough plays with his legs, and I think that Oklahoma front is going to make Ty Simpson, whose completion rate continues to go down the last 4 weeks. I think they're going to make it a pretty long night for him. I'll take OU.
Roll Tide. Just the opposite of everything Mike said.
Wow. That doesn't even make sense, but okay.
Yeah, Oklahoma's defense, I think, will make Ty Simpson not look the greatest on Friday night. So I'm going Oklahoma.
David is going Oklahoma. I'm going with you.
That's right.
I think that Alabama will get this thing done. I don't think that they're going to lose again to the Sooners. So yeah, I'm going Bama. All right, Miami, Texas A&M.
Man, I tell you, this is a game I have no opinion on. Even the total, I don't know what to do with. I'll just take the home team. Give me the Aggies.
Go Aggies.
I don't believe in the Aggies, and I didn't all year, and then they kind of proved me right at the end. So I'm going to roll with Carson Beck, I guess, in Miami. I know, but yes.
Yeah, that also pains me because I don't like the way A&M has played and looked the last few weeks. I don't. But Carson Beck, Miami.
But Carson Beck, pause.
Do it for that little stork that they have as their mascot.
It's an ibis, but yes. You know what?
Did you call it a stork?
Well, I don't know what an ibis is.
No, it's an ibis. I thought it was a stork as well, and then Woody Woodruff said, no, it's an ibis. It's
okay.
It's the last bird to leave before a hurricane and the first bird back.
Yeah, no one cares. Let's get to the next game. Kelly, please.
You know what? I'm going to take the U as well. I think they're angry they're not the ACC champions. James Madison, Oregon. Do we all can just say Oregon?
Yeah. I think for the two biggest games with point spreads, geez. Okay. Yeah, Oregon.
Quack, quack.
Same thing. Tulane, Ole Miss. We can just advance.
Yeah, we saw the first go around.
I'm going to take Tulane. Can I take Tulane, please?
You want to take Tulane?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Why?
Okay.
Well, I mean, Ole Miss doesn't have their coach. I listen to Cash the Ticket.
And neither does Tulane. He's coaching Florida.
Well, I like the Green Wave.
Okay, I quit. I tried everything.
All right.
I did everything I could.
Let's go to the second round. Michael, for you, it's Indiana versus Oklahoma.
Indiana. I mean, they're every bit as stout as OU up front. You got the Heisman winner at quarterback. I just don't think Oklahoma will produce enough offense against that Indiana defense. I just don't. Yeah, give me Indiana.
David, you also had Indiana, Oklahoma.
Yeah, Indiana.
Indiana as well. Evan, you have Indiana and Bama along with me.
Down go the Hoosiers. Roll Tide.
What? Why?
Because Kalen DeBoer doesn't want to coach at Michigan.
That's right. He's going to do everything in his power. No, I think their little magical ride is going to end.
What are you, Evan Roberts? Little magical ride? Indiana's legit, man.
Are they legit if they don't ever win a playoff game?
They just won the Big Ten and beat OSU.
That's not a playoff game. I'm talking playoff games.
I'm going to say this, Evan. They're going to win their playoff game.
Okay.
I think Indiana wins. They got the best team, best player, best coach in the nation.
Hey, play this audio later, Mike.
Ohio State. Mike, for you, it's Ohio State and A&M.
That's tougher. That to me, that's not a walkover for OSU. And that Big Ten title game gave me some concerns. As OSU didn't play anybody this year, then they played someone and lost.
Did they learn their lesson?
I'll say yes.
Ryan Day, who does not dye his beard.
No, there's some whites in it now.
I'll take OSU, but barely.
David, for you, it's Ohio State.
Don't worry about it. It's Ohio State.
Okay.
They're going to beat Miami.
Yeah, I'm in it too. OH, man.
All right. You know what? We got a clean Ohio State sweep. Georgia versus Ole Miss for everybody except for Tulane for you.
It would be Georgia winning that game.
Yeah, I got the Bulldogs.
It's Georgia. Their defense has continued to get better and better and better. Trinidad Chambliss will miss some easy throws, and Georgia does something very few teams do. They can line up and smash. They can go on a 8-9 minute drive. I'll take Georgia.
Okay. And for last game, Texas Tech versus Oregon.
Tech. I don't like the way Oregon has looked against better teams. So
I'm going to take Oregon.
Wow.
I don't trust Baron Morton in a big spot. And as good as that D-line is with Tech, I don't know. I'm going to be wrong on this. I'll take Oregon, though.
I'm going to go the Ducks. I don't trust any dudes named Bear.
It's Baron.
Oh.
But that's fine.
Sounds good enough.
I'm going to go Texas Tech in this game. I think the defensive line will be the difference in the game, which brings us to we're at the semifinals. We have Indiana versus Oregon for you, Mike.
They beat them at Outson. They'll beat them here. They're the better football team. Indiana.
Okay. And your champion? Oh, no, we got to get to the rest. Indiana. All right. Evan, you have Indiana versus.
No, I had Bama versus.
You got Bama versus Oregon.
Go Ducks.
David, you got Indiana.
Indiana.
Okay, I got Indiana as well. Ohio State versus Georgia.
Georgia.
Oh, I'm going Buckeyes.
I'm going to take the Buckeyes.
I'm going Georgia as well.
Whoa, we took the Buckeyes.
I said Georgia as well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. I
No,
want
you and
the
me,
game.
Buckeyes.
Right. And then your champion will be
Indiana. Signetti's Thanos. It's inevitable. I'm taking Indiana. I just want it for those fans, and I want it for the sport. I just think Kurt Signetti's a beautiful psychopath. I just, Indiana. IU, rah-rah.
I'm going back to back. OH, IO.
You're probably right.
They learned their lesson, man.
Georgia.
I'm going Georgia as well.
Somebody take the keys.
We'll find out what happens in a few weeks. That's your college football playoff predictor, 97-1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Tigers ace Tarek Skubal has joined a laundry list of MLB stars in the USA World Baseball Classic roster, and Paul Skeens, a number of them on the NL Cy Young Awards side as well. The Lions were back in the practice field in Allen Park this afternoon without offensive lineman Graham Glasgow and safety Kirby Joseph. Lions defensive coordinator Calvin Shepard spoke with the media today and said they will make changes this week, whether it be schematic or personnel. Bears wide receiver Roma Dunze around the league has been ruled out for this week's game versus the Packers as well. According to Pete Thamel, Michigan State is expected to hire LeVar Woods as their assistant head coach and special teams coordinator. He's a longtime assistant at Iowa and a highly coveted special teams mind. The Pistons face the Mavericks tonight on the road for the third straight game. There are no Detroit injuries to speak of. Cooper Flagg has been one of the hot rookies, of course, for Dallas. He's coming off a nice game, 42 points the other night. They did lose to the Jazz their last game. They played better lately, winning 5 of their last 7. Hear the game right here on 97.1. The Ticket pregame just after 8:30 as well. The Red Wings back in the practice site without Patrick Kane. He's already missed those 2 games that Tom McClellan designated him out for originally. Danielle Bruce said the team will know more tomorrow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in, 3 o'clock audience. Good to have you guys. I want to turn our attention to the Lions. And look, we're saving the playoff stuff for tomorrow because just go win the game. Like, I don't think it serves anybody to talk. There's nothing to say. Win the game, keep your hopes alive. Lose the game, your season's over. I think they will win the game. There you go, 2-4-8. But I want to read something for you. And I have said to you, there's something going on. This is just my opinion. There's something going on with this team where it sounds like, seems like, feels like they're living in a bit of denial or delusion. We've talked about on this show, they're not last year's team. And that's not a sin. It's just they're nowhere near as good as last year. But yet, it seemed like Dan Campbell was living like it was last year's team up until the last couple weeks. All the fourth downs, all the bravado. Then you got the comments against the Rams where it was like, well, the good thing is now we know what the top of the NFC looks like. It's like, brother.
Yeah, that's what it took.
Yeah, that's what it took. Then you had Jared Goff. And look, I'm not going to go down this weird, I don't know what happened on this radio station where you had people claiming Jared Goff didn't go at the fans when his very audio did. So I'm going to live in reality, and if you want to cape up for a guy making $50 million a year, you do that. But Jared Goff either not understanding or getting pissed that people have doubts about this team. Well, Jared, that happens when you don't win back-to-back games since September. Mm-hmm. Then you get to this, and this to me is just another one of these, why is it in this town, especially with the Lions, they can't just look in the mirror and deal in reality. Kelvin Shepard is today's contestant. And this is eerily similar to the Scott Harris thing yesterday of, well, the names are the same, but the team is different. Brondo, it has electrolytes. So he was talking about a monthly review of the defense. Now, he was quick to talk about, hey, yeah, the pass defense has been bad. Well, Kelvin, it's actually been the worst in football. You're allowing 330 yards a game through the air. It's dead last. You've allowed the most touchdowns in football, passing, 10 in 4 weeks. Also dead last in the league. It's a huge problem. But he got bizarro as it would pertain to the running game. Regarding the Rams, you ready for this? Now, the Rams ran it for over 160 yards. That's not a good day. And there was not an 80-yard touchdown in there that grossly perverted the entire number. Quote, they popped an explosive run here or there that'll generate a big number, but that 24 or 19, take that out, and they're standing at 4 yards a carry, which is, around this league in the NFL, that sits you near the top 10 and right where you want to be. Huh? So let me just get this straight. If you take out the good runs, we did a great job. Let's do this a different way. Hey, if you take out the shows that we suck, we're amazing. Like if a radio host attempted that, you'd have a real problem. So,
well, you could even reverse that, Mike. If you take away Gibbs' great runs, you just have an average running game.
Uh-oh. So, quote, you can't play this game of taking plays away, but now everything I say is going to be taking plays away. Nobody, and I stand on the table behind this, nobody's lined up and ran the ball down our throats. They popped a run here or there, so that's the rest of the quote. Well, factually, that's actually wrong, Kelvin. And I know you've got your decorative play sheet, and we're all very fond of the intensity.
3-1-3.
Uh-oh. Over half of the Rams' runs, 15 of 29 runs, they went for 6 yards or more, Kelvin. So unless you want me to take out 15 of the 29 carries and then pop a boner over the 14 you didn't spit the bit and give up over 6, you're talking Bula. Okay, let's dig a little deeper. Talk about rushing efficiency, right? Like success rate, stuff like that. Basically, if you get 4 yards on a first down, that's a hell of a good first down. We've just made it 2nd and 6.
Correct.
Second down, can you cut that down to 3rd and 3? And on a 3rd down, you're successful if you get the first down. All right? Buddy, the Rams borderline had a top 20 performance of any team in football this season with an almost 60% rushing success rate. Kelvin, look in the effing mirror. Why is it in this town with this team they can't just own it? They can't look in the mirror, accept they're not who they were, and while they're good and they have a chance at the playoffs, what is going on in the last week?
Because nobody wants to give up the crown, Mike.
What crown? You didn't win a playoff game last year.
But you were the number 1 overall seed.
It doesn't matter. No one remembers.
No. At least Dan Campbell came out after the game and said, though it may be a little late, that's what the best in the NFC looks like. Which kind of means it ain't us.
So in the same week, you got the coach doing that. You got the quarterback butthurt because fans have doubts. Cutscene, you haven't won back-to-back games in 90 days. And then you have the defensive coordinator simply not living in reality. Oh, those 3 or 4 plays. Try 15 plays.
Yeah.
Like I'm getting very annoyed. And by the way, they sit middle of the pack in the NFL in yards per carry. So don't act like you're top 5 and this is an outlier. Like you guys out there in listener land, are you feeling it, seeing it, hearing it the way I am? It's okay if you're not, but like I understand the math of what they have to do to get to the playoffs. Are they capable? Yes. Do I believe they're going to do it? Probably not. Based on you haven't strung consistency together. But there's something about the people affiliated with this team refusing to deal in reality that's really angering me. And I don't like it when coaches gaslight people. Yeah. Kelvin Shepard is either woefully unaware of reality or he's gaslighting you. No, you got pummeled on the ground. Stop.
I don't think he wants to admit that his defense gave up over 500 yards. There's a reason why.
Give up 30 first downs.
If you take away this and this and this, it's hey, you know what? If
my grandma had balls, she'd be grandpa.
Right.
Come on. My grandmother's dead, factually. Sorry. Both of them.
Right. If I only would have had 3 more numbers, I would have won the Powerball. I wouldn't be here.
So it's just an absurd notion. Now, listen, if a guy gets up there and you gave up 130 yards on the ground and 90 of it was 1 carry to Chris Johnson in his prime and the other 18 carries were for 40, right. I can understand your point.
Right.
Man.
We gave up 1 bad play.
We had 1 bad moment. It's the pitcher who pitches 6 shutout innings but gives up a 3-run bomb. Man, if I could take that 1 pitch back. You can't do that when they were successful almost 60% of the time. 15 carries of 6 yards or more?
Because, Mike, it was a tough pill to swallow. Your defense gave up over 500 total yards. The Rams had their way with you and really took their foot off the gas at the end of the game. They could have had more yards and more points if they chose to. In the second half, you couldn't stop them. So it's almost a sense of pride. Hey, it's not as – don't believe your lying eyes. We actually, if it wasn't for this and that, we would have been okay. and we would have won this thing.
I just don't think defiance is a strategy in sports. I don't think you can be stubborn or defiant or rigid. So if Kelvin Shepherd believes what he's saying, it means he's not going to change what he's doing. That concerns me. Not against the Steelers, because the Steelers are ass and they've got a washed 50-year-old tree bark eating quarterback. But the Vikings and Bears, specifically the Vikings actually had the second best day on the ground against you. Well, you're going to go face that in a week. But the Bears running game, that travels.
Ironically enough, you faced 3 weird quarterbacks in a row.
Truth. So look, whether it was Campbell, Goff, or now Kelvin Shepherd, do you guys feel like the Lions are being a bit stubborn about their current situation? That, well, if you take away these 15 plays, we had a good – what? Dude, you gave up 30 first downs. Gave up 519 yards of offense. And the ground game, you're either woefully unaware or you're gaslighting. Don't do that. You don't need to do that. And I think Kelvin Shepherd primarily has done a pretty damn good job, all things considered. But I don't have to make stuff up.
Yeah, it really is head scratching that this is what you want to, the hill you want to die on. That, well, if you take away this, then, or you take it as a whole, your defense did not have a good day. You own it. And yeah, we're going to work on a lot of things. Gave us a lot of film and a lot of tape to study, and we have 3 weeks to get our act together and get ready for the playoffs. Here it is. It's just that easy. That's what you need to say. Don't take away from, well, this and that, because the irony is your team offensively is built on the big plays. So other people could say,
take those
the
away.
Giants could say, well, take away the 3 runs by Jahmyr Gibbs, and we win this thing. And how ridiculous does that sound?
I think it's also, and I'm not trying to like overdo it with this, but if you don't recognize there's a problem, then you're not going to look for the solution. So that is concerning to me. I'm proud of the fact that, like, look, we try to just talk reality on this show, and it gets us in trouble or people get angry. We talked about the third down problem before people realized it was a problem. We talked about the ground game sliding. We've talked about the defense and kind of, look, none of it is feelings. It's just facts. So my whole thing is, yeah, I want to believe they can make the playoffs. I want to believe they can win 3 in a row. And I'm concerned defensively. You know how I feel about Brian Branch, by the way. I don't think it's any accident. They had 15 carries at 6 yards or more because the most physical player on that defense is gone.
He wasn't there. See, I'm going to chalk this up to Shepherd, first year, not experienced when asked questions. So over time, I think he will get a little bit better with his answers. Okay. I'm just going to chalk it up to, this is his first time really feeling the pressure.
The problem I have in it, too, is he basically buried the pass defense and is like, oh, yeah, it's terrible. The pass D is a problem. But then you want to get chesty about your run defense.
Because you know what it is, Mike. Run defense, it's the measuring contest that every coach wants to say, we can stop the run and we can run the ball down your
But what
throat.
I would tell Shep is this. The pass defense has an excuse, is you barely have anybody who's supposed to be out there for you. Your front seven's healthy. Figure it out, dude.
Yeah, 3/4 of your starting corners and safeties out.
America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it is built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of that big screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, you can book your spot today at CircaLasVegas.com. That's CircaLasVegas.com. Now this is Christmas music right here. David, this is the stuff.
No, this is good.
All right.
The old school Christmas booty music.
Nat King Cole's a gentleman. Listen, ticket text. Now, we've read the Kelvin Shepard comments and then diced it apart with stats and kind of paired it with Goff's remarks this week, Campbell's remarks this week. You can believe the team's making the playoffs. That's not what this is about. It's about why are they living in a delusional state? I mean, whether it's the coach needing to see the Rams up close to realize he's not best in the NFC, whether it's the quarterback butthurt because people have doubts, team hasn't won back-to-back games in 3 months, or whether it's Kelvin Shepard going, yeah, you take away these couple plays, 15 of them, and we were great against the run. Dude, what are you talking about? David, talk to me. And if you don't see it the way I see it, just say it. It's so weird what's going on right now.
Lions rank towards the bottom on all defensive stats. I don't understand what Shepard is saying here or doing here. This defense isn't good, and it's okay to say we just need to get better. Tired of all the used car salesman spiel from all of our organizations. Just admit it. It needs to be better. That's it.
And you know what? Look, here, again, admitting bias. Yes, the fact we had someone tell us yesterday that it's the same team, but it's not the same team. It has electrolytes. Right. That it is weighing on me.
I think that there is a fine line between delusion and grit, and I can't tell you what side we are on currently.
That's actually a really good ticket text. Like, you want your team to believe they're capable. Mm-hmm. Like, that's the player mentality. Right. Like, that's why TJ's morphing into engine block guy, because he's a former player. Oh, grumble. It's like, I get it, but dude, here are numbers. Like, numbers and grumble don't go together.
My question is, what's wrong with just coming out there if you're Shepard and saying, look, I like our guys, I like what we're capable of, but we need to get better. There's things we got to work on.
Hey, guess what? Sunday wasn't acceptable, and the guys know it.
And so this brought me to a question that I actually asked David back here during the break. And that is there a disconnect between Campbell and the coordinators here? Because obviously there was with the offense. He took the playbook away. But even after a win, Campbell would come out and say, look, great win. We have plenty to work on. Let's enjoy today, but we still have a lot to work on. Why can't Shepard after a loss say we have plenty to work on?
That's a good point.
Is there a disconnect happening within that locker room? Because that's not the same messaging you're getting from your head coach.
I think Rico nailed something, and I think you nailed something. And I think multiple things can be true. Right? This isn't like we're coming to a court verdict. But like Rico saying, this is a younger coordinator, inexperienced. It is a guy who was a part of the 15-2 last year. And I just don't think they want to let go of last year. And then the Dan Campbell part. I mean, I agree with you. I do, Kenny. I mean, I thought it was bizarre, his remarks of, well, you know, what's good is now we got a firsthand look at the best in the NFC. Huh?
It's just so off-brand messaging compared to what Campbell has been saying, whether they win or whether they lose. Plenty to work on. Let's tighten up this, this, and this. You can't even say that?
I'm with you.
After a loss?
Totally with you. 248-539-9797. We'll go to Justin, who apparently is the one guy in Detroit who cares about talking about that. Maybe I missed the mark. You know what? Maybe we'll ask you what's your favorite memory of this season, and we'll fill the lines. I just, to me, this warranted a conversation. Your defensive coordinator is either blissfully inaccurate or he's gaslighting you. But hey, you know what? I'm interested in stuff like this. Justin, 97.1.
Mike, I'm glad you said that because I'm so glad you brought this up. I'm so passionate about this, about the Lions specifically, and it goes to our other teams, but I'll keep it with the Lions and Brad Holmes. And I think this is a bigger picture issue, and I think it goes back to something that I saw with Brad Holmes, you know, a year ago. Started with the villain thing. I don't know what that was all about, but then the receipts. Right? And it's almost like they're so stubborn and so arrogant that when things don't go their way, they just double down. They almost have, like, hurt egos or small egos. Like, Jared Goff, he was, like, legitimately, like, upset. Like, he interrupted the middle of the question. Like, the whole thing, their egos get so hurt, and then then they double down on it. And then they act like, I think, Mike, you used this comparison. They act like they're trying to cure cancer. And they act like they have PhDs and we're all elementary schoolers, and we can't possibly –
right,
you know, be on their level, and they talk down to us. And now, you know, so and it starts with, you know, they didn't have a legitimate search for any of their coordinators, and you saw how it worked out with Morton, and I don't think it's working out that well with Shepard. So they keep their own guys. They're signing all their own guys. They won't go out and make a splash, because if you make a splash, you're almost admitting that you're wrong because your team's not good enough. It's almost like they're scared to admit that they're wrong or that they make mistakes. It's weird.
No, and Justin, I think your point is taken. Is like, you don't have to have a PhD in football to have watched that game, to count up the amount of times it became 2nd and 5, to say you didn't have a good day stopping the run. Full stop. Don't make things up.
Honestly, if you owned it, I would have a little more respect. You know, it was a bad day at the office. The Rams showed us a lot of things that we need to fix and we need to tighten up to make this last effort for the last 3 games.
Like politics. This is like politics. This is why people don't trust in their politicians. I get the very same feeling. They lie straight to your face. They gaslight you. And it's like Scott Harris's comments yesterday. He goes, well, if you were to chart out the last 3 seasons, like, yeah, bud, we don't need to chart it out. We watched the last 3 seasons. And they talk down to you.
And I watched the last 2 end the same way when you couldn't get a hit in the playoffs. You know, and it's just that's the stuff that bothers me too, is ultimately you can see, Justin, I don't want to go I'll do this now real quick, because Justin, you kind of led me down a path. You trapped me. I'm sick of teams acting like you can't do multiple things at once. Like the Tigers acting like player development can't be in concert with adding legitimate talent. Please stop.
Because you know what happens with the player development and adding talent? A lot of times the talent can help out with the player development on the field. Hey, Rook, come here. You want to do this? You want to do this? You want to stand here?
Right. And I'll say it again. I think the perfect player was out there for him. He's still out there for him. I hated the Glaber Torres thing. I've given the reasons why. But whether Glaber's here or not, look, let's just be clear. They always should have signed Bo Bichette. They should sign Bichette now. I'll say it forever. Because even as he transitions from a shortstop to maybe a second baseman or third baseman, you're controlling the strike zone. That's his game. What did the Tigers say they want to be about? Controlling the zone.
Yep.
If you
Both
sign
offensively and
Bichette,
defensively, yeah.
it gives you insurance if and when one of your youngsters stinks. It gives you someone you'll always be able to slot in high in the order, control the zone. And again, okay, we brought Glaber back. So for 1 year, just hear me out before you explode. 1 year, you deal with Bichette at shortstop. Next year, Glaber's gone. You can moonlight him at short and second. And the year after that, we have the conversation about putting him at third base. The point I'm making is for this year, you'd have 2 guys who control the zone up high to stagger with your left-handed power. How does that impact? Well, we got to leave room for the kids. It doesn't. It's gaslighting. You can develop and add talent at the same time. You've got to remain flexible. You can't be rigid. I'm sorry. Like Justin called and he said it, and I couldn't let it go.
Oh, man, you're talking dirty to me.
Why?
Oh, my gosh. You're right. You could do this, and it'd work out. You can shift things next year.
That's what good organizations do.
Oh, my gosh.
I know.
No, and I mean, to clip that one, David.
No, but guys, think about it. I mean, in a year, Glaber's gone, Javi's gone. You got plenty of room. We're not blocking anybody.
I know.
It just kills me the player is still out there.
I know. Calvin Shepard. Stay focused.
I can't. We'll get to the calls next.
You're number 1, too.
97.1. Now this is Christmas music. You can't knock Dean Martin on Big G's birthday. Don't do that.
Of course it is.
It's the big 7-0. Are you going to knock Big G on his birthday? Dean Martin's his favorite guy. You can't do that.
No, Big G sent me a text. He said I'm his favorite son.
That's fine. I accept that.
I love Big G. He knows that.
We can get to the people. I just love how I just don't like Silent Night by the Temptations, and it's turned into a kerfuffle.
The war out here right now.
I mean, it's the same reason why you don't like J-Mo.
The Temptations drop passes? What are we talking about? I like J-Mo. I don't. You know what? I'm not having this conversation.
They all hang out on the east side Coney Island.
David, we know the real reason.
Oh, I see what's going on. Right. And then yet I celebrate Nat King Cole's entire collection. Okay. What's that?
He's not the adopted son.
Nope. Okay. No, we're not. Nope. Let's go to the calls.
He does drugs. Rico's out here like a Michigan play-by-play guy. He's adopted. I wouldn't listen to him. He likes crack. Wait. Okay. All right.
Back in the game.
Back in the game. David, please take a text and we'll get to the people.
Can we say take 300 yards away and defense played great?
Yes.
Signed Shep.
Yes, 1,000%. If you just take away 20 of the first downs, we had a dominant performance.
I mean, seriously, that statement, that's not one of his better statements. That's why I said, I'm going to let it be. This is new to him. He said it. Probably went back to his office and said, did I really say that? It's about as useless as the sideline reporter. Well, talk to the coach.
Oh, God.
He said, we need to score more points.
Aaron Andrews had a doozy this weekend. Well, I talked to the coach, said if we score more points, we got a good shot to win. Let's go over to Tom Rinaldi. I don't have any kid to exploit and tell a sad story. Back to you.
But I'll tell you, it was a sad way they made this football, and they had to slaughter.
Right. I'm here live with the pig who just got its throat slit to make this football. Your comments. Get rid of all sideline reporters immediately. They're all terrible.
So let me read this text because this guy wanted to get some things off his chest. As far as the front seven goes, Jack Campbell said a while back that he was shifting guys around and making changes to the front seven based off of a feeling he had. Not off of film or anything, a feeling. It's like me saying, I have a feeling my wife is going to do stuff tonight. Guess what? She didn't do stuff that night. He just had to get stuff off his chest, clearly.
Respect.
I think that was more about him than it was about the game. I think he just wanted to vent about it.
2 words in, that stopped being about the game.
Right.
Honey, I hope you're listening.
You hear that, Jackie?
David?
And then one more here says, how delusional. Did he also say the Lions defense kept getting off the field? Oh, of course not, because they weren't. They were giving up touchdowns.
We'll go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's good?
Hey, afternoon, fellas. I just wanted to say that I'm not mad at Goff because I think that, he's a fighter. And when you tell somebody, I don't think you're going to win, you're going to get a reaction back, and that's just, beyond, I don't think he can even help himself at that point, So, I don't think he was out of line at all. It's just, that's the way, athletes and competitive people like him are going to think.
All right. Okay. So what does that have to do with the Kelvin Shepherd thing? Just so we're clear.
Oh no, you mentioned about Goff and about all these other list of things. That, the Lions
that's fine. Listen, I'm not going to re-adjudicate it. He could have said it a better way, and I also thought there could have been a follow-up there, but Stoney went full Stoney, and we lost that opportunity. So that's fine. I mean, it should have just been, hey, Jared, while you're so in your feelings, you do understand you haven't won back-to-back games in 90 days. Might be a reason for some doubts.
Yeah, he understands, and he's not gonna concede to it till he's down on the mat and can't get back up.
That's fair.
So that's at the end of the year.
All right, now what do you got on Shep?
I think the Lions. I think their defensive line stinks, and like you said, they're at full strength. And what do we got?
Yeah, John. Here's the other interesting part. I'm saving quotes for TJ tomorrow, John, and I apologize if that doesn't work for your schedule. I want a former player here because Aleem McNeil, Kelvin Shepherd. There seems to be a disconnect. I have 2 sets of quotes. But a lot of it is like, why are you moonlighting Aleem at edge when he's a D tackle? And Aleem kind of commented on that, but yet he got thrown under a bus a little bit by Shep saying, yeah, he needs to be better. Well, hold on a minute. You're asking me to do things I'm not good at. There's a lot going on with that. And here's the other problem I have if Shepard's going to defend the run defense. You're one of the few teams in the league that keeps base defense on the field almost exclusively with 3 linebackers. So it's not like you're running a 5-man box and you're getting gashed or you're getting caught, misnumbered, misaligned up front. You have base on field more than almost anybody.
Yeah. You know what, Mike? I think the great American philosopher summed it up best.
And who would this be?
It'd be Charles Ramsey.
Got it. Can MSU hire Charles Ramsey just for the post game? Can we bring him on as like running backs coach?
You like that, David?
I mean, we can't hire an offensive coordinator. Can we hire Charles Ramsey?
You know what?
He says if you play Madden, you get good at sports.
You know what?
I need that in East Lansing.
Personal growth, we're going to move past.
Okay, we'll go to.
We saw that play out in real life.
We'll go to. Oh boy, we'll go to Alex. 97.1. Alex, how you doing, pal?
Hey guys, good. How are you?
Good, man. What do you make of all this?
Oh man. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you guys for taking my call. Happy
Yes, sir.
holidays, and appreciate everything you guys do.
Thank you, Alex.
It's very hard to take from this. Thank you guys for laying out some of the statistics there because I think they're jarring and absolutely telling. Calvin Shepard has to take ownership of that, and I did not see the conference, but thank you for expressing those comments because that's just ridiculous. I mean, you have to take some sort of ownership. And the other part I wanted to say is contributing to the Lions this year, it feels like you're dating an ex that lied to you and cheated on you, and you went back to them, and they're just continuing to do the same thing that they used to do, and you're just getting the same exact result. That's just kind of how this year has felt for me. But
Yeah, and now this week we'll be in a phase. We're going to make up. We're going to get another run at this. They're going to beat the Steelers. We're going to be all excited. And then J.J. McCarthy's going to soak your Christmas tree in kerosene.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's a roller coaster, Alex.
And if I could add just one more thing.
Yeah.
I feel like in the 2023 season where we lost in the NFC Championship, I feel like our defense was in a better place at that point, and that's not saying a lot.
No,
Do you guys agree or disagree?
I agree, but we have to be fair about something. Is now you've had some really unfortunate injuries at a critical spot because, look, you're not going to replace high-level players at any level of the defense, but trying to replace high-level guys in the secondary when most teams don't have enough, it's like relief pitching. The secondary, teams don't have enough relief pitching to start the year. So when you have injuries to it, it really turns into a problem. That's why, Alex, and I know some people think I overreacted. Maybe the team will end up making me look stupid. The Brian Branch injury was the last stop at the Super Bowl in for me. They might make the playoffs.
It was so much that he did, not just for pass, but also he was out to stop the run.
He killed people in the run game. He was our version of Nick Bolton.
Yeah.
And without him, you see it. But when you put him and Kirby and neither of them are there, you take away a Terry and Arnold. Yeah. And DJ Reed has not played good football, period. Yeah, Alex, that's why you're over the last month, you've given up the most passing yards in football. You've given up the most passing touchdowns in football. It's
because once Kirby went out, all of a sudden it seems like the interception stopped.
Right. Now here's what'll happen. They'll play a Steelers team or a Vikings team that aren't really adept at passing the football, and the unenlightened are going to latch onto it and say we fixed the defense. No, that's not how this game works.
No, it is the roller coaster that is 2025 for this team.
It is, and it's why I can have doubts without writing them off. Because for every peak, there's a valley and vice versa. This team is just it's up and down.
Because for every Lions Kool-Aid drinker, they've already gotten their notes ready. So on Monday, see, told you this.
Yeah, I don't like those people. They're boring to me.
I get it.
They're boring.
But
You lie in wait like a cockroach and then wait for something to eventually go right, and you think you've proved a point?
They take
Like,
notes of everything that we've said this week. See, you wrote them off, and now they're
no,
back.
no. I said they're beating the Steelers.
All right. But
No.
because it's every other week, and then all of a sudden, then it's the gloom and doom. Well, you can't win 2 in a row. You can't lose 2 in a row.
Because factually, you can't. It's like if you came on the air and told me you knew how to fly. Boulder Dash.
I do.
No, you don't. You're not the St. Joseph's Hawk. You can't fly.
He has ridden in that helicopter, though, right?
He used to fly the Sky Fox.
Sky Fox 1?
Oh, you mean actually fly? Oh, no.
Yeah, like if you told me you had the powers of levitation.
Oh,
no.
okay, that's different.
Unless you're some kind of Marvel character and you've been sandbagging us for years.
I can't tell you this.
Look, this football season, game days or otherwise, Moran Buick GMC has you covered right now. A 26 GMC Sierra Elevation Crew Cab starting at $199 a month, 24 months. Or you can drive home in a 26 in Vista. Leases start at only $279 a month. Both deals, $999 down, and inventory rolls in daily. So go to MoranExpress.com, whether you want to look at the inventory or schedule your certified service. Moran Buick GMC has the truck or SUV for you. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka in Taylor, or online anytime. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. David, a couple ticket texts. We can get to the people. We got a football today, top of the hour. We also have our Christmas movie football draft in the 4 o'clock and a story just for this special guy over here out of college football.
Oh, I got your story, and I'm going to raise you one better.
Fantastic. David, go.
Just happened.
Go ahead, buddy.
From Jason in Chicago, he says, if they are putting McNeil at edge, they clearly have an edge problem. When will they finally admit publicly that they have an edge problem?
Well, the way that was sold a few weeks ago, and I haven't heard anybody do it lately, is, well, they just want to get Tyleek on the field more. Okay.
If it wasn't for the second half, the Lions would have won. Oh, man. Someone else says,
I'm sorry, that's really good.
I agree with you, Mike. This is something that trickles down to most fans as well. They are in denial and delusional. You hear it from the fan base every day on the airwaves.
I do. And look, I don't like that we're arriving at a political thing where if you just use data and you go, look, I have some concerns, you're labeled that you're not loyal and you're a bad fan and you're a hater. No, I just live in reality. Everybody wants the same thing. But if a team hasn't been able to string wins together and now they need to win 3 in a row, it'll actually be 7 in a row to be Super Bowl champions. Pardon my skepticism. Well, you're a bad fan. No, I'm not. I'm not a 12-year-old. There's a difference.
Oh, that's another topic for another day. But
Oh, you mean like tomorrow?
Yeah,
I'll be here.
No, but
Sure.
If you become objective and you see things for what they are, and you say, you know what, not this time. Don't think this is going to happen.
Hater.
You gave up. You're a hater, and you're not a real fan.
Got it. The only back-to-back wins you have this year are against Cleveland and Cincinnati in September. Okay, then. Let's go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, how you doing, pal?
Doing well. Thanks, fellas.
Yes, sir.
I think you hit the nail on the head with this being like an ego problem, and I think it stems from this team having virtually no identity. Like 2 years ago, we were the gritty underdogs, and we leaned into that. Last year, we had an offense that would just light up the scoreboard, and we leaned into that. And this year, we have no identity. There's been no game where the offense shows up and the defense shows up. And it's just a mess. There's no identity in this.
Well, Ryan,
team.
I think what's interesting, like, for instance, I've always viewed the Lions' identity as running the football. Like, for all of the Amon-Ra, the J-Mo, and the passing, the offensive line, and we're going to run the football. That's who we are. The problem is, like, dig into the numbers. Jameer's only got 6 games this year above 68 yards. And that's not me doing to Kelvin Shepard. That's just aggregating the data and going, well, here are the only 6 games out of, 15 that you would say were impactful. You're right. Is Ryan, their identity's been lost because the O-line isn't that good anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and in the Rams game, if they were to have that run game, they could control the time of possession, keep Stafford off the field, and maybe come out with a win. But yeah, it's a mess.
Well, I don't think you're wrong, Ryan. I don't know that the defense has ever had an identity. That's part of the issue. I mean, last year you had too many injuries to have one. The identity became Aaron Glenn sending a 54% blitz rate. It was survival. This year you have some injuries, clearly, but I don't know what I would say their identity is because statistically they've slipped. So, look, they've always cared more about the offense than the defense. It just, whether it's asset allocation, draft picks, money, the offense always had more toys, more stuff.
I would say their identity, Mike, is unpredictability. This year, whatever you thought, they don't stand a chance. They come out there and they get the job done. And when you think, okay, defense is going to be pretty good, they're not.
Go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, bud?
Hi, boy. I think you guys hit a lot of the points. And the eyeball test just tells you that the defense has not made the stops when they need to. Look at all the teams that are going on 4th down and making it, just like we used to do. And I want to add to that, was there not 2 or 3 games where if we get a stop, we have a chance, but we watched J.J. McCarthy float one up to seal the game. We also watched Jordan Love do the same thing. just float up a pass. The guy takes it, wins the game. And then the Rams needed a first down to kind of roll the time, and they just rammed it down our throat and got the first down. Is it me, or does it seem like the offense, if it don't score 35 to 40 points, we're in big trouble?
Correct. But, Jeff, this is the good part of the team. They're very capable of scoring that amount of points because the offense, despite what I just said about the running game, the offense is capable of cooking. There's no doubt about it. But, yeah, I mean, Jeff, look, here's another way to look at it, okay? Here's a fun assignment for everyone the next time they're on the toilet. How many teams have the Lions beat who currently have a winning record?
Not many.
I'm gonna go with
next time you're gonna
spoiler alert. I won't say anything.
Oh, next time you're gonna read some literature in the men's room. That's your homework assignment. I think it's illuminating. David,
I just read a stat that the Lions are undefeated in games where they score more than the other team.
Thank you, Aaron Andrews.
But then again, Mike,
Tom Rinaldi.
You want to know how many? Well, the stats you want to know people to look for is what? How many?
How many teams who currently have a winning record have you beaten?
But if those teams had actually won more games, they would have beaten more teams with a winning record.
Thank you, Kelvin Shepard.
Here's one here from Mike in New Boston. Mike saying he celebrates Nat King Cole's collection is equivalent to saying, but I have a black friend.
That is not true. I'm just making a point. I like Nat King Cole's Christmas music. I don't like the Temptations. This is unbelievable. You know what? Go ahead. Make it all about race. Let's party. Bring it.
It's not about race.
No, go ahead. Make it about race. I don't care.
Here's one for Rico.
I guess I'm taking the Donny Hathaway track off the album.
Oh, you got two. Me and David. Let's go.
I just don't like that one Christmas song from the Temptations. How are you turning me into a distant relative of Kenny? This isn't fair.
All right. Come on. What are we doing here? I'm just sitting here minding my own business. You jiggly fat
bastard.
Here we go.
Cheeseburger eating son of a bitch.
It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's Colon Man.
Do you have one to finish on that isn't incendiary?
Yeah, happy holidays, fellas. Maybe the Lions might be in denial. They don't change what they're doing. Now I know they are in denial.
Maybe. It won't stop them from crushing the Steelers, right? And then we're right back in the mix. I will say this. I know I'll have a minority opinion on this, no pun intended. I don't like the game being on Christmas at all. Leave our holidays alone. Lions fans should not be stressed out on Christmas. Hold on. Hold that thought. David's telling us for number one. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Pistons are back on the floor tonight against the Mavericks. Dallas has played better lately after a rough start, winning 5 of their last 7 games at this point. You can hear the 8:30 tip right here on 97.1. It's also another clean bill of health for the Pistons on the injury report. Beat writer Amari Sankofa wrote the following today about the upcoming deadline. Quote, even with the hot start, the front office appears to be leaning toward keeping the group intact and using another playoff run as data collection as they weigh new contracts for pending restricted free agents Duren and Jaden Ivey next summer, end quote. Tigers ace Tarek Skubal has announced he'll join Team USA for the World Baseball Classic. Michigan State football announced formally that Joe Rossi was staying on as their defensive coordinator. He'll co-coach the job with former Spartan player Max Bulla, who will also help with the linebackers. Pat Fitzgerald has also hired Iowa special teams coordinator LeVar Woods today. According to Front Office Sports, fired Ohio University coach Brian Smith was having an affair with an undergraduate student. He also repeatedly drank alcohol in his office. Yeah, offensive lineman Graham Glasgow and safety Kirby Joseph were both absent from Lions practice today as well. Steelers linebacker TJ Watt didn't go either with that lung injury. Unlikely he'll play this week. The Jets have signed former Lions QB Hendon Hooker to their practice squad. Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson back at practice today, but was ruled out for this week. So is Bears wide receiver Rome Odunze. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, Jeremy Otto with more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. Just a brief run around the league here. We'll do a little football music, please, David. Oh, I forgot. It's Thursday. I know. This is the Rico rank thing.
Top 14 teams in the NFL based off of the right now, what you did last week. We do not project. We just reward for what you have done.
Okay.
Honorable mention, the Baltimore Ravens. Not dead yet.
No, and by the way, they are favored over the New England Patriots this weekend. Mm-hmm.
Something Vegas knows?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
Just telling you.
Lamar's back?
They're just, whatever, 2.5-point favorites. I'm good with it, though. They need to win this week to earn their way back into that. That in concert with the Lions beating the Steelers, which we all think is going to happen. Yes.
Why?
Because they don't lose 2 in a row.
Okay.
Ever.
All right. David?
This makes sense. Baltimore can play themselves into
This is
top
your team
14.
that you have winning your division. Baltimore.
Correct.
Okay.
They will in the final game of the season.
All right. At 14, your Detroit Lions. Missing for a week, but they are back at 14.
I'm not mad because even though they're not in the playoffs, you have them as one of the top 14 teams. 7-7. They have the talent to be higher on the list. They lack the consistency to be so. I'm fine with it. My feelings aren't hurt by that.
No, this makes sense. This Lions fans will say, well, we're the best team. We just didn't make the playoffs. Can't wait for that.
It was also because a lot of teams lost, and when the dust settled, you were standing there. So the Pittsburgh Steelers come in at 13.
No, disagree completely. You can't have the Lions at 14 favored by a touchdown over the team that's 13. You can't.
This is not projection.
It's not projection.
Pittsburgh was there last week. The Lions were not there.
But the Lions are better than they are.
Then prove it, and then you'll leapfrog the
Okay.
Steelers.
Listen, David, I've said my piece. You can go ahead.
At number 12, Los Angeles Chargers.
And the shame of it is Harbaugh has a Super Bowl caliber team where injuries have taken away their ability to function on offense. They just can't protect Herbert. They can't run it. Harbaugh's outstanding at the pro level. So, yeah, it's just I think they're going to lose this week to the Cowboys. I think they may be out of this list next week.
I'll let that.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to let his word stick there. I like that.
At 11, the Green Bay Packers minus Micah Parsons.
Ooh. I think their Super Bowl chances are dead. The loss of Parsons is just it's an end. They'll make the playoffs, but yeah, no, I'm fine with
Are
this.
they still favored over the Bears or no?
They're favored by 1.
Okay.
It's kind of whatever.
Yeah, it
for
doesn't really.
The
Yeah.
homeless Bears.
Yeah, the Gary, Indiana Bears.
Weird story and weird timing for all of that, but not our problem.
Also, Gary, Indiana. It smells weird.
Yeah.
Drive through there.
No,
It smells
I've
terrible.
I've driven through there many a time.
What is that?
I don't know,
All right.
It's the home of the Jacksons. What can you say?
It's like Cherry Hill, New Jersey, that has like meat processing plants. It smells weird. It's just what it is.
It does. No argument. At number 10, the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oof. God, I hate this. I am hoping the Broncos beat them so bad. I've had enough. They're not that good, but they keep winning, and I know how you reward these wins. So, yes. But if I put the Lions on the same field as the Jaguars, they beat the Jags.
Agreed. I think you're right about that. The Lions would beat them. The Jags, you're right. They just keep winning, so they have to be on here.
They're the AFC version of the Bears.
Duval.
Correct.
You're like, really? But they just keep winning.
You know the common denominator as well? They both live off turnovers.
Yes.
They live off them.
At number 9, the Houston Texans.
I'm good with it. Oh, by the way, is there a bigger mismatch in the history of the league than the Texans defense versus the Raiders offense this week? The Raiders team total, if you're interested, 11.5 over under.
Kenny Pickett is still starting. Yeah, he's going to die.
That defense versus that offense.
Yep.
I have one reaction to that.
CJ, 2 touchdowns, we walk away with the game. At number 8, we talked about them, the Chicago Bears.
Yeah. And look, they took care of business last week, bombed Cleveland. Now, show up. It's time to hold serve at home against a Packer team that you had a chance to beat in Lambeau. Hold serve. Split the difference. Prove you're real. I'm good with it. I think if they win this game against the Pack this week, you move them up a spot or 2.
Yeah, you can't let that game against the Packers a couple weeks ago be a fluke. That you played well, close in that game. You can't let that be a fluke. Then all Bears fans will say, you know what? Then I guess they're not real. They will fall completely off the ship if that happens.
At number 7, the San Francisco 49ers.
It's too high, but they keep winning. But watch it. Be careful this week. Little road trip to Indy, and Rico Beard's going to be there. It's going to be exciting, but be careful. Be careful.
Kyle Shanahan upset over the Michael Jordan jump
pass.
Just
don't trick around. Don't let old man Rivers hang around in that game.
David,
it's fair. Putting him here right now, it's fair. They can move back.
I just wish you could run the foot. You can't run the football for anything.
No, but it's throw the quick pass out to McCaffrey and that.
You're running your offense like it's 1993 with Bill Walsh. Mm-hmm. It's very West Coast.
Yeah, little Ricky Waters.
He was awesome.
He was. Notre Dame. All right, at number 6, New England Patriots.
Tenuous. Talked about this 2 weeks ago and last week. Their injury to Will Campbell, their left tackle, has changed that offense. They blew a 21-0 lead against Buffalo. Shaky. And now your underdogs on the road to Baltimore. Look out. You may not be here next week.
At number 5, we have the Seattle Seahawks.
David?
You barely beat the Colts.
No, this one I like because I do think they're a top 5 team. They can move way up. You beat the Rams tonight. So I'm good with them being right here. This makes sense to me.
At number 4, because it looks like the offense may be back, at least for 1 week, the Philadelphia Eagles.
See, I can't put them in the top.
What you do against the Raiders is null and void.
I can't do that.
No. Just no.
No.
I would take Seattle to beat them. I understand it, but the Raiders had 75 yards of total offense.
But it was complete dominance. But
it's the Raiders.
But I have heard, had the Raiders not given up 31 points, they would have won the game.
This Kelvin Shepard thing is really going to last a while, isn't it? Oh, boy. Look, if we had completed 21 more passes, we wouldn't have had 75 yards offense.
At number 3, we have the Denver Broncos.
Yeah. My thoughts of who they are doesn't matter. You had Bo Nix outduel Jordan Love. You had their defense rise up late in that game. Multiple stops when Green Bay had the ball with a chance to win. They win every close game. If Bo Nix is going to play 75% of what he did on Sunday, they deserve to be here. Doesn't matter if I think they're fake.
No, this makes sense to me, and if I'm remembering correctly, I'm liking what the top 2 is going to be right here.
At 2, yeah, a great comeback by the Buffalo Bills. I mean,
they're flawed.
Left for dead. I'm watching the game with Cookies for Lions pregame show, and I'm like, well, Buffalo's just not what we thought they were going to be. Started doing the show, looked back up, and like, what do you mean this game? What?
They have Superman. Yeah. That's the difference between a team like the Lions, who have a good quarterback, and they have a Hall of Famer. It's just different. Josh Allen can break. You can have the right defensive call. You can have everything right. Everyone's where they're supposed to be. And Josh Allen is like, yeah, I don't care.
Mm-hmm. And if need be, I'll run in 5 touchdowns to win the game.
Yep. I hate it, but it's real.
I think it put him as MVP candidate along with the number 1 team.
Stafford's MVP.
That's only because they happen to keep scoring more points.
I know.
The
The point I'm making is, if I'm them, win or lose tonight, I'm sitting Devontae Adams for a couple of weeks. I'm not going to play this game where if I send him on a go route, he can look like he got hit by a sniper again. Get the hamstring right. We'll see you in the playoffs.
Well, yeah, 2 things. One, I agree with you. I would just sit him for the rest of the season. He wouldn't come back until the playoffs. I don't care.
You think Seattle's winning tonight?
I don't know. You know what?
No.
According to your logic, no, because it's a big game.
But my logic is also, when you've held serve at home in a divisional battle and you go on the road the second time, I'm always taking the home team. It's hard, like with the Bears. It's just the base logic of Pack won in Lambeau, you're winning in Soldier Field, we split the difference.
Big game, Sam Darnold at quarterback.
Bum-ass Ginger versus Team League MVP. Yeah, all right, Rams.
So correct me if I'm wrong. Just want to make sure I'm right what I'm hearing with the rankings. Not one NFC South team.
No.
I love that. No, I love that.
No.
I love it. The Panthers don't deserve
not.
to be there.
David,
the Bucs don't deserve to be there.
No.
I just want to make
David,
sure.
They both lost.
Okay. I'm just you're right. I'm just asking. Okay.
No, I'm looking. Here's the thing.
They don't deserve to be in the playoffs either. I'm just
I think the most advantageous spot in the NFC is the 5th seed.
Yes.
If you're
whoever
the 5th
plays
seed,
them on, yes,
you get to either play at Tampa or at Carolina.
So that could be Seattle or the Rams.
It could be Seattle. It could be the Rams. It could be Green Bay. It could be Chicago. It could be San Francisco. Whoever gets that 5th seed, you're favored in that game. Just saying. Also, by the way, hopefully Puka Nacua won't be distracted because his brother and, stealing cars and stuff in L.A. So
happy holidays.
All right. Gotta love family, man. Got to love family. That is your Pro Football Top 14 97.1.
Every Thursday, your chance to hit the jackpot with FanDuel, because FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot. You win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. Get in on the action. It's simple. You've got to say, all right, who's going to score the first or last TD of the game? If you hit your bet, you're entered in that bonus pool. You get your share of $2 million. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Take a shot at the jackpot with FanDuel, official betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Must apply Profit Boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, that's quite enough. All right, let's get to this. This is an exciting moment. This is something, I know, we're idiots. But in our time away from talking sports, we do debate dumb crap like Christmas movies. So with our schedules being all wild, I know Evan will not be here. You work from home tomorrow, and then you're out next week. I'm here Monday, gone. Then Rico's gone. Look, it's just we wanted to have one of our drafts. We can't help it. We're dumb. So what are the rules of this, as Kenny, I know, was putting things together? Take me through how we're doing this.
So it's going to be a 3-round draft because I feel like anymore, and that's a bit excessive. That's already, 15 movies? So we're going to go serpentine draft. We're going to go back and forth. We have selected the draft order behind the glass already. We can select it again if you like, if you don't trust it, but I'll give you the draft order that we got.
Well, it's mainly just because you did it. I don't trust you.
We did it. Don't put this on.
I don't trust David either, but let's go with it.
Okay, so, God, only 3?
Yeah. We only got so much time,
Unless
man.
we could do 4 if you like.
I
but
think you got to do 4, right?
Okay.
Might be 2 if we don't get to it.
Fine by me. We got to keep it timing.
Alrighty then.
Okay, so the draft order is number 1, batting leadoff is Rico, followed by 2, Evan, 3, David, 4, me. Mike, you get the double dip at 5.
I'm okay with this.
Okay.
I'm all right with this, I think. Watch. All movies I like go before I pick. All right, so are we just doing this?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Bat leadoff, Rico. And this is good because you are our Siskel and Ebert combined. You are a movie nista.
It is, and this movie has been playing nonstop for the last 2 weeks. I give you National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Damn it.
Awful.
It's a heavy hitter.
You know what? That's the Zach Wilson of Christmas movie draft picks. I don't like Chevy Chase, so good. Good for you. You enjoy it.
Oh, come on. But that movie has so many.
I just wanted the house to collapse upon everyone in that movie. All right. With the second overall pick.
Oh, that is me. All right. I thought Rico was going to steal this because of the man that he is. And it is Batman Returns. He's a comic book fan.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute. As a Christmas movie?
The entire movie takes place during Christmas. Dude, who doesn't love DeVito as the Penguin?
8 point.
Oh, Pablo Copperpot or whatever he was in that thing. That movie's
Oswald Copperpot.
movie's terrible. Okay, look, if these two guys want to draft Jamarcus Russell, David, we just benefit. With the third overall pick in the Christmas movie spectacular draft.
I can't believe it's here. I thought somebody would take it. I'm going to do Home Alone 2.
You
Home
son
Alone
of a bitch.
2.
Are you kidding me? Lost in New York? Take the first one. That's my movie.
No, I like number 2.
Your very own cheese pizza.
I'm sorry. The movie about the parents who left their kids at home. Not
Yes.
once, but
twice.
No, that was the airport in the second one.
Oh, yeah.
He made it out of the house.
Somehow or another, you left your kid and you went on vacation. But
that dad is awful,
hey,
by
you
the
know
way.
what?
You were smooching with everybody. Boney Bob, Cliff.
Smooching with.
I love Home Alone 2.
Had they just had the robbers just call social services, they could have robbed the house and nobody would have bothered them.
With the fourth pick in the Christmas spectacular draft.
Well, since David took my number 1 overall pick, I'm going to go with Home Alone 1 instead of Home Alone 2. Still a spectacular Christmas movie.
It's a great movie.
Very good movie.
I watched, we were babysitting last Friday. Back to back, Home Alone 2.
That's our
what
weekend
my niece
plan.
and nephew wanted. I was good with it.
That's my weekend plan.
All right, so I get the double dip. I have to go, my number 1 Christmas movie of all time.
It's a Wonderful Life.
Absolutely not. I hate it.
Oh my God, that movie's so depressing.
That movie's awful.
It's so bad.
Charlie!
It's so bad. I'm sorry for derailing, but
Hey, Great Falls!
Like,
I hate the acting.
Like, wait, so you stole your best friend?
Mary!
It's awful,
Mary!
You're living in an abandoned house.
I
and you
wanted
wonder
him to
why
get
your
hit
life
by a
sucks.
car. I hate that movie.
I'm sorry.
All right. Number 1, I like Fragile, A Christmas Story. An absolute classic.
Nice choice.
Great pick.
I think it sucks.
What?
I think it's the worst holiday movie.
It's a
It's
little
so
overrated.
boring.
Great movie.
The Bumpus Hounds? A Zeppelin? Red Ryder BB gun.
Sweet.
You don't like Christmas Story either?
You know what? This is for Temptations and Prince Land.
That's
Oh,
right.
to hell with you. I'm glad Prince is gone. There.
What you got to wrap around, Mike?
Here's the deal.
Oh, Christmas Story 2? They actually
No,
did it again?
no,
Takes place in
smart ass.
Akron.
This one has a sentimental value to me because it is my middle sister's favorite movie ever, and I remember a lot of Christmases watching this with my family. I give you Elf. Will Ferrell when he
Very
was
good.
still funny, James Caan in the role of a career.
I won't slander it because it's Valenti Family Day. So because
one more. Feeling strong, my friend? Yeah. Here's the pitch. Yeah. Listen. Also, the scene in the mailroom where the guy claims that he's 25 years old. Bro, you look like you're 50 and a truck driver. Buddy, no one will listen to me. All right, there's Christmas Story, Elf. Back over to you guys.
Man, you took basically every movie that I was going to take on my draft board. They were all very high. I'm going to do the Jim Carrey Grinch. I grew up on that movie. It might not be the best quality of Christmas movie.
But it's kind of
I'll cop to
creepy.
that. It
There's
is a little
creepy
bit,
element to that.
But I
Carrey
love
was
it.
really good in it, though.
I love it.
Do you know he almost quit that movie?
I
Yeah,
just
'cause the
read
makeup
that.
or
For what
something.
reason?
The first day when they were doing the makeup and he found out it was going to take 8 hours a day and he was having like anxiety, he walked in and tried to quit the movie.
Oh, no. I didn't know that at all.
I'm here for stupid facts.
Thank you.
Next.
That's a good fact.
Even when it's not like college team related, like who's your favorite alumni and what's the mascot, what are their colors? I got
Terry
Grinch
Crews,
facts.
Western Michigan. All right, let's go.
All right, so here we go here. A lot of the great movies have been taken, but there's one still there. I'm going to take Bad Santa.
I love this movie.
So good.
Okay, hold on. I'm waiting for Rico's opinion. He is our movie
I was hoping that movie would slide down.
I love it. Bernie Mac is excellent in it. Billy Bob Thornton's hilarious.
Amazing.
TJ Lang played a huge role in that movie as Thurman Merman.
And Grandma. Can't miss Grandma.
Her acting was fabulous.
Sandwiches. All right.
Tell me that's not TJ as Thurman Merman.
You've ruined that for me.
Santa, can we have sandwiches? Shut up, kid.
I am going to go with one of my childhood favorites. Know what I mean? Ernest Saves Christmas. Ernest Saves Christmas.
I don't even know what that is.
You don't know Ernest?
The Hey Vern dude.
Oh,
know what I mean?
There's a Christmas version of that?
Dude, there's an every version of that.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Ernest
Saves
made like
everything.
1,000 movies, I feel.
Okay. Carry on.
It's like Medea for white people. There's a
Basically,
every
yes.
kind of version there is.
Okay.
Kind of.
That's accurate. That is very accurate.
That is accurate. Okay. Kenny wins. All right. I'll settle the debate. It's my pick, right?
It's your pick.
Yeah,
get to
I know
double
what you're
dip.
going to do.
I'm going to say it is a Christmas movie.
Die Hard.
I'm going with Die Hard.
Good man. I was going to take that on the turnaround once I knew this is how we were playing the game. Also, I loved Nick Wright in that movie as Hans Gruber.
A little bit, right?
And for the next one, Trading Places.
No,
Wow.
I adore that movie. I love Trading Places.
thought I could get that on a third. Oh, man.
Eddie
you
Murphy
thought wrong,
is so
David.
good in that movie.
You thought wrong.
Turn those machines back on.
Just came on again.
Well,
I was having a heart attack.
Down with him. All right. Next.
if I'm going to stick with the theme that Rico's laying out there, I'm going with Goodfellas.
Jeez.
Play it, David. Play it for me. Give it to me. Okay. But
Don't-
it is a Christmas movie.
It's not.
It
okay.
is.
All right.
What am I hearing? Is that Christmas music playing in the background?
Okay.
The famous Christmas party scene?
Fine. Tell
He's
me
got
when
a
it's my
point, you know.
Tell me when it's my turn to pick. Thank you, Morgan Freeman.
All right, my pick. I'll
He
go
makes a good point.
with Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer claymation.
Yes.
Is that really a movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
TV
is.
show.
It's like 1955 CBS Christmas special,
Yeah, it's like 32 minutes.
but it's Yukon Cornelius.
All right.
It wins. The Bumble. It's excellent. Yes, it's Christmas.
Probably took like 8 years to make, by the way.
Rank number 10.
Okay.
Back then, probably. Yeah.
Next.
In that same vein, I'm going to take the animated Frosty the Snowman, another one of my favorites
Yes.
that I grew
with
up
Jimmy
on.
Durante narrating.
Exactly.
Excellent
Yep.
choice, Kenneth.
Kenny didn't know Jimmy Durante to say exactly.
Okay, you know what? I'll just be quiet.
I know the version of the song
Jimmy
he's talking
Durante.
about.
Never heard that name in my life.
Let me know when it's my turn to pick.
It is your turn to pick.
Thanks. I'd like to pick this one for my youngest sister. It's the same thing as Elf. I got stuck watching this a million times, but I ended up liking it. Shout out Western Michigan's own Tim Allen. I select the Santa Claus.
The Santa Claus.
So solid.
Good one.
It's just rock solid. It delivers.
I have a good conspiracy theory video on that. I'll show you during break.
Please do.
Where there's elves all around. They were courting him before he ever fell off that roof.
Really?
Yes.
Also,
I've seen that.
Yeah.
Also, thank goodness Tim Allen ratted out the other drug dealers and didn't go to prison for life
That is true.
when he got caught with a bunch of coke and Kazoo.
Quickly, final round
No,
here.
seriously, he
We
was
got
going to
enough
go
time
to
for the final
Final
round.
round.
He was
Let's
going to go
go.
to prison forever. We
Final
wouldn't have
round.
had the Santa Claus.
Let's go.
Okay.
Final round. Rapid fire.
Let me just take a peek. I want to see what's available. I hate Charlie Brown, so you losers can select that.
I'll be selecting Charlie Brown.
Charlie Brown is such a loser. I
Oh,
hate
he
him.
might. Yeah, he might.
You know what I'd like to go with? It's underrated for me. I could go Santa Claus 2, but I don't want to do that. I really, really like Scrooged with Bill Murray.
That's a good
Good
one.
movie.
It's just a good movie. I like it. And he reminds me of a lot of executives in media. So I like it. I'm going to take that.
Has anyone taken the animated Grinch?
No.
No.
There's another one that I grew up with.
It's yours.
Awesome.
David?
I'm going to go with The Preacher's Wife.
No, that's what you were doing Saturday. What movie?
See what he did there?
What are you taking, Evan?
I'm going Red 1 with The Rock.
Once again, he selected a film I didn't know
It
existed.
came out last year.
That's terrible, dude. That
Enrico?
movie,
Solid.
I sat through that. It was bad,
Hey,
dude.
you know what?
Calm it down.
It's a movie that I'm sure Mike watches on a loop. I'm going with This Christmas.
What's this Christmas?
This Christmas.
I don't know what this
It's a movie about Christmas. Mike.
Nice choice, Rico.
Thank you.
Nice choice,
Idris
Rico.
Elba, Chris Brown.
Yeah, we missed that one, Mike.
I hadn't seen that.
Still stuck on the preacher's
I've
wife
seen
joke.
David will take The Preacher's Wife.
Man, December is busy. You're wrapping gifts, streaming holiday movies like we just talked about. You got the family constantly grabbing your Wi-Fi, right? You need internet that can handle all the action without dropping the ball. That's why I got to tell you about an incredible holiday offer. You know how fast fiber is. Well, Xfinity is offering fiber-powered gig speed Wi-Fi. Get this, $50 a month. It's their absolute best price, and it's guaranteed for 5 years. Seriously, imagine getting super fast, reliable Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years straight. You can save thousands compared to some of the other guys. You can get ready to be wowed by your Wi-Fi. It's the perfect gift for your whole home, but this offer is only through January 4th, so don't wait. Get that blazing fast fiber-powered gig speed Wi-Fi right now. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. That's Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing with auto pay and store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary. Savings based on promo and post-promo price for 1 gig internet and 1 unlimited line and Peacock Premium versus Verizon 1 gig internet and 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T 1000 internet and 1 unlimited starter SL line.
This is, and you will watch your slander. This on his 70th birthday. This is Big G's favorite Christmas song. I know you hate Marshmallow World. It's his birthday today. Don't do that.
I think it's a fine song.
Okay.
You know, I unlike you, can change.
Oh, please.
I can change.
Also, top 2 moments of the Christmas movie draft. Kenny saying it's Medea for white people, and the preacher's wife reset to close out the segment where David turned off all our microphones and simply went to a read. David, do you have a few ticket texts, please?
Surviving Christmas with James Gandolfini.
I've never seen it.
Me neither. Has
Look,
anybody seen it?
I openly admit this. Gandolfini is Sopranos 99 out of 100 times. You don't even think of the rest of his work. I don't even know Surviving Christmas.
Did Kenny just stay still stuck in the preacher's wife?
He did. I avoided rephrasing it that way.
Someone else says Scrooged is gold.
Love
Great
that movie. It's a great movie. You know a movie I like? I know it got killed on Rotten Tomatoes, but I think it's a good Christmas movie. And Lord knows, they don't even make Christmas movies anymore. Unless you watch Hallmark crap. 4 Christmases. I think 4 Christmases is hilarious.
I just saw that this past weekend. I never really had
It's
a thing, and I
funny.
was just like, this movie's actually pretty funny. And then I picked up, that's where you've always said that line, this child is a
Blessing to the both of us. I know it's not it's like Roadhouse. I know it's bad, but it's good.
Yeah, that's this Christmas.
Not the second Roadhouse. The second Roadhouse was a disgrace.
Wait, they made a second Roadhouse?
With Jake Gyllenhaal? It was an atrocity.
Oh.
Awful. I couldn't even believe they bothered doing it. Go ahead, Dave.
Someone also mentioned another Vaughn movie, Fred Claus.
I don't think I've seen it.
I've
he
never
was the
seen that
ne'er-do-well
one.
brother of, he was the no-good brother.
But see, so it's a different version of Bad Santa. I like Bad Santa.
Well, I mean, he was Santa Claus's brother who,
Okay.
Brendan in Flint says Tim Allen was originally supposed to shoot Santa off the roof, but Disney said no.
Oh, my God.
I don't think that was supposed to happen. I don't.
Wow.
Someone else says Mike's hatred of Charlie Brown sent me. Well, you just can't disrespect the classics, man.
No, hold on. No, wait a minute. At what point in life do you realize Charlie Brown is an effing loser?
He is not.
He's a loser.
He is not a loser. Charlie Brown is the epitome of try-hard guy who never gives up and eventually rises to the top. He is the glue that held that entire gang together.
So he's Zach McKinstry. You want me to root for Zach McKinstry?
No, he is Charlie Brown. I mean, his dog outperforms him in everything, but yet he gets up every day and he keeps going forward.
Well, then he should keep going to Turkey and get some hair.
You know what?
He looks like an idiot. He's got 3 linguini on his head.
You know what? He's happy and proud in his skin.
But he's a kid.
It's okay.
Whatever.
It happens.
Him and that scumbag friend of his who's got the dirt dripping off of him.
Oh, yeah, Pigpen. If there was no Charlie Brown, we wouldn't know what a security blanket is. That's Linus.
Whatever. Sure. David, go ahead.
Yeah, someone texted in and says, I don't know if I can listen to Kenny again after he says that Ernest is the Medea of white movies.
It's
you
true,
know what,
though.
Kenny? For a while, he was just cranking. Ernest Goes to Camp.
Me and Evan looked it up during the break. Medea has 12 movies of that in that same vein of idea.
Ernest Goes to
has
Jail.
9. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It was. He's right.
Ernest
with that
goes to the moon. Ernest graduates. Ernest goes to school. There's a million of them.
Oh, by the way, TJ just sent me something.
Yes.
And it spoils one of Rico's gifts. I have something else, so shout out Thurman Merman for sending this. TJ just sent me a picture. So this is from what I would presume to be not Twitter, X. It's Texas A&M. So Mario Craver is their slot receiver. A lot of screens. He's really good receiver. Mario Craver has inked a contract extension with Texas A&M. Sources tell On3 Sports. The deal makes him the highest paid wide receiver in A&M history.
A&M history?
He has reached a contract extension. He's a college football. I can't read you what else TJ wrote. I'll just tell you he thinks it's ridiculous, and we'll leave it alone.
It's a lot of headlines like that now, and I can't deal with it. I can't understand
I
where
hate
we
it.
are.
I can accept that players are making big money. Just please don't talk about contract extensions or re-signing.
How
You
about
don't even
this?
have a contract to sign.
How about this? Granted, his 6th year, Trinidad Chambliss may or may not be going back to Ole Miss, but he is hitting the portal.
He'll be in LSU
after the bowl
Okay,
season.
well then I see your Trinidad Chambliss and I raise it a TJ Finley.
Yeah.
Oh my, 7 years, right?
Hold on. Not just that. 7th year at 7 schools. Can you name the TJ Finley time?
No.
No,
I can't.
You have to try.
Oh,
Let's have some fun.
I'm trying to.
How about this? I just said the name of where he started his career. COVID. I just said it.
What, Texas Tech? I mean, to A&M. A&M.
I said where Trinidad would be going.
Oh, LSU.
That's one. He left LSU after 1 year. He went to school, excuse me, who just fired a coach because he likes golf too much. Think hookers, hospital beds.
Arkansas?
No, that was neck braces and volleyball players.
Correct.
Hugh Freeze.
Liberty.
Auburn.
Auburn.
So he left Auburn. He goes to think Scott Bakula. Kathy Ireland is
North
kicker.
Texas.
Texas State.
Okay.
He leaves Texas State and he goes to think blob mascot, Red Grimace.
Western Kentucky.
Correct. He leaves Western Kentucky. He goes to this place for spring ball only to leave before the season started. They're in the playoff. They're one of the
Tulane.
Yes. Left Tulane and played football at a school who plays in a baseball stadium this fall. Of your team.
Northwestern?
Nope, they play at Fulton County.
Georgia State.
Correct. And now he's leaving Georgia State, and he's going to go to his 7th school in 7 years.
Michigan State.
Make it end, please. Okay. Distracted driving's become an epidemic. Look around. We've all seen it. Cars swerving around. How about when it snows out and people all of a sudden act like they've never seen it before? Listen, Mike Papura, bottom line, if you don't have life insurance, get it. You're irresponsible as an adult if you don't have it. Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans, will shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He'll guarantee you the best possible rate. And you're not going to deal with a phone jockey 6 states over. You will deal with Mike directly, and he will deliver for you. Over 30 years in the game. National Benefit Plans brings the experience you need when choosing the correct life insurance for your loved ones. NBPHealth.com. That's NBPHealth.com.
College football playoffs getting ready to start. So I figured let's have some fun, gentlemen. Evan Jenkins joining us. Let's predict the college football playoffs, receipt style. We could have some fun with this in a few weeks. See who got it right, who got it wrong. You guys ready?
I'm excited.
Go to hell.
Can't wait.
All right. We'll just start off with the first game. You can just pick the winners. You don't need the point spreads, guys. Alabama and Oklahoma. Who you got?
Oklahoma. You want reasons, or are we just blurting out
You
teams?
can give me some reasons. I mean, you're the cash of tickets.
I think it's hard to beat a team twice. Bama doesn't run it. They don't stop the run. Mateer make enough plays with his legs, and I think that Oklahoma front is going to make Ty Simpson, whose completion rate continues to go down the last 4 weeks. I think they're going to make it a pretty long night for him. I'll take OU.
Roll Tide. Just the opposite of everything Mike said.
Wow. That doesn't even make sense, but okay.
Yeah, Oklahoma's defense, I think, will make Ty Simpson not look the greatest on Friday night. So I'm going Oklahoma.
David is going Oklahoma. I'm going to go on with you.
That's right.
I think that Alabama will get this thing done. I don't think that they're going to lose again to the Sooners. So, yeah, I'm going Bama. All right. Miami, Texas A&M.
Man, I tell you, this is a game I have no opinion on. Even the total, I don't know what to do with. I'll just take the home team. Give me the Aggies.
Go Aggies.
I don't believe in the Aggies, and I didn't all year, and then they kind of proved me right at the end. So I'm going to roll with Carson Beck, I guess, in Miami. I know, but yes.
Yeah, that also pains me because I don't like the way A&M has played and looked the last few weeks. I don't. But Carson Beck, Miami.
But Carson Beck, pause.
Do it for that little stork that they have as their mascot.
It's an ibis, but yes. You know what?
Did you call it a stork?
Well, I don't know what an ibis is.
No, it's
so.
an ibis. I thought it was a stork as well, and then Woody Woodruff said, no, it's an ibis. It's
okay.
It's the last bird to leave before hurricane and the first bird back.
Yeah, no one cares. Let's get to the next game. Go ahead, please.
You know what? I'm going to take the U as well. I think they're angry they're not the ACC champions. James Madison, Oregon. Do we all can just say Oregon?
Yeah. I think for the two biggest games with point spreads, geez. Okay. Yeah, Oregon.
Quack, quack.
Same thing. Tulane, Ole Miss. We can just advance.
Yeah, we saw the first go around.
I'm going to take Tulane. Can I take Tulane, please?
You want to take Tulane?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Why?
Okay.
Well, I mean, Ole Miss doesn't have their coach. I listen to Cash the Ticket.
And neither does Tulane. He's coaching Florida.
Well, I like the Green Wave.
Okay, I quit. I tried everything.
All right.
I did everything I could.
Let's go to the second round. Michael, for you, it's Indiana versus Oklahoma.
Indiana. I mean, they're every bit as stout as OU up front. You got the Heisman winner at quarterback. I just don't think Oklahoma will produce enough offense against that Indiana defense. I just don't. Yeah, give me Indiana.
David, you also had Indiana, Oklahoma.
Yeah, Indiana.
Indiana as well. Evan, you have Indiana and Bama along with me.
Down go the Hoosiers. Roll Tide.
What? Why?
Because Kalen DeBoer doesn't want to coach at Michigan.
That's right. He's going to do everything in his power. No, I think their little magical ride is going to end.
What are you, Evan Roberts? Little magical ride? Indiana's legit, man.
Are they legit if they don't ever win a playoff game?
They just won the Big Ten and beat OSU.
That's not a playoff game. I'm talking playoff games.
Well, I'm going to say this, Evan. They're going to win their playoff game.
Okay.
I think Indiana wins. They got the best team, best player, best coach in the nation.
Hey,
Ohio.
play this audio later, Mike.
Ohio State. Mike, for you, it's Ohio State and A&M.
That's tougher. That to me, that's not a walkover for OSU. And that Big Ten title game gave me some concerns. As OSU didn't play anybody this year, then they played someone and lost.
Did they learn their lesson?
I'll say yes.
Ryan Day, who does not dye his beard.
No, there's some whites in it now.
I'll take OSU, but barely.
David, for you, it's Ohio State.
Don't worry about it. It's Ohio State.
Okay.
They're going to beat Miami.
Yeah, I'm in it too. OH, man.
All right. You know what? We got a clean Ohio State sweep. Georgia versus Ole Miss for everybody except for Tulane for you.
It would be Georgia winning that game.
Yeah, I got the Bulldogs.
It's Georgia. Their defense has continued to get better and better and better. Trinidad Chambliss will miss some easy throws, and Georgia does something very few teams do. They can line up and smash. They can go on a 8-9 minute drive. I'll take Georgia.
Okay. And for last game, Texas Tech versus Oregon.
Tech. I don't like the way Oregon has looked against better teams. So
I'm going to take Oregon.
Wow.
I don't trust Baron Morton in a big spot. And as good as that D-line is with Tech, I don't know. I'm going to be wrong on this. I'll take Oregon, though.
I'm going to go with the Ducks. I don't trust any dudes named Bear.
It's Baron.
Oh.
But that's fine.
Sounds good enough.
I'm going to go Texas Tech in this game. I think the defensive line will be the difference in the game, which brings us to we're at the semifinals. We have Indiana versus Oregon for you, Mike.
They beat them at Outson. They'll beat them here. They're the better football team. Indiana.
Okay. And your champion? Oh, no, we got to get to the rest. Indiana. All right. Evan, you have Indiana versus.
No, I had Bama versus.
You got Bama versus Oregon.
Go Ducks.
David, you got Indiana.
Indiana.
Okay, I got Indiana as well. Ohio State versus Georgia.
Georgia.
Oh, I'm going Buckeyes.
I'm going to take the Buckeyes.
I'm going Georgia as well.
Whoa, we took the Buckeyes.
I said Georgia as well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, you and me, game. Buckeyes.
Right. And then your champion will be?
Indiana. Signetti's Thanos. It's inevitable. I'm taking Indiana. I just want it for those fans, and I want it for the sport. I just think Kurt Signetti's a beautiful psychopath. Indiana. IU, rah-rah.
I'm going back-to-back. OH-IO.
You're probably right.
They learned their lesson, man.
Georgia.
I'm going Georgia as well.
Somebody take the keys.
We'll find out what happens in a few weeks. That's your college football playoff predictor, 97-1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Lions have released their practice report. Center Graham Glasgow and safety Kirby Joseph did not go here today. Glasgow's injury is a knee. Taylor Decker, Giomano, and Amik Robertson were all limited. Michigan State football has hired away Iowa special teams coordinator LeVar Woods. Kirk Ferentz had good things to say in his presser today about him. Pistons hit the floor tonight against the Mavericks. Tonight here on 97.1 at 8:30. That's what the Mavericks are going to say after the win today. The Pistons are injury-free once again. Anthony Davis questionable for Dallas. He's played in just 11 games tonight. According to ESPN, Atlanta's Trae Young will also play for the first time since October. Tigers ace Tarek Skubal is committed to representing the USA in the World Baseball Classic. The Tigers have also signed Emmanuel DeJesus to a minor league deal. He started the last 2 years in the KBO. A private jet that crashed in North Carolina this morning took the lives of 7 people, including retired NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and members of his family. Biffle is a 4-time winner at Michigan International Speedway. Plane was attempting to land in foggy conditions. Pretty crazy.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I think the plane exploded.
At the Corwell Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97ontheticket or Odyssey.com.
Jeez, for me breaking the Tigers' chops about another KBO signing to that story. Here's Heather with the news. Good heavens.
Yeah.
Also, I don't recognize the name Greg Biffle. I'm not a NASCAR fan, but he owned his own private plane. I didn't realize NASCAR drivers made that much money.
He had a whole company. I'm not sure exactly what it all would entail, but he did a lot of philanthropic work as well. He flew helicopters too.
He was pretty successful too.
Yeah, no, I'm not listen, I did. That's wow. And the whole family was on the plane?
Reports are.
Most of them, at least. Yeah, I'm not sure if the whole family, but
that'll make you nauseous. Oh, my God. All right. Well, whatever we're going to bring up now feels rather trite, but thanks for that, Jeremy. You are the Black Angel of Death. Let me attempt to do this. Rico said something to me, and I'm not going to freak out about this, but I think it's preposterous. Let me just say that.
Yeah.
On the heels of what TJ texted me about Texas A&M reaching a contract extension with a player. Okay. This is different. Mm-hmm. Michigan released a statement.
A media advisory. Michigan football player availability for Friday. University of Michigan players Jimmy Rolder, Zeke Berry, and Marlon Klein will meet up with the media on Friday around 12:45 at Schembechler Hall to preview the Citrus Bowl matchup with Texas. The availability will take place in the Towsley Museum. And then after that, in bold letters, underlined, please note, the players are unable to comment on any circumstances from last week due to the ongoing investigations. We appreciate your understanding.
Why don't you tell that to Michigan State's players who had to answer for Mel Tucker? Why don't you tell it to Cassius Winston, who in a serious manner was asked about Larry Nassar?
Multiple times.
Where does Michigan get to control that narrative? Because I hate to break something to you. It is now, of course, in the post-haste, it is being discussed how well known this was, how players knew about it.
Oh, heck, you can't even get in. They asked Aiden Hutchinson, who's not even there, and he's, I don't want to say anything.
Oh, that's a coward's way out. Yeah. No, you have to answer it and go, you know what, I'm disgusted by it. I hope Sharon gets the help he needs, but you know what, we need to do better at Michigan. Nothing wrong with that. Aiden, you make over $100 million, buddy. Mm-hmm. You don't get to say I'm not going to comment on that. That's ridiculous. But look, I want to
you never go against the family.
I want to keep the main thing, because this really bugs me. These guys want to be treated like grown-ass men. They want to make money. Like I heard the comment from Pete Golden at Ole Miss yesterday. He's basically like, yeah, look, some of my players are my neighbors now at the country club I live with. These guys are making major money. So they want all the good parts about being an adult, but they don't want to face any of the bad parts. I do not want to hear how they can't talk because there's an ongoing investigation. I don't want to hear it because that was not afforded to Michigan State's players. Look, and I know what some of you are going to do. Just you got to put the shoe on the other foot. It's the same thing how Sharon Moore got less charges than our football players for a football brawl. That dude broke into someone's house with knives. And somehow, Helmetgate, our guys got worse charges. Guys, at a certain point, the buck stops.
Yeah. Somehow with Helmetgate, we actually heard what Warren Manuel had to say immediately, pounding the table.
Correct. I just don't like the idea. And look,
that you can't talk to the players about certain things.
What I would say to Michigan is if you don't want the smoke, if you don't want to answer questions, and look, they've done a great job doing nothing. That's their move.
I think I know what you're about to say next. Don't have a press conference.
No, I'll do you one better. Opt out of the bowl game. It's no secret we have a lot going on. Our focus is somewhere else, and we are not going to be part of a major distraction.
I think it's too late to opt out because you've already accepted the bid, and I think the Big Ten already spent the money. So
they can afford it.
You're going to play in this game.
Hey, you're paying your quarterback $12 million. You can afford it. I'm making a point. While it's ridiculous to opt out of a game, it's equally ridiculous to do what? What is this? Some form of Russian media tactic? You're going to tell the media they can't ask these kids questions about the very coach that they played for, who apparently a lot of players knew Sharon wasn't hiding the affair.
Bruh, here's the thing.
Why did Cassius have to answer for a gymnastics teacher he'd never met?
Well, here's the funny thing. We talk about different people in the media, but I love Chris Solari, his response from the Free Press. Perhaps U of M should reach out to Cassius Winston for being the university's voice during the post-Nassar mess, or any of the MSU football players who answered all the questions after Mel Tucker's suspension/firing.
It's as if he was writing from my heart.
What did we? You don't hold a press conference and then say, but you can't ask this question, this question, this question, this question. If that's the case, then what you do is you sit there and you have Doug or John, and then you talk to the players because they work for the school, so they can ask certain things and not ask other things.
What I would say is the media at large then should boycott the press engagement. Just don't show up. You can write about the game. Nothing those players is going to say is going to produce anything
because
meaningful.
Let's face it, it's a meaningless bowl game and nobody cares. Well, how are you going to cover Quinn Ewers?
No one cares. So just the media shouldn't show up.
Well, we can't talk about that.
I'll be damned if one of the pro teams in this town would tell the media what they can and can't do. I just wouldn't show up. To hell with it. Mm-hmm. But that's absurd to me. It really is. And look, Michigan's got the best strategy in the world. They just deflect, deny. Hell, they outright lie about things. But the point is they released a 30-second clip from the president. Shout out, I didn't realize we had a Paisan running U of M. I kind of like him better now. Okay. Got some Italian leadership.
Okay.
My point is, I think look, on the heels of what TJ sent us about the Texas A&M thing, and we've reached a contract extent.
Re-signings.
This is part and parcel. Like, there would never be an NFL press engagement where a team essentially warns the media you're not going to be able to ask X, Y, and Z. Says who?
I promise you the second, because there will be some real media members who will ask the questions, and I'm sure that somebody's going to step up outside from Michigan and say, they can't answer that. We warned you guys, please don't ask these types of questions. They can't answer. If that's the case, then cancel this press conference. Just cancel the media availability and talk after the game. Because to sit there and say, well, you can say this, but don't ask that, no one cares about how you're going to try to corral Arch. No one cares. Just letting you know. They want to know, what did you know? How did the team handle this? Like, you can't ask them the real questions that the fans want to know. So what's the spirit? Like, what did Biff Poggi say to you guys after you guys found out? How did you find out? Where were you when you found out?
Yeah, I think look, and let me be clear. I'm not asking for anyone to attack it. The players didn't do this.
No.
Their coach did. The point I'm making is there are ways to ask questions that are harmless, but can be interesting, that they can be illuminating. Mm-hmm. Your initial reaction, or where were you when you found out? Like, no, what did you know and when did you know? I'm not asking for anyone to go Woodward and Bernstein. My issue is with the school issuing the statement. That's all. I just don't think that's right to do that. Now, the media will probably dutifully play ball because the media has been in Michigan's pocket since Don Canham was here. The blue wall is real. Make no mistake about it. I mean, hell, you had another article last night, people criticizing Greg Williams' donation to Michigan State. Read the room. I mean, David, look, feel free. If you want to power bomb me through the soundboard because this is a heinous take, say it. But, like, you understand what we're saying, right?
I do. I do understand what you're saying. Michigan, look, this is what they do, man. They're trying to control everything, and I see no problem with questions being asked of what you knew, when you knew. Basically, like you said, Rico, the whole question of where were you when you found out? I don't think that's a problem.
Right.
That's not digging too deep in here. That's not even asking what I just said of when did you know.
Well, there's also
we don't
reports.
even need to have that.
There's also reports of the players feeling betrayed by
Correct.
them. Look, there's just
Correct.
too much out there to take this. And again, I don't blame the players. Let me be clear. The school is trying to have their cake and eat it too. And you do get to do that, sign the cheating scandal. The point is, you can't demand the media don't ask about things. That's pretty crazy to me. So what I would do is you either don't have by the way, how are these the three players they're putting out there?
That's a great question.
This is what you found? Like, seriously, why don't you just get one of their whacked out fans from Wyandotte and put them up there? Like,
maybe they're trying to not have some of the best players available because
so let's be clear.
To water
so
down this.
You make even more money and have even less response. You know what? Bryce Underwood, you like your money? You go sit there.
I was just about to say that because the problem is, technically, yes, he's still a freshman, but he's not. He's been there since January.
the highest paid guy in the team.
Thank you.
Where's Jay Sean? Barwood.
I don't understand.
No, none of these.
Ernest Hausman?
But what I also think is worse is the fact that when you ask Hutch, who's a professional, he's in the NFL.
we're not even gonna
you ask him, and no, you can answer the question by saying, oh, you know what? It's a horrible story. I feel bad for the players. I feel bad for his family, and then move on.
Instead,
you're
he
a
gave
guy.
you-
You're a grown-up.
Yeah, instead he gave you Bundale Save.
You win. Nothing I'm going to say tops that.
But the media won't. They'll go.
No,
They'll
again,
still go to the press conference.
This is also part of the issue with their bowl game. I don't know how you can avoid questions. So don't avoid them. The best you can do is coach your players up on how to answer, which all schools do. That is not a Michigan attack. That's just real.
Right.
But don't threaten the media. That's ridiculous.
A meaningless game that no one cares about the outcome. This story is bigger than the game. If you're in the media, you're in journalism. Let's face it, Mike, this story, bigger than anything that'll happen in that game, unless like some player blows out a knee or something. Other than that, it's this. That's what you want to know.
I also can't. How the hell did you get these? That are three guys that are at that podium.
Well, you know what's funny is you brought up Bryce Underwood and why is he not answering questions?
Right.
And then in the same time, you also said something earlier before that where you're being paid like a professional athlete. You damn sure better act like one.
Yes.
This is the perfect example. Professional athletes have to answer
Media
those
training's
kinds of
a part
questions.
of it. Kenny, that's the whole thing. Like, it was funny. Like, TJ and I were chatting during the break, and he's like, why are we even doing scholarships anymore? If you can afford to buy a house at a country club, you can afford to pay your own way. Why the hell are we giving scholarships out? We're already paying you $700,000. Tell you what, we'll call it $650 and you paid for your year at school. What the hell are we even doing anymore?
TJ wins.
No, TJ had a great point.
Flawless
Thurman
victory.
Merman is on point today.
Yeah, that's a flawless victory.
But you get you get what I'm saying.
No, it makes. I didn't. Yeah, you're right.
Like, that comment really hit me when I was listening to that Ole Miss press conference, and it's like, I don't begrudge anybody, but it's like that head coach worked his whole life to get to this point. These players have worked for like 18 months. Like, if you want all of that good stuff, then here's what comes with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if there's a scandal in the NFL, players get asked about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I can't protect you guys. Oh, well, there's an ongoing. Really? Too bad then. Say no comment. But don't release a statement telling the media, be good little boys and girls, don't ask our children about this. Get out of here.
You're
That's
exactly
ridiculous.
right. Texas players were getting questions all day when Deshaun Watson stuff started coming out. Same with Ravens players with their kicker.
Yeah.
Every time something happens, you go into that locker room, you ask them questions because they're professionals.
You think Paula and Murphy will be there?
Absolutely not.
You know what's funny too is, and then at the same time we had a conversation maybe 2-3 weeks ago about players like negotiating mid-season about their contracts or about the money they're making and threatening their head coaches, and then in the same breath they're like, "Well, no, I'm not going to answer these questions. What are you talking about,
Kenny?"
The funniest thing was watching the re-signed.
But what Kenny's saying though, it strikes at the heart of the matter of why many people like myself are completely turned off by the sport because there's just no accountability. Like, it used to be, don't boo them, they're college kids. It used to be, hey, don't attack them, they're college kids. It just, hey, they're not paid professionals. Okay, now they are, but then you have a school trying to basically treat them with bubble wrap and protect themselves. And again, I don't have time for it. If you don't want to answer the questions, don't do a press engagement, pay a fine. If you don't want to answer questions, don't go to the bowl game. I just, like, Biff Poggi also, by the way, did you catch that comment the other day?
Which one?
Kind of soft selling, like, hey, I told the guys if you don't want to play, it's cool. Don't play. Kind of almost like soft quitting. Like, does that mean they're going to have a rash of guys not playing? Is that why you have these 3 guys at the podium instead of actual good players?
That's a good question. I don't know. That's a great question.
So if they end, and I don't know it, I'm saying it's okay to connect some dots. If they're going to have a bunch of opt-outs, why did you take the game in the first place?
Unless it's just, you know what, let's water this down. Let's bring 3 people up there that nobody really wants to talk to, and maybe they won't show up to Ann Arbor.
Rico wins. And again, I don't expect a big response. It was just, really, you're going to tell the media what they get to ask? That must be nice.
Only thing missing was holding this thing at like 6 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah, in Moscow. 248-539-9797. All right, David Femininio, every lawyer says the same thing about experience and wins. Look, those things are great, but there has to be a separator. There has to be a reason you want to call a given attorney. That separator is personal attention. And it's someone that takes it personal. That's David Femininio. You call, he answers. You're not getting one of his junior associates. So if you've been in a car accident, call 855-65-CRASH or visit him online anytime. GetDavidGetPaid.com. That's GetDavidGetPaid.com. Okay, we'll get a few ticket texts. And again, we talked Lions earlier, Kelvin Shepard comments and kind of his reality versus reality. You can go get that. Open the show. We got into the Pistons a little bit. But, yeah, that Michigan statement was something. So we wanted to spend one segment on it. David, ticket text feedback. We can get into it, and then we'll keep it moving.
Someone says the media can ask whatever they want. They should still go to the press conference and ask every question about Sharon Moore. Just make them say no comment.
Yeah, I agree with that. I wanted to highlight the absurdity of the school releasing that statement. I mean, that is just wild arrogance.
I think Michigan is afraid because the players, especially the star players, know too much and are not smart enough to know what to say or what not to say.
Well, I have an unfortunate truth for you. At the NFL level, even when you're a rookie, you're given media training. You don't think guys are given media training in college when I'm handing you $1, $2, $3 million? Here's the part of the fine print I need you to read. With this comes great responsibility. And I'm sorry that Bryce Underwood is a freshman, but you are the highest paid player on that team. You are that team's Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Go sit there.
Yeah. Everybody
figure
gets,
it out.
Everybody gets to talk about you. They make music videos about you. You're the face of the program.
And not just him. Let's be clear. No. Ernest Hausman, Jayshon Barham. You want Rayshawn Benny. You want McCauley, Andrew Marsh. I don't know if Justice Haynes is even in school anymore because he's hurt and he might go pro. Whatever. You get my point.
Right. You want a star player out there.
It's a good football team, and you're putting 3 guys out here nobody cares about.
Yeah.
Now, come on with that. And you're putting a media advisory?
Well, the thing is,
I've never seen that.
And trust me, I've sat through those before. The media will make sure you don't ask inappropriate questions. You'll get a stern look from other media members. Like, we're not supposed to talk about that.
But why?
It's a different mindset.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's clearly not one based on media. At that point, you're just a propagandist.
But this is why I look sideways at the players a little bit too, because what did you expect? You're going to take all this money and then you don't want to deal with the hard parts of that because this is now your kid. This is your job now. You're making maybe multi-millions in Bryce's case, more than that. This is part of the gig, man.
Yeah,
You're
but it's
now
also
professional.
It's also the same people who say they're 100% committed somewhere and then change that commitment 2 weeks later, and then they go somewhere, and the minute it gets hard, they leave and they say to respect their decision.
That's why I'm saying
it's a folly. All of this is a folly. The things that Rico has shared with me over the years from a recruiting standpoint and some of these statements, and it's like, oh my God, dude, just transfer. Don't release that statement. Disappear in the middle of the night like the Baltimore Colts in moving vans. It's Kenny, it's an absurdity at every level. There's zero accountability in that sport. It's gross. There's no accountability for coaches. There's no accountability for players. It's just a wild west of gross. It's awful.
I think eventually when Georgia falls off the cliff, that does happen to every team in college sports. I think I'm going to start to slide to where you are with this sport.
Oh, you don't want to do that.
No. But
I think I'm getting closer to where you are than I want to be.
Buddy, I'm like Pennywise over here.
I know.
We all float down here, kid. You do not want to fall into the sewer of hating college the way I do.
No, but I think it's true because Kenny's team is winning. There's still a love there. Every Saturday, he cares.
I'm going to be sitting in the sewer like Dr. Evil for Kenny. Tucka, tucka, tucka.
See, no, Kenny, the question is that let's say Pat Fitzgerald comes in and he does what Cignetti has done, and he flips the team in year 1, and if MSU's in the playoff, I don't think you still come back.
I don't.
I think most state fans would be back.
And that's cool.
Football will be fun again. David, if all of a sudden new coach comes in and Michigan's the top team in the nation.
I just need a new coach to come in and not cheat on his wife. Can we get that?
Okay, that seems like an attainable bar.
I'm not even thinking about the college football playoff right now.
A reasonable request from a reasonable man.
The preacher's wife.
Take it easy. David, the ticket text.
Ron in the car says, lifelong Michigan fan and grad, I'm done giving the school money of any type. I'm disgusted with the way they're handling this.
Yeah, it's that, that is the other. Look, again, none of this generates this huge amount of anger. I do think it's laughable that no one from that school has spoken. You can say a taped message from the president of the school is speaking.
It was a 3-minute message. So.
But it's not. You can't ask questions. Where's your AD?
the fact that you can't ask questions makes it difficult because he could say something and you want to follow it up. Hey, can you clarify this? You can't. It's a 3-minute. The AD can't speak because I think the AD is under the microscope right now.
Of course he is. He's part of the investigation.
So
that's the folly in all of this.
Yeah.
Because what people don't realize is when they go out and say, well, the players knew, like it was common knowledge, the players would see him at her apartment, stuff like that. Like, well, then you can't put the players out there and say, don't ask about it. It's all of it is a folly.
It is. Maybe,
all of it.
You know what? Maybe the Washtenaw County prosecutor will step in there.
I didn't understand a lot of that. You know, they pursued the Michigan State thing with a veracity that I thought was a little bit overzealous.
And they wanted them hung at midfield at the block end.
And then here you go, wait, so really? And I also laugh. It's just one of those things like when someone breaks in somewhere and they have a knife, it's a knife. But here they're sure to tell you, well, it's a butter knife.
It's a butter knife.
I'm
so
like,
it's not really a threat. And the door was unlocked. So he really didn't break in. The door was unlocked. And
I'm sure.
He said open sesame and it just opened.
No, you get my point.
Right.
It felt a little off where you're like, okay.
It's being very watered down and diluted.
That's what it seems like, feels like, sounds like.
Well, I had people trying to tell me, well, he was paying for her house, so if he didn't break into her house, he broke into his house. So he shouldn't have been charged with breaking into
If you are
entering.
defending
what
that behavior, I want you to go get help.
Yeah, I heard. Well, the door was unlocked, so he
dear
really
God.
didn't break in. And he grabbed a butter knife.
Didn't he also have a pair of scissors?
Yes, yes.
I'm sure they were probably children's scissors.
It doesn't.
The rounded type.
At that point, it doesn't matter.
I just can't even cut a piece of paper.
I'll leave it alone. I'll just leave it all alone.
Apparently she hid the rubber band, so
got it. David,
maybe they don't have Underwood at the press conference because they know he is going to transfer.
No, I'm not doing that. That would be unfair to Michigan, and I don't think anything I've said is unfair.
No.
I'm not doing that Bryce transfer stuff until or unless he gets in the portal. I'm not doing it. He's Michigan's quarterback. I mean, yes, people will pay him. But if he thinks he's getting more money somewhere else after that season, no way. He'll get good money. He might get close to what he got. But if you think leaving gets you more, I'd be really shocked.
Well, it was funny because you said that about Aiden Childs, and it was just like, yeah, you're probably going to, like a contract negotiation, you may end up taking a little bit less. Speaking of which, Missouri's quarterback just jumped into the portal.
Prbula or Zollers?
Prbula.
Quit on your team in the playoff last year to go to Mizzou. Quit on your team before the bowl game this year. You know, Bo, I got to tell you, we might need to see who went to your birthday party. Kind of a quitter.
Yeah, he won't be playing in the bowl game.
It's nice behavior. I'm sorry. This is why I have no respect for any of this. What about sticking up for the guys in your locker room? The guys you go to war with every week? What about showing up?
You don't know the guys in your locker room because you're going to be like at the 10-year reunion. I'm like, wait,
he wins again.
Did we play together?
It's
wait, David, we played together. Which team was it?
Hey, I want you to enjoy your sport. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, I realize it's going the way of boxing. I get that.
Worse. We'll get to some fun next. 97.1. Every NFL Thursday, your chance at the jackpot with FanDuel. Their Thursday touchdown jackpot. You win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. And this Thursday, you know the drill. First or last touchdown of the game. If you get it right, you're entered into that bonus pool for $2 million in bonus bets. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Must apply profit boost token or select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? God, tomorrow will be Lions heavy. And again, there's not a lot to say, right? We all know the mission. You got to win every game. You're going to need some help. I think they'll beat the Steelers. That gets us to Christmas Day. I hate the fact the game's on Christmas Day, but fine. I'm Michael Landon. I'm from a bygone era.
Here's what you should really hate. Unlike Thanksgiving, where it's early in the day.
Yeah.
This is right smack in the middle of the day.
Yeah, I know.
4 o'clock game.
I hate it. Christmas Day is for Christmas movies, family, relaxing. Like, I love football. My life primarily is football. Like, the business we run, the things we do.
Mm-hmm.
I believe me, I get it more than most.
Yeah.
I hate the idea that there's just nothing sacred anymore. I just want Christmas Day with the family. That's it.
Well, I was about to say, wait till next year where you got the 9 a.m. game when they're going to be in Germany probably.
Yeah, but as long as that's not Christmas Day, you know what? I've learned to live with the Europe football. I can ignore most of it. The games are pretty bad.
Right, but the Christmas Day game was okay when it was somebody else's team.
Yes.
But now it's yours. And now
Look,
you're
it's like
forced
the
to
NBA.
watch.
They played on Christmas, but it was background noise. With the Detroit Lions playing on Christmas Day, no, that's work. That's
You may get a double dip next year.
What's that?
Pistons keep being good. Congratulations.
Doesn't
You've been rewarded Christmas Day.
Yeah, but again,
the Lions, they got record numbers on Netflix?
I know.
Hey, Detroit, how about a double dip?
I'm angry for the fans here that we're losing a home game to that Europe crap. I don't like it. I've never liked it.
No.
It's just that's not I think it is
And then you know what?
competitive imbalance.
And in pure NFL, if you're going to do that, then release it right now so fans who want to save money can buy their tickets and buy everything right now. Don't wait till a couple months beforehand. Oh, by the way, you're going to be in Germany on this day.
That's funny. Good for you.
I'm
But
just saying.
You know the NFL hates everyone. They just punch you in the face, and fans line up and say, "Can I have another?" David, Ticket Text, as we await the. I don't know what's happening. Is it Bob? Is it Jeff? Is it both?
I see Wojo.
It is Wojo. Just Wojo. From BC, he says, I'm going to do this until it happens. Does Ward Manuel still have a job?
Yes.
He's going to ask that every day until something happens. he says.
Okay, well, that's fine, and I respect it. That investigation, if it's done in remotely serious fashion, will give them everything. But here's what's going to happen. Ward won't get fired. Let me give you the dirty secret. Ward's going to sign an ironclad NDA with an undisclosed financial settlement so he can never tell you where the bodies are buried. He will not be fired.
Ward's going to, no. Ward's going to step down, maybe for health reasons, maybe family matters, and respect his decision.
Get that golden parachute? I got you. That's good business.
I promise you, he won't get fired. He'll step down.
I want to ask Bob this question with no smarm, sarcasm, or agenda. I'm being serious.
Wait, a golden what?
Parachute. I want to ask you a question, and I don't know if you're going to be willing to answer it because I know you like to break my balls. You are a writer. That has been your primary deal. Yes.
Journalista.
You've had a very good media career. I'm making a point.
Okay.
You are a newspaper man at heart. You like writing.
Yes.
True or false?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, 100%.
In your time, have you ever seen, and please, I'm not trying to make this a rivalry thing. It's not. The statement Michigan released essentially warning the media, don't ask about, X, Y, and Z. Have you ever seen that?
Not in that form, but I've heard it many times at the start of a press conference. Where
Yes.
Now remember, we're here for,
Yes, I'm saying the
everybody does.
statement
We're not here to talk
itself.
about Tarek Scuba. We're here to talk
never
about the
seen that.
acquisition.
Here was my other question,
Yeah.
and I'm not trying to denigrate the players.
And I don't know why they think that what they're protecting the players from. They would say something.
I'm
I
with
don't
you.
know.
I thought it was ridiculous. Here was the last part.
Yeah.
How did they arrive that these are the 3 players that are available when you
Well-
have a lot of talented players?
Okay, this is where you have to keep up with Michigan. They always do that.
Okay.
Truly.
Now, but do you think in a day and age of NIL, like part of the money is you have certain things that are expected of you? Like if I'm Ernest Hausman or if I'm Jason Barham, if I'm Bryce, if I'm Andrew Marsh, like guys, you're the face of the program. You need to be there.
You probably have to pay him to be there.
No,
I've heard.
What a sport.
Okay, you know what? I've never heard that. Wojo.
No. I have heard this. I've
He's
heard
on his game tonight.
not just at Michigan, but elsewhere, that players would prefer not to do media availabilities, and they'd sit down with a friendly podcaster who would peel off some money for them.
Yeah, that's like the Let's Have a Seat pod.
Yeah. I mean, so
I didn't even think about that, Wojo.
Oh yeah, no. There's some players like I won't name names, but there are some players that have said I'd rather not do that because I have an appearance here, or
There you
they're
go.
paying me for this.
Yeah, you can go to a
appearance.
safe pod. They'll ask you about
Yeah.
your favorite Lego set. You'll have a great time. No,
Listen, I mean,
he's on his game tonight,
Well,
and
no,
I appreciate it.
You know,
I wasn't.
you saw this mess coming, and as I did too. It's just still so unseemly to trudge through it. Just all the NIL and the different factions and obviously
Texas A&M saying we've reached a contract extension with our slot receiver. He's the highest paid receiver in A&M history. That was the press release.
Well, you know what? I'll top you that, Mike. Just reading the stories coming out of Ohio University.
Oh yeah, that's
yeah, but I read something today like he was already in divorce proceedings and she's not a staffer.
Right, but no, it was the undergraduate at the hotel on campus.
Undergraduate is even younger than a staffer.
True.
As far as I know.
Listen,
as far as I know.
What is it with these guys? What's your
don't
problem?
know.
At Ohio University Inn. Like you couldn't even go off campus.
Rico wins.
Can
What's
we
next?
pin that on Ohio State or no?
Yes.
Oh,
It's
good.
the Buckeyes' fault.
Yeah.
Well, it is Ohio, right?
Yeah, same thing.
What's next?
It's me solo because Rieger's off today. He's probably going holiday shopping, and I will get into the Michigan stuff. Michigan stuff. There are some machinations underway. And do you buy any of the Alabama or Arizona State? Leave him alone. He's not going anywhere.
No,
comments?
I think until you put an offer in front of someone and you force them to say no, I'll never believe it. David's
Alabama,
telling
yes.
us we're number one. We gotta
Arizona
go.
State, no.
Yeah.
Throw $100 million
Gotcha.
at him. You'll be fine.
All right, 100.
See you later, everybody.
Gotcha.